You traverse the abyss world, becoming a fragile little skeleton. Various undead creatures are watching you everywhere, but you are not panicked at this moment. Instead, you are more excited because you have awakened the term plunder system. As long as you eliminate the target, you can randomly obtain terms from the opponent's body and even integrate and upgrade, making yourself stronger and stronger. However, when you are ready to unleash a massacre in the abyssal world and dream of ascending to the skull throne in the near future, suddenly a magic array appears above your head, and the next moment you find yourself in a strange world. After looking around in confusion, you finally understand that you have actually formed a contract with the beautiful girl in front of you who is crying. But since the contract is already bound, why cry? Do I look that bad? 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank. Do not bully the poor skeletons. Just 5 minutes ago, the civilian school flower Lin Shiryun awakened as a hidden professional contract summoner. But as everyone knows, being a summoner is a very expensive profession, and summoning scrolls are not something she, as a civilian, can afford. Therefore, she can only hope for the contract summoning unique to hidden professions. As long as she uses her hidden talent without any summoning scrolls, she can communicate with the abyss and randomly select a summoned beast from it, establishing a permanent contract with it. And because of her high spiritual attributes, there is a high probability that she can summon a very powerful or extraordinarily potential summoned beast from the abyss, which is her only chance to change her fate against the heavens. At this point, Lin Shiryun nervously activated her hidden talent, immediately feeling her spiritual power being drained like a tide. A huge summoning array appeared around Lin Shiryun, with the fluctuations of the summoning array quickly reaching its peak. 2 meters away from Lin Shiryun, a dark summoning gate appeared out of thin air, with a faintly discernible huge dark figure rapidly condensing inside. The dark figure quickly solidified and eventually materialized into a tangible form. However, to everyone's surprise, what came out was a dumbfounded skeleton soldier. What? It's actually the worst undead skeleton soldier in the necromancy class? Wasn't it supposed to be a contract summoning? Just this? If it really is this thing, my friend, the necromancer, seems to be able to summon a whole bunch. Indeed, one's fate is determined by one's character. Everyone thought that Lin Xiaohua was going to soar to the sky, but instead summoned such a thing. At this moment, various discussions, ridicule, and sighs were heard one after another. Lin Shiryun widened her eyes in disbelief. Looking at the dumbfounded skeleton soldier in front of her, she thought to herself, having spent the only covenant talent in her life, she actually only summoned a skeleton soldier. What to do about grandma? What to do about her sister's illness? What to do about her parents' revenge? 2 lines of clear tears uncontrollably slid down from her eyes. All the beliefs that supported her seemed to collapse at this moment. The homeroom teacher on the side gently patted Lin Shiryun's shoulder and comforted her. Don't cry. There is still a month before the college entrance examination. If you can level up well, you still have a chance. You can't fall. What will your family do if you fall? Lin Shiryun looked up with tears in her eyes, and even the skeleton soldier was still standing in place without moving, feeling a bit ridiculous. Then, Lin Shiryun had a thought and couldn't wait to send you back to the abyss. Just looking at you for a minute made her feel heartbroken. Shortly after, the first school flower Lin Shiryun summoned the news of a skeleton soldier, which spread out like a storm. Lin Shiryun was called to the principal's office. As expected, the only source of her family's livelihood, the scholarship, was now cut off. Fortunately, the kind homeroom teacher dug into his own pocket to support her sister's expenses, and encouraged her to do well in the college entrance examination, enter the guild, and change her fate. Therefore, a glimmer of hope ignited in Lin Shiryun's heart again. Meanwhile, back in the abyssal world, you are opening your own system panel. It shows, Joyu, skeleton soldier, race, undead, level, 1, health, 80, magic, 50, attack, 9 to 12, defense, 1, abilities, chop, gray, stitch, gray. At this moment, many skeleton soldiers like you are wandering nearby in the abyss, and you notice that they all have the same abilities as you. You then reach out and pick up a rusty iron sword from the ground, aiming at the skeletons beside you, and strike down with a sword. Ding! You have killed a skeleton soldier. Experience points +1. Ding! You have killed a skeleton soldier. Randomly obtained the term, hacking. The system prompt sounds. You feel a strange energy rushing into your body. Your body seems to have become stronger. The power of hacking with a sword is greater. Then, you look at the large number of skeleton soldiers around you, feeling excited. So, you sway your body and rush towards the skeleton soldiers beside you, chopping down more than a dozen in a row. Suddenly, the prompt in your mind changed. Ding! Your entry has been promoted, and you have gained heavy chop. You felt delighted and instinctively swung a sword towards the front. Immediately, with a crack sound, The two skeleton soldiers within 2 meters couldn't withstand this sword and were directly chopped into pieces on the ground. With your strength increased so much, and the attack range doubled, you thought to yourself that it seems you won't be long before you level up. So, you took strong steps forward and continued to attack the surrounding skeleton soldiers. At this moment, Lin Shuryun had already returned to an ordinary residential house. Hearing the sound of the door, her grandmother's face immediately lit up with joy and asked, "How was it? Have you completed the job transfer today? What profession did you choose?" Seeing her grandmother's hopeful eyes, Lin Shuryun felt a sinking feeling in her heart and forced a smile. "It's fine, Grandma. I've become a contract summoner, a hidden profession." "That's great. Your parents can finally rest in peace now." Her grandmother clasped her hands together, excitedly saying, tears glistening in her eyes. Seeing her grandmother in this state, Lin Shuryun's heart felt like it was being twisted with a knife. She then pushed open the bedroom door, and a strong medicinal smell hit her face. In the not-so-bright room, a slender and petite figure was lying there, with closed eyes and a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. Seeing this scene, Lin Shuryun's face changed immediately. She quickly walked to the bedside, grabbed the girl's hand, and asked with concern, "Momo, are you in pain again?" Hearing the words, the girl opened her eyes with difficulty and tried to give Lin Shuryun a smile, saying, "Sister, you're back. I'm fine. I'm not in pain." Lin Shuryun lifted a corner of the blanket and saw a series of vicious patterns like vines coiling around the girl's neck. The erosion of the Heavenly Punishment Death Seal becoming more severe. Now the Heavenly Punishment Death Seal has spread to the neck, leaving only the head untouched. Once it spreads to the head, it will be the sister's death. At this moment, Lin Shuryun could no longer control herself, tears streaming down her face. "I'm sorry, sister. I'm useless. It's all my fault. Sister, don't cry. Momo doesn't hurt." As soon as her sister finished speaking, Lin Shuryun suddenly felt a wave of energy passing through her body, and the next moment, she directly leveled up from level 1 to level 2. "Sister, you're so amazing. You've leveled up so quickly. Your profession must be very strong, right?" the younger sister said. Lin Shuryun was also puzzled. She hadn't teamed up with anyone, let alone trained in the wilderness. How could she level up so quickly? What's going on? She looked herself up and down, suspecting that something might be wrong. However, after a moment, the feeling of leveling up came again, and she had actually reached level 3. Lin Shuryun finally realized that something was wrong. How long had it been since she had leveled up again? She looked at her younger sister and forced a smile. Sister is now a very powerful contract summoner. When sister levels up, she will definitely find a way to solve the Tianju Death Seal for you. Shortly after, Lin Shuryun quickly left the bedroom and ran downstairs to find a secluded spot. She had just realized that the sudden upgrade must be related to her contract summon, as the two could provide feedback to each other. Lin Shuryun then activated the summon, and the summoning formation reappeared in front of her. After a moment, a somewhat bewildered skeleton soldier holding an iron sword emerged. You turned your head and happened to see Lin Shuryun looking at you, and she immediately complained in a speechless manner. "I was just enjoying the fight. Why did you summon me?" At this point, you were a bit angry, as you were about to reach level 10, but then a beam of light enveloped you, and you found yourself back here again. Lin Shuryun was a little confused at the moment. She looked at the skeleton soldier in front of her and always felt that it was different from the skeleton soldier in her impression. The other party seemed to have grown taller, and the skeleton was thicker, especially the soul fire flickering in his eyes, which seemed much more agile than before. "What is he doing? Pointing at me and talking to me?" Lin Shuryun tilted her head, always feeling that the skeletal soldier of this contract seemed to be scolding herself, but she had no evidence because she could only see the other party's mouth moving but couldn't hear any sound. "And you are indeed criticizing her." However, at this moment, you suddenly realize that you can actually view the other party's information in reverse, and even block your own information. What's more, you can choose to terminate the summoning, allowing yourself to return to the original abyss. It's just a bit surprising that you are already at level 9, while the other party is only at level 3. Isn't it supposed to be feedback synchronization? It seems that there is a significant gap, probably due to the fact that the two are not in the same time and space, causing this feedback to be greatly reduced, and vice versa. After figuring it out, you warned Lin Shuryun with a glance and interrupted the summoning to return to the abyss. Lin Shuryun was full of question marks in her mind. What's going on? Aren't I a contract summoner myself? What kind of ghostly thing is it to end the summoning on its own? Why can't I see its personal information? What's going on? A series of questions hit Lin Shuryun's mind, leaving her without answers. The only thing she could be sure of was that the other party was indeed different from the usual skeleton soldiers. Could it be that he is not an ordinary skeleton soldier? But no matter how strong it is, isn't it still a skeleton soldier? At this moment, thinking of her sister's painful appearance, Lin Shuryun felt a pang of heartache. She couldn't wait any longer and had to go to the wilderness for leveling up as soon as possible. No matter how mysterious this skeleton soldier is, she has to give it a try. This is her only hope. At this time, there are newbies leveling up everywhere on the wasteland south of the city. Lin Shuryun found several teams and found them all full. So she had to first post a notice in the mission hall on the edge to see if there were any teams in need of members. Just as she was getting anxious, someone suddenly shouted loudly in the hall, "Newbie leveling team looking for a priest, we have a tank." Upon hearing this shout, Lin Shuryun's eyes lit up, and she quickly walked over and asked, "Hello, I am a summoner. Can I join your team?" The warrior boy who had just shouted was about to refuse, but when he turned his head and saw Lin Shuryun's cold and beautiful face, he was momentarily stunned. "What summon do you have? I am level 3, can you bring me along?" Lin Shuryun replied tactfully, "You are already level 3, so your summon must be quite strong. Let's go. I'll take you to meet my older sister." Lin Shuryun nodded and followed the boy out of the mission hall. In the distance, 2 women and 1 man were seen. The young man led Lin Shuryun to the front of the team, and everyone looked over. "This is my older sister, Su Mei, a level 15 warrior, the powerhouse of the team. This mage is called Wu Lina, and this archer is called Zhuang Hutu. This is Lin Shuryun, a level 3 summoner that I just recruited." At this moment, the female mage Wu Lina beside them frowned. "Aren't we supposed to have a priest? What use is a summoner? The priest is a sought-after profession, not so easy to find. Besides, they are already at level 3. It's not so easy for an ordinary summoner to level up." Young Su Xiaoqiang explained to Lin Shuryun on the side. Before the female mage could say anything, she heard the team leader Su Mei interrupt. "Alright, it's her. Time waits for no one. I'll invite you to the team." The team leader said it first, so the other 2 naturally didn't dare to speak. At this time, Lin Shuryun quickly thanked him. "No need to be polite," Su Mei instructed. "I don't care if your summoned creature is weak or not. You must listen to my commands inside. Understand? Let's go. We're setting off now." Soon, everyone entered the wilderness and proceeded in the organized formation. Almost as soon as the wild monsters appeared, they were killed by Su Mei with a sword. When the people heard the experience prompt, they all showed happy expressions on their faces, feeling great being led by the big shot. "Sister Su, there are so few wild monsters in this place. All of them are small monsters below level 5. It's not very interesting." Wu Lina couldn't help but suggest, "Why don't we go deeper?" Yes. It is said that the wild wolves inside are all level 10. Killing one of them will give us more experience than 10 here. Zhuang Hutu next to them couldn't help but agree. "No, the attack power of the wild wolves is too strong, and they are fast. I may not be able to protect you," Su Mei said. "Sister, you've all transformed. Dealing with the wasteland wolves should not be a problem, right? Let's be careful. Lure the monsters from a distance. It should be fine. Worst case scenario we retreat." Su Xiaoqiang also started to get a bit restless. Watching Su Xiaoqiang persuade, the 2 people beside him also echoed. Then Su Mei pondered for a moment, finally nodded. "Remember, we are just luring the monsters from afar. Do not go deep, and do not provoke unnecessary hatred. Do you understand?" Everyone solemnly promised. Su Mei didn't say much, leading everyone to walk towards the deeper part of the wasteland. At this point, Wu Lina couldn't help but look at Lin Shuryun and ask, "Lin Shuryun, we are going to a place where there are wild wolves. Since you are already at level 3, your summoned beast should be able to help a bit. It's best to summon it out to lend a hand." Zhuang Hutu on the side also nodded in agreement. "That's right. Even though our levels are low, we can't rely solely on the captain. We should help when needed, right?" Lin Shuryun knew that she probably couldn't hide it at this point, so she could only honestly say, "My summoned beast is a skeleton soldier. Its combat power may be limited." "What? A skeleton soldier? What? Skeleton soldiers? Are you kidding?" Zhuang Huatu was stunned when he heard it. Next to her, Lina Wu even reacted with a sharp slap. "Oh, I remember. You're that joke about the no. One schoolgirl informed too. The contract summoner who contracted a skeleton soldier." "What? It's actually you? No wonder it's so beautiful. No wonder you didn't say anything when I asked you what summons you were. So it's a skeleton soldier." Zhuang Huatu instantly became excited. "How did you get up to LV3 here?" Wu Lina snorted. "Then there's no need to say. It must have been cheated in this way." No, I didn't lie." Lin Shuryun's face flushed red as she heard this and quickly retorted. "Not cheating? Then how did you level up?" Wu Lina held her arms and sneered. She couldn't see this kind of pretty-looking girl the most, especially if the other party looked even prettier than herself. Alright, all be quiet," Su Mei in the front coldly shouted, and all of them shut up at once. "Now that we've come this far, we're all partners on the same team. She glanced at her brother beside her. Xiao Chang, lean back and watch out for Lin Shiyun's flanks. Understood, sis. Su Xiaochang nodded his head and took 2 steps backward to make it easier to take care of Lin Shiyun. Captain Su, I can actually summon skeleton soldiers, and my skeleton soldiers are not. Lin Shiyun hurriedly explained, but she was interrupted by Su Mei before she could finish. No need. Facing a LV-10 starting wasteland wolf, skeleton soldiers are of little significance. Just keep yourself safe. Lin Shiyun didn't say anything, but nodded silently. She was here to hug her thighs after all, so naturally she had to listen to the captain's arrangements. Meanwhile, within the abyssal world, Zhou was standing in front of a pile of skeletons of broken skeleton soldiers, and as he looked around, the hundreds of meters of skeleton soldiers within his surroundings were almost emptied by him alone. Zhou / skull swordsman. Race, undead. Rank, LV12, 1015 / 1200. Life, 850. Magic, 400. Attack, 98 to 110. Defense, 12. Words, sword breath heavy / green. Extreme splicing, white. Looking at the words on his attribute panel, Zhou shook his head slightly. The phrase sword chi heavy / was upgraded all the way up from cleave, and compared to the white phrase heavy /, here there was an extra extension of sword chi, which was much more powerful, and also dealt a small range of extended damage. The extreme splice is an upgraded version of the splice, with the ability to quickly find the body and reassemble it after any of its own joints are dislodged by a heavy blow. These 2 phrases, both exclusive to the skeleton soldiers, had initially come to Zhou attention, only now it felt a bit worse. The skeletal soldiers alone could no longer satisfy his desires, so Zhou planned to expand outwards. His eyes looked into the distance, where new undead would appear beyond the territory of the skeleton soldiers. Bang! Zhou's footsteps fell and his figure walked quickly towards the outside of the territory, and just as he neared the edge, he saw brand new undead creatures, the same skeletal appearance, only different than himself, with an extra cloak and a staff. With a thought, Zhou directly tapped on the exclamation mark above the other party's head. Skeleton mage. Race, undead. Level, LV9. Life, 600. Magic, 450. Attack, 49 to 57. Defense, 5. Words, skeleton summoning, white. Splicing, gray. Stygian fireblast, white. Skeleton mages? Seeing the other party, Zhou revealed a smile. Finally, I've encountered a different phrase. 2 whites and 1 gray. You can't be that black in the face yourself, can you? With that in mind, he had already rushed towards the skeleton mage, while the skeleton mage who saw him approaching did not hesitate to swing the staff in his own hand. In an instant, a skeleton soldier crawled out of the ground and staggered towards Zhou. Seeing these skeleton soldiers, Zhou laughed coldly in his heart, and then raised the steel longsword in his hand, not even needing to slash, and just barbarically crashed through. Click, click, click. All the skeletons devastated and shattered under the impact, and by the time Zhou rushed in front of the skeleton mage, the other party was cleaved in half with a sword before he even had time to react. Ding! You killed a skeleton mage. Experience value plus 12. Ding! You have killed a skeleton mage, and randomly gained the phrase, skeleton summoning, white. Zhou grinned. Sure enough, he still had the O-Chi. This is not white? This time, Zhou became even more excited when he saw the surrounding skeleton mages eyeing him. Click, click. The successive prompts continued to prompt within his mind, and Zhou even forgot about experience, instead placing all of his attention directly on top of the words. Finally, ding! Your word has completed promotion and you gain, skeleton swordsman summoning, green. That's more like it. Nodding his head in satisfaction, Zhou was about to continue decimating the other skeleton mages, but just at this moment, a summoning spell suddenly surfaced above his head. Chapter 6, the summoning opens. Feeling pretty bad about cursing. On the wasteland, the Deeper Sumei's group managed to hook a LV-10 wasteland wolf, with Sumei, a level 15 warrior at the top. The remaining 3 could output comfortably at the back. It didn't take too much effort and managed to decimate one. This instantly gave several people great confidence. Go on, get on with it. Sumei was similarly relieved that the situation was simpler than she had expected. It was also the first time she brought a newbie over to practice leveling. And naturally she wouldn't have taken such a big risk if she wasn't worried that her brother's progress would be too slow and he would lose out on the starting line. The results, at least for now, look good. It's coming. I'll hold it. Xiao Chang, you protect the formation, and the others make up the output. Yeah, just do it. There. As the second and third wasteland wolves fell, light flashed out from the crowd one after another, simultaneously ushering in upgrades. Aha! Yes, that's more like it. Zhuang Hu Tu grinned. Before killing half a day, they were barely level 2. This is just how long. Directly LV3. That's right, it's still Sister Su who's tough. Wu Lina similarly blew up, her eyes inadvertently glancing at Lin Shiryun. Unlike some people, who can't help at all and can only become jerks. Lin Shiryun was just about to open her mouth when Su Xiaoqiang, who was on the side, said in a deep voice, "Alright, this is the wilderness. There are wild monsters everywhere. Save your strength for the wild monsters. Don't be a here." Wu Lina, who was choked for a moment, didn't open her mouth, but a wave of dissatisfaction rose in her heart. Don't you just have a sister? What's the point of pretending? When I finish my first turn, how many teams will grab me and see what a normal warrior like you has to offer? With indignation, Wu Lina once again joined the ranks of the output. Only this time, I don't know if she was intentional or unintentional. The fireball spell raised in her hand actually hit the wrong side at once, flying over the top of the head of the barren wolves, and instantly falling into the barren grass in the farther distance. With a poof, large swaths of barren grass were completely set ablaze by the fireball spell. Su Mei, who saw this scene, immediately changed her face and let out a low gulp. Not good. Retreat. The appearance of such a drastic movement would surely draw the attention of more wasteland wolves. Sure enough, as soon as her words fell, she saw a succession of 4 wasteland wolves emerge above the wasteland at the same time, their eyes flashing with a ferocious light looking towards Wu Lina who had struck out. Hiss! Low growling voices resounded, almost at the same time, coincidentally running wildly towards the small group. How did this happen? Lina Wu was completely flustered when she saw so many wasteland wolves appear. She subconsciously wanted to flee, but she saw that Su Mei in front of her had already been entangled by the barren wolves from before, and she was actually unable to get away for a while. What to do? Do it! Stop them! The panicked Zhuang Huatu on the side instinctively pulled back his bow and arrow, directing his output at the distant wasteland wolves. Don't! Su Mei's reminder rang out, but it was too late. An arrow whooshed out and landed directly on one of the barren wolves. Originally, it was just the 4 wasteland wolves that had their hatred aroused, but now this arrow going down was equivalent to directing a route for the other side. Whoosh! All of the wasteland wolves locked onto the crowd almost instantly, their feet instantly accelerating as they quickly chased after the crowd at a speed far beyond their imagination. It's over. Su Mei's heart sank. Under this kind of speed, it was simply a fool's errand for these people of theirs to escape. Moreover, with the wasteland wolves in pursuit, selling his back to the other side was no different from committing suicide. Xiao Chang, stay with me on the top. Fight and retreat, or we'll have to be destroyed as a group today. Yes. Su Mei stopped at the front. Seeing the 5 wasteland wolves converge and pounce towards her, she could only grit her teeth and raise the long sword in both hands, heavily sweeping it towards the front. Pust! A series of damage alerts rose from the wild monster, which managed to force the opponent back. But what made people's hearts sink was that a round of Wasteland Wolf's attack still brought nearly 200 points of damage to Su Mei. This was still with her passive skill block in effect. Otherwise, this round of attacks alone would be enough to knock out half of her blood. Fireball! A series of arrows. Chop! The 3 novices simultaneously erupted their strongest attacks, but unfortunately, the damage inflicted on the Wasteland Wolf was minimal. After 2 rounds of blocking in a row, the full-blooded Su Mei not only dropped to below half-blood, but even her battle power was greatly reduced. And with another miss from nervousness, Lina Wu actually managed to make a fireball land on top of the clearing, igniting a large swath of barren grass. In an instant, 4 or 5 more wasteland wolves surfaced from the distance, completely fixated on the crowd. It's over. Wu Lina's eyes went black and she almost fainted from the shock of the scene. 5 wasteland wolves hadn't been resolved by the crowd, and 5 more. Wasn't this certain death? Under the threat of death, Wu Lina almost ignored Su Mei and Su Xiaochang, who were struggling to resist, but forcibly broke away from the group, turned her head towards the distance and began to frantically flee. I don't want to die. I don't want to die, she cried out as she ran, having long ago forgotten that she was part of this squad, and even more so, who had lured the wasteland wolves here. And seeing that the only mage in the team had run away, Zhuang Hu too was not confused at this time. He looked at Su Mei and Su Xiaochang, and likewise forcibly broke away from the team, gritting his teeth and fleeing after Wu Lina. Don't blame me. Man is not for himself. Stay here and you can only wait for death. Zhuang Hu too gritted his teeth and said, we are but temporary teammates. We can't make the mistake of putting our own lives on the line for others. While most of the hatred was attracted by Su Mei, the only 3 people left in the squad became the main targets of the wasteland wolves. Seeing this scene, Su Mei knew that she was already in trouble. She didn't have time for regrets, but instead turned her head to look at her brother and Lin Shiryun. You 2 go too. I'll hold them off alone. No way. Sis, there's so many. How are you going to stop them? Su Xiaoqiang exclaimed in a rush of emotion. Shut up, you'll be able to block it if you stay? Su Mei cursed. Get lost, don't let me die alone for nothing. No, I'm not leaving, Lin Shiyun. To leave you. Su Xiaoqiang cried out stubbornly and was about to drive Lin Shiyun away, but as soon as he inclined his head, he saw that Lin Shiyun not only didn't leave, but instead, she stood still and began to cast her own summoning technique to hurry up and go. What's the use of summoning skeleton soldiers at a time like this? Su Xiaoqiang didn't expect Lin Shiyun to stay and even plan to help, but in the face of his repulsion, Lin Shiyun did not have the slightest intention of moving, but firmly said, Grandma told me that one should not be ungrateful, and that at times like this, even if you leave, you should all leave together. Otherwise, I wouldn't have peace of mind living. Buzz! The summoning door appeared, and a skeletal soldier holding a longsword quickly solidified from it in the middle of the pitch-black space. Zhou Yu, who had been summoned out, did not look ahead, but instead looked back at Lin Shiyun, the schoolgirl who had summoned him. Between the opening and closing of his mouth, he seemed to be saying something, and it felt like he should be cursing pretty hard. And this sudden appearance of the skeleton soldier also happened to succeed in attracting the attention of a wasteland wolf, and almost without the slightest pause, the opponent came towards the skeleton soldier in one impact. Seeing that she was less than 2 meters away from the other party, the scolded Lin Shiyun could barely contain her yell. Look out! Only then did Zhou Yu turn his head to see the wasteland wolf that was already rapidly zooming in front of his eyes. His figure didn't dodge in the slightest. He simply raised his arm holding the longsword and slashed down at that wasteland wolf. Chapter 7, Killing the Wasteland Wolves in Seconds. You call this a skeleton soldier? Seeing the skeleton soldiers appear, Su Mei's eyes did not flash the slightest hope. Level 1 skeleton soldiers? As early as the time of the copy, he had already killed I don't know how many of them. Even if she was only LV5 at that time, she didn't have the slightest worry about dealing with these skeleton soldiers. Now that it was reversed, the support of the skeleton soldiers naturally wouldn't make the slightest ripple in her heart. Even Su Xiaoqiang, who was on the side, gritted his teeth and rushed towards the direction of the skeleton soldiers. He was going to try to leave some damage to the draconic wolves while the skeleton soldiers were being torn apart by the draconic wolves. However, he had just taken a step when a bizarre scene occurred. Only hearing a poof sound, the iron sword that Zhou Yu swung down, split straight through the head of the wasteland wolf. A terrifying damage value rose from the top of the wasteland wolf's head all of a sudden. And then, that wasteland wolf just screamed miserably, and fell head over heels to the ground. What? This? Hiss! Su Xiaoqiang was exclaiming in shock, and Su Mei, who saw the scene out of the corner of her eye, directly sucked in cold air. She thought that she would be killed in seconds, but how could she not expect that the one who would be killed in seconds would actually be the wasteland wolf? It's a skeleton soldier? Su Xiaoqiang almost blurted out that he had seen the attributes of the skeleton soldier no less than 100 times in books, and the skeleton soldier that might have cleaved the LV-10 wasteland wolf with a single sword was something he had never really seen before. In comparison, Lin Shiyun's shock was slightly lessened. But even so, she was filled with puzzlement as she looked at the skeleton soldier in front of her, who seemed to be somewhat subdued. Is this guy really just a skeleton soldier? Why do I look at him like he's taller and stronger than before? Ding! You've killed a wasteland wolf. Experience value plus 15. Ding! Randomly acquire the word, Shark Claw Rep, White. The dissatisfaction in Zhou Yu's heart that heard the prompt subsided slightly. There was experience, and words, which was not bad. He glanced back at Lin Shiyun, who was standing there dumbfounded, and was finally slightly more compliant. Zhou Yu, who had successfully decapitated a wasteland wolf, immediately aroused the hatred of the other wasteland wolves. Ow! Only to see several wasteland wolves roar at the same time, actually abandoning Su Mei and charging in the direction of the skeleton soldiers. Retreat! Su Mei instinctively shouted, but as soon as it came out, she reacted that the other party was only a skeleton soldier, so they shouldn't be able to understand their own words. As expected, Zhou Yu did not pay attention to his reminder, and faced with several impacting wasteland wolves, he did not retreat but advanced, holding the evolved steel longsword in his hands with both of his hands, and slammed a sweeping chop. Sword chi choppin'. Snort! A 2-meter-long sword chi gulped out from above the tip of the sword, turning into a fan shape and sweeping past the barren wolves that leapt up. Put! In an instant, hot blood spurted out of thin air from the wasteland wolves, and horrifying blood-colored damage numbers rose from the tops of the heads of all the wasteland wolves, and then they almost simultaneously planted themselves on the ground and died. All of them? Seconds. Su Xiaoqiang froze, frozen in place like a wooden man. If it wasn't for Su Mei kicking him, he was afraid that he was going to be clawed to death by the wasteland wolf. Even so, Su Xiaoqiang still couldn't recover from the shock. It was really too shocking. A skeleton soldier was actually able to release sword chi? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, beating him to death. He wouldn't have believed that there would be such a skeleton soldier in the middle of the abyss. Not just him, even Lin Shiryun was shocked beyond words. She had thought she was at the end of her rope, on the verge of death, summoning skeleton soldiers to fight for her last ounce of strength. But who would have thought? How long has it been? Not only did this guy cleave the barren wolves with a single sword, he was even able to kill a group of barren wolves with his sword chi in seconds. Compared to him, Lin Shiryun felt like trash. No, Sume felt like the loser. His LV-15 self, facing 4 wasteland wolves, had already dropped below half blood, but when the other skeleton soldiers came out, they directly killed a group of them in seconds. Is this something a human being could do? Yes, it's true that he's not human. It wasn't just her. With such a huge commotion, even Wu Lina and Zhuang Hutu, who were frantically fleeing in the distance, had noticed. When they saw the skeleton soldier appear, they just scoffed inwardly. A mere skeleton soldier was not even enough to stuff the teeth of the wasteland wolves. What else could it do? But when the skeleton soldier's next move was made, it completely subverted the two men's perceptions. How is that possible? Lina Wu stopped and covered her mouth and screamed. Killing 5 wasteland wolf skeleton soldiers in a second with one sword? This isn't an illusion, is it? Didn't they say she contracted a loser skeleton soldier? How can it be so powerful? Zhuang Hutu also felt unbelievable. Before he and Wu Lina felt that the other party was a liability, but now it was good. The liability was powerful? And it's still firing like seconds. Can you believe that? Impossible. It's just a broken skeleton soldier. How could it possibly withstand so many wasteland wolves? Wu Lina gritted her teeth, knowing that her and Zhuang Hutu's departure had not been kind to the entire team. So in an instant, she instinctively said, "They're dead." Dead. Yes. The only way to prove what a clear decision it was to break away from the team was if they were all dead. Yeah, they're dead. Zhuang Hutu on the other side gritted his teeth and nodded. At this moment, Zhou Yu, who had just killed a few wasteland wolves in seconds, didn't even need Lin Shiryun's maneuvering to lock onto the few wasteland wolves in front of Sume. Wouldn't it be a waste to not want such a great phrase? Therefore, he just stepped on his feet, his body charging up wildly at a speed that surpassed the crowd's perception of a skeleton soldier, and almost instantly arrived in front of the other party. The steel longsword in his hand raised and slashed out one after another. Put! The blood and damage became blinding and eye-catching on the wasteland, accompanied by a wail of a wasteland wolf that was completely cleared out in just a few seconds. Crisis! Lifted! How is this? How is this possible? Wu Lina was shocked and frozen in place by this scene. She couldn't believe that the asshole schoolgirl she despised the most was actually able to possess such a powerful summon. What do we do? When Zhuang Hutu saw that the skeleton soldiers were actually so ferocious, he immediately reacted that he had just fled because the other party couldn't solve the wasteland wolves. And now that the wasteland wolves had been solved, the danger of them going back on their own was naturally much greater than the risk of forming a group. He and Wu Lina exchanged glances and almost coincidentally rushed towards the squad Sume was in. Compared to life, face and all that doesn't matter at all. But just as they had taken 2 steps, a barren wolf happened to be startled by them in the distance. In an instant, the wasteland wolf accelerated towards the two. Seeing this scene, Wu Lina immediately screamed in fear and raised her hand to throw a fireball spell. However, he did not expect to make another mistake in his panic and ignited the wilderness on the other side. And at once 3 more wilderness wolves were startled and directly impacted towards the 2 of them. At this moment, Wu Lina and Zhuang Hutu immediately changed their faces. Captain, help me! Help me! Chapter 8, what the hell are you walking away from? Captain! Help! Help us! Zhuang Hutu similarly yelled out. One wasteland wolf had already made it difficult for them to deal with. Now that there were 4 of them coming down in one go, where were the 2 of them opponents? We were wrong. We shouldn't have broken away from the team. Captain! Don't see us die. Lina Wu ran while crying. We just want to live too. We want to live. Lin Shiryun, hurry up and get your skeleton soldiers over here to save us. I can get my dad to give you a lot of money if you can save us. Yeah, and me, I can pay you too. What should we do? Sis? Su Xiaoqiang encountered such a situation for the first time, and for a moment he did not know what to do. He was very resentful of these 2 ungrateful guys before, knowing to follow when they encountered good things, but turning their heads and running when they encountered danger. Now that they know the team can solve the crisis, they shamelessly stick it to them. But after all, the other party was his classmate, and it was the first time he encountered it. Su Xiaoqiang could only look to Sume for ideas. I'm in bad shape. Sume shook her head. If you really want to save it, it's not my turn, she said looking aside to Lin Shiryun. I still need you to make up your mind. Me? Lin Shiryun didn't expect that she, who had been treated as a jerk before, had now become the center of the entire team. What's more, She didn't realize that her decisions could actually determine the life and death of others. Seeing the two running closer and closer, Lin Shiryun turned her head to look at Joyu standing there, but she didn't wait for her to open her mouth. Joyu suddenly moved. He took steady steps in the direction of the two men, looking as if he was about to rescue the other. This scene fell in the eyes of Wu Lina and Zhuang Hutu, but immediately saw the hope of life. Thank you Lin Shiryun. You're such a good person. Great. I take back what I said about you before. Make it quick. Without waiting for the two men's words to fall, the long sword in Joyu's hand chopped out at once, and the power that erupted from the heavy chopping of the sword she actually cut through the air, directly chopping at the two men's opponent's feet. The sudden scene caused the two men to hard stop their frantic running, because one more step forward and they would be split in half. Without waiting for the two to open their mouths, Joyu simply raised his sword and pointed the tip of it at the two, his mouth opening and closing as if giving enough warning to the other party. As long as they took one more step forward, the next sword fell on their bodies. Joking aside, although Joyu had been summoned here, he was able to roughly guess what had happened before and after just from the three people's expressions. It was nothing more than that. The original members of a team, when they encountered a life crisis, abandoned the three of them, broke away from the team, and went to run away alone. Now, because their strength had exploded, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to return to the city safely, so they ran over and wanted to join the group, and as a result, they had attracted the wasteland wolves, putting themselves in danger. This kind of white-eyed wolf still expects me to save you? Go to your springtime dreams. Joyu turned back to take a look at the face of the girl surnamed Lin and knew that the other party was afraid that she hadn't sneered at her much before, right? He didn't like indecisive indentured servants, but judging by the other's demeanor, he didn't seem to have any intention of stopping himself. It's not that Lin Shiryun is cold-blooded. She clearly remembers in her mind that her grandmother said, righteousness every more butcher dog generation. Negative heart is mostly readers. It's the old adage. Except now, because of the advent of professionals, readers can switch to this. Many professionals, in order to grab treasures, resources, can fight against people of the same clan. She originally did not believe it, but seeing Wu Lina and Zhuang Hutu, she believed it. If you are ungrateful, you have to pay the price, even if it's your life. Seeing that Lin Shiryun actually didn't show the slightest indication of the approaching wasteland wolves behind her caused the two to completely break their defenses. Lin Shiryun, you're not a human being to see death. Wu Lina broke into a rage. You punk of a summoner, why didn't you save me? Just because I said a few words about you? Lin Shiryun, save us. We're your teammates too. Zhuang Hutu shot a few arrows one after another. Not only did it not stop the wasteland wolf, but on the contrary, it stimulated the ferocity of the other party even more, running faster instead. Ah, save me, Lin Shiryun. I won't be a ghost. Ouch. The wasteland wolves rushed up at once and pressed Zhuang Hutu to the ground as heartbreaking screams and biting sounds rang out one after another, deafening the entire wasteland. Lina Wu, who was on the side, saw this and fled in another direction, but just after running 2 steps, she was pounced on by the other 2 wasteland wolves at once, and shrill screams came out. Ah, Lin Shiryun, this you, my dad will give. Ho! All the sounds of screams came to an abrupt end in an instant, and above the entire wasteland, there was only the chewing sounds of the wasteland wolves, spreading continuously. Quiet. Whether it was Su Mei or Su Xiaochang within looking at this scene were all a bit silent. It wasn't that they hadn't seen people die, but the scene of watching being gnawed by the wilderness wolves like this was still a bit shocking. Zhou Yu, on the other hand, just stood there, waiting for the two to completely break their breath before he continued to rush over, waiting for the moment when the wasteland wolves raised their heads, and with one sword, a single one, he sent them straight to their deaths. Buzz. Aside from Su Mei, the rest of them actually had light rise above their heads once again, successfully completing their upgrades. Lin Shiryun, this skeleton of yours is too fierce, isn't it? Reacting. Su Xiaochang didn't want his mind to continue recalling the images from just now, but instead complimented Lin Shiryun. This is a wasteland wolf. Just now, we had to struggle to fight it together, and it can actually kill it in seconds by itself. What the hell is it from? Come on? Lin Shiryun looked at Joyu, who did not move, and shook her head a bit doubtfully. I don't know what it is from. It just feels not quite the same as a normal skeleton soldier. Alright, since everyone has gotten through this crisis, let's just leave. After what happened, Su Mei didn't dare to take them further, so she simply proposed directly. Yes, Lin Shiryun nodded, although she was mentally prepared enough, but the first time she encountered such a situation, it was still a bit difficult, and also prepared to go back first. Anyway, now that she was already LV5, this speed, it wasn't too slow. The three of them reached an agreement and prepared to take a detour out of the area. But just after taking 2 steps, the three of them realized that something was wrong, because Joyu, who was standing there, actually had no intention of moving. After all, the other party had already saved the lives of the crowd just now, and the trio's senses towards Joyu carried some awe. "Hey, let's go!" Su Xiaochang subconsciously shouted. But as soon as the words fell, Joyu inclined his head to look at the three of them, and then directly shook his head. "What's the point of walking? It's so hard to brush the monsters. Where do we go?" Joyu cursed in his mouth before remembering that he couldn't hear the other party even if he spoke, so he raised his hand and pointed to the distance, deeper into the wasteland. Then he ignored the three and walked straight towards the distance. This time, the three men were completely numb. Chapter 9 Wasteland Wolf Leader. Green Word Unleashed. Sumei's 15th level warrior, now recovering less than half blood, with injuries on her body, her battle power was greatly reduced. Su Xiaochang is no better than him and is only LV3, so even if he's complete, he doesn't have much battle power. Lin Shiyun was intact, but all of her battle strength combined was only Joyu. Therefore, even if the three of them wanted to go back, they would need Joyu's escort to do so. However, not only was Joyu not escorting them now, he was instead going to go deeper into them, which caused the hearts of the people to suddenly become apprehensive. Sumei glanced at Lin Shiyun next to her, thinking, "Isn't this your summon? How come you don't count when you say so?" But looking at the other party's blank eyes, and the skeleton soldier's humanized performance just now, made Sumei feel that counting on the other party would be of no use. "I'm afraid." Therefore, she could only open her mouth and shout to Joyu. "It's not that simple here. The wasteland wolves are packs of wild monsters, and the further inward you go, the more wild monsters you attract. There's even a LV20 wasteland chief that you can't deal with." "What? LV20 wasteland wolves?" Su Xiaochang's face changed as he listened. "Isn't that equivalent to a second-turn professional? Except for the lack of a professional's baptism of transfer, the rest is indeed pretty much the same." Sumei guessed that this skeleton soldier's battle power should be a few levels higher than his own, but it was simply impossible to resolve the LV20 wasteland wolf leader so easily. What's more, once you piss off the alpha, it's not just one, it's a pack. However, after her suggestion was uttered, not only did the other party not show the slightest sign, they didn't even pause for a moment in their movements to walk away. "Hey, you." Sumei wanted to say something, in the end she could only sigh. "Let's go. Let's follow. After I recover some, even without it, I can still bring you guys back." Su Xiaochang naturally had no objections, while Lin Shiyun, after pondering, somewhat apologetically said to Sumei, "Captain, I'm sorry, my skeleton soldier is a bit, not very obedient. There's no need to talk about it." Sumei showed a hint of a smile to Lin Shiyun. "If it wasn't for you, we might have died in the mouths of the wolves of the wasteland. If I want to thank you, it should be me who thanks you." The three of them followed Joyu not far behind him like this, and soon, as Joyu went deeper, there were constantly barren wolves appearing from above the barren plains and attacking Joyu, and almost every wilderness wolf that rushed in could not last a single round under the steel longsword in Joyu's hand. Joyu, who had done all this, not only did he not stay, he even deliberately made a louder noise to make more wasteland wolves pay attention to himself. The three people following behind them just watched as this one morose white skeleton soldier, with a single stroke of his sword, cut down a patch of wasteland wolves. This is too scary, isn't it?" Su Xiaochang whispered with some shock. "Old sister, this guy, I'm afraid he's going to exceed LV20, right? Level 20? Sumei frowned. She didn't know how many levels the other party had reached, but it was certain that even if they did reach level 20, unless they were one of those mage professions with extremely high killing power, they wouldn't be able to do it to the point of instantly securing the wasteland wolves. She had amazement in her eyes. "Lin Shiyun, how on earth did you summon this skeleton?" I just activated a summoning spell and summoned it," Lin Shiyun said. "Anyone with eyes can see the extraordinary nature of this skeleton soldier. If this can be casually summoned, I want a dozen of them." And while the three of them were talking, Joyu had already penetrated deep into the deepest part of the entire wasteland, when suddenly, below a raised mountainside in the distance, an astonishingly long whistle resounded. "Ow!" A white-furred wasteland wolf that was more than twice as large as an ordinary wasteland wolf let out a long whine from above the hillside. "Not good. That's the wasteland chief. A LV20 existence," Sumei exclaimed, subconsciously pulling the two of them to find a boulder to use as cover. Running away in front of the wolf was the most foolish decision. Joyu similarly noticed the snarling white-furred wolf and tapped the exclamation mark on the other side. "Wild wolf chief. Race, beast. Level, LV20. Life, 2100. Magic, 800. Attack, 215 to 235. Defense, 15. Words, claw rep, white. Wolf whine, white. Mercedes sprint, white. Wolf pack domination, green. Green words? Zhou grinned and looked towards this wasteland wolf leader. He had yet to encounter a wild monster with a green phrase in the abyss, but he did not expect to encounter one here. It seems that this summoning is more interesting than ever. Therefore, Zhou simply held the longsword with both hands, and his feet suddenly gave a boost. Swish! His figure actually took the initiative to charge towards the other party at an extremely fast speed. How did he get so fast all of a sudden? Su Xiaochang said with a surprised look on his face. I don't know. Lin Shiyun's clear eyes held bewilderment. Why does it feel like his acceleration is so similar to the wasteland wolves? Su Mei was equally puzzled. At the same time, Zhou Yu's sudden acceleration caused the wasteland wolf leader to create an instinctive crisis, so it did not rush to attack, but instead opened its mouth and let out another long whistle. Ow ow ow. Together, I'll kill him. Swish swish swish. One after another, a succession of wasteland wolves emerged from above the surrounding wasteland, and were then summoned by the leader and began to launch themselves towards Zhou Yu. Unlike before, this time it was no longer a gathering of 3, 5, but no less than 20 wasteland wolves gathered from all directions to impact. The three Su Mei who saw this scene immediately changed their faces. My god, how do you kill so many? No, your skeleton soldiers can't resist. We'll have to prepare for a retreat in a bit. Captain. Whatever. Lin Shiyun was a bit anxious. A good tiger can't beat a pack of wolves, let alone the fact that your summon is just a skeleton soldier. Su Mei quickly explained. You saw that the wasteland wolf leader didn't even make a move. That is, he was preparing to use the wolves to consume its state. Prepare yourself, you're a summoner. Summoned objects can be revived again within the summoning space even if they die. Lin Shiyun gritted her teeth as she looked at the besieging pack of barren wolves. She wanted to help, but realized that she was a waste of space and couldn't think of a single thing to do. Even though she knew that summons could be resummoned again even if they died, she couldn't help but feel a little worried. Next to her, Su Mei had already drawn her own long sword, ready to take the two of them away together once the time came for both sides to make short work of each other. However, just at the moment when the numerous wolves were about to complete their encirclement, the wildly running Zhou Yu suddenly stopped. Zhou Yu let out a taunt from his mouth, and then the long sword in his hand violently thrust towards the ground. Skeleton swordsman summon, activate. Buzz. The ground within a 10-meter radius instantly shook the moment Zhou Yu's longsword was inserted, and immediately after, in the midst of Su Mei's three shocked gazes, a single skeleton swordsman holding a fine steel longsword crawled out of the ground one after another. Chapter 10, Skeleton Club Tactics. What? It still summons? Su Xiaochang almost stared his own eyes out. Wasn't this the kind of work a summoner should do? How come the skeleton soldiers are so advanced now? Su Mei was similarly shaken in her heart and soul. Her pupils shook dramatically, and her majestic waves rose and fell violently without control. Where the hell did it come from? It's a skill only a skeleton mage can perform. How did it do it? I don't know. Lin Shiyun opened her mouth so wide in shock that she was practically able to stuff a cucumber into it. She knew that this skeleton soldier of hers might not be an ordinary skeleton soldier, but it never occurred to her that the other party could be so powerful as to be this powerful. Is this a warrior? Or a mage? Moreover, it was obvious that the summoned skeleton soldiers were completely different than any normal skeleton soldiers. They were taller, stronger, and moved more quickly. In just a moment's effort, nearly 30 skeleton swordsmen completely fended off the charging pack of wasteland wolves. No, say resist, more like suppress. Skeleton swordsman and skeleton soldier were completely different, holding a steel longsword. Their own level reached LV10, and they were almost on par with the wasteland wolves, coupled with the numerical advantage. Soon there were several wasteland wolves with blood crazily bubbling out of their heads, and a large amount of damage gushing out, and it wouldn't be long before they would be completely decimated. And at this moment, Zhou Yu stood amongst the skeletons like a skeleton king in control of everything, as he turned his head to look at the wasteland wolf leader who was also shaken by this scene, and then with a single step of his Mori white paw, his body accelerated once again. Swish! The sword light in Zhou Yu's hand flashed as the sword chi heavy slash was directly launched, only to see a biting sword chi explode from it all at once, extending over 2 meters, and chopping straight towards the wasteland wolf leader. The wasteland wolf's limbs fired up, its fur exploding all over its body, and its mouth let out a low growl, and in the next moment, it directly disappeared from its original spot. Boom! The sword chi swept heavily across the spot where it had previously stood, leaving a striking gully. Mercedes sprinting? Zhou Yu sneered. Do you think I won't? In the next moment, his speed suddenly rose, predicting the landing point of the wasteland wolf leader, and heavily slashed out with his sword once again. Pust! The longsword swept through the body of the wasteland wolf, bringing up a large amount of blood, and a string of bright red damage values emerged from the top of its head all at once. -278. Holy, that high of a punt? Su Xiaochang was shocked by the value that popped up. It was important to know that the next skeleton swordsman's burst of pummeling was only 100 points or so, and if you accounted for the weakening of the armor, it was going to be a big discount. But before Zhou Yu's eyes, this sword went down and actually brought up such high damage. It was simply unbelievable. Only, what he didn't know was that the reason why Zhou Yu was able to burst out with such a powerful pounce was not because his own attack was high enough, but rather it came from the wasteland wolf's phrase, sharp claw rip. After fusing this phrase, Zhou Yu realized that although he had no way to tear his opponent apart with his claws, he could attach a tearing effect to his attacks. The two stacks are perfectly suited to bring about a significant deepening of damage. This was why he was so confident that he dared to go head-to-head with the wasteland wolf. The two also possessed the same Mercedes-Benz sprint enchantment. The wasteland wolf leader could not shake off Zhou Yu, and at this rate, even if he did not need the sword chi heavy slash, he could similarly completely decapitate the other party. Thus, above the vast wilderness, this image appeared. A skeleton soldier holding a long sword chased the wasteland wolf leader around, and from time to time, there came the wasteland wolf leader's miserable screams. The three of them were already a little numb from the shock of this scene. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed to death that the skeleton soldier was able to grow to such an extent. And at this moment, the leader of the wasteland wolves, who was watching himself drop below half-blood, let out a long whistle from his mouth. Skill wolf whistle. Activated. Ow. As soon as this wolf whistle came out, Zhou Yu could only see that the eyes of the wasteland wolf chief seemed to become glowing red, and even the aura of his body was even stronger than before. Increase? Zhou Yu instantly understood that this was an increased skill similar to a berserking type of skill from his opponent. Ow. After the increase, the leader of the wasteland wolves looked towards Zhou Yu with a ferocious glint in his eyes, and with a low growl, he rushed towards him, his speed obviously a cut faster than just a moment ago. Not good. This is the wasteland wolf leader's increased skill. Wolf whistle. Sumei's face changed. It is now afraid that its level is going to reach LV23. What? 3 levels in a row? Su Xiaochang's face changed. How can this be fought? It's not persistent. This state can only exist for a short period of time. As long as it can last through this period of the opponent's outburst, it will be able to find an opportunity to counterattack. Before the words of the two of them left their mouths, they heard Lin Shiyun next to them scream. Ah! You guys see. When Sumei looked again, she realized that the first outburst of the wasteland wolf leader had actually instantly struck Zhou Yu, clawing his sword-wielding arm into several pieces. No one had expected that Zhou Yu, who had just pressed against the wasteland wolf, would suffer such a heavy blow in an instant. I'm going to help. Su Xiaoqiang subconsciously rushed out, but just as he got up, he was grabbed by Sumei. What are you trying to do? I'll go. She gritted her teeth and stood up from behind the rock, and with her long sword in hand, she ran wildly in the direction of the leader of the wilderness wolves. She naturally knew clearly that Zhou Yu could not fall. Once it fell, what awaited her was death. Sumei only had one thought in her mind at the moment. Even if she was able to delay for a few seconds so that the skeleton soldier could stand up, she would be able to turn the tables. Ow! An excited howl came out from the mouth of the wilderness wolf chief who had scored a hit. It had been hacked by Zhou Yu for half a day, and finally the moment had come for it to strike back. The sharp claws slapped Zhou Yu and planted him on the ground. Even his thighs broke into several pieces. Zhou Yu still wanted to struggle, but the wasteland wolf chief seized the opportunity and slapped him to the ground. Roar! The wasteland wolf opened its large mouth, its sharp fangs flashing with bloodthirsty desire, and was about to take a bite at Zhou Yu's head. And at this moment, Sumei in the distance happened to be approaching, her long sword raised in her hand. Let me help you. Stored front stab. Pust! The longsword instantly stabbed the head of the wasteland wolf leader, but it only exploded with less than 50 points of damage. Even the head of the wasteland wolf leader only gave a slight lurch before it continued to devour and bite towards Zhou Yu without the slightest stop. Su Xiaochang and Lin Shiyun's hearts went cold when they saw this scene. This skull. But before the words fell, he saw the mouth of Zhou Yu's skeleton, which was originally lying on the ground, open and close slightly, as if revealing a mocking smile. Immediately after that, the scattered bones around actually returned at a strange speed, directly pieced together to form an intact skeleton. Extreme splicing. The restored and intact Zhou Yu happened to be facing the softest abdomen of the wasteland wolf chief. Sword chi choppin'. Thumbs up. A terrifying sword chi chop erupted from above the steel longsword all at once, and before that wasteland wolf even had time to react, its abdomen was torn apart by the sword chi all at once. -572. Its body directly flew backwards, and then heavily smashed on top of the ground not far away. The blood bar was completely emptied. Seconds. Ding. You killed a wasteland wolf leader. Experience value plus 169. Ding. You have randomly acquired a word, Wolfpack command, green. Wolfpack domination, green absolute control over wolves in the wilderness. 30% suppression effect on wolf-like wildlife of the same class. A smile appeared on Zhou Yu's face when he heard the prompt. It wasn't in vain that he had lured the enemy in, and he had indeed randomized a green word. Getting up from the ground like nothing, Zhou Yu inclined his head and saw Su Mei standing there frozen. Giving her a look that she wanted you to save, Zhou Yu walked towards the distance, leaving Su Mei standing there in the wind. In the middle of the day, she looked at Zhou Yu's figure and actually came up with a strange thought. This skeleton, it still knows tactics? Chapter 11 Double Promotion. Blue words. Sis, he's not intentionally tricking the wasteland wolf chief into getting close, is he? Seeing his oldest sister return, Su Xiaochang was the first to voice his guess. It is. Su Mei gave a bitter laugh. We were all fooled by it. She looked at Lin Shiyun, the envy within her eyes almost impossible to hide. This skeleton soldier of yours should possess the ability to quickly splice his body together, purposely allowing himself to be heavily injured to allow the leader of the wasteland wolves to get close, and then recovering quickly to deal the other party a fatal blow. More importantly, he actually attacked the most vulnerable abdomen of the wasteland wolf. The more Su Mei thought about it, the more unbelievable it was. There was nothing wrong with looking for fatal flaws, but a skeleton soldier looking for flaws? What the hell was the difference between that and a human? How the hell did it? How the hell did it do that? Su Xiaochang reacted and followed in awe. Lin Shiyun looked at Zhou Yu, who was killing it not far away, and muttered, I really don't know. She initially just thought that the other party was just an ordinary skeleton soldier, but then she upgraded herself for no reason and she felt something was wrong. But how could she feel that something wasn't right? And she couldn't imagine that Zhou Yu could actually be terrifying to such an extent. That's a LV-20 wasteland wolf leader. Even if you stood there and let yourself be chopped, you'd have to chop for a whole day, wouldn't you? But people only use a few strokes? Lin Shiyun felt like she couldn't even read this summoned skeleton anymore. And at this moment, Zhou Yu was trying out the green phrase he had just obtained. Wolfpack unity. As long as the wilderness wolves that were close to a certain range, they could come running in a farting manner as he intended, and then stick out their necks here waiting for themselves to be slashed with a sword. This feeling of running to his door to die made him feel comfortable. Not only that, Zhou Yu was trying to boost the words he had acquired a little more. He opened the panel and realized that the words had accumulated quite a bit. Zhou Yu / skull soldier. Race, undead. Rank, LV19, 856 / 1900. Life, 1800. Magic, 900. Attack, 185 to 200. Defense, 15. Words, sword breath / green. Speed splicing, white. Skeleton swordsman summoning, green. Sharp claw rep, white. Wolf pack domination, green. Mercedes sprint, white. Wolf whistle. A buff skill Zhou Yu quite liked, but unfortunately it was only available on the chief and he didn't get it. It goes without saying that there are no new additions to Wolfpack Unity. His current thoughts could only be to upgrade both Sharp Claw Rip and Mercedes Sprint with blue words. That's right, it's the blue word. The green phrase he felt was not too difficult. Anyway, the wild monsters here could be constantly refreshed. He would like to try and see how much of an increase he could bring to himself after brushing it to the blue phrase. When the time came to return to the abyss, one could completely expand one's territory. Before, there might have been some more delays, but now with the help of the phrase Wolfpack Unity, the efficiency was greatly increased. This was one of the major reasons why Zhou Yu was certain of the upgrade. Next, Zhou Yu was on top of this wilderness, constantly roaming, allowing the wasteland wolves to come over and send them to their deaths, while the three Su Mei followed far behind, watching Zhou Yu sweep across the entire wasteland like a massacre. They actually had an illusion in their minds. That is, it's not some wilderness, it's your own backyard. The experience of that one wasteland wolf was like throwing it on the ground. Just walk over, pick it up, and you're done. In the blink of an eye nearly half a day had passed, and seeing that Zhou Yu still hadn't stopped, he was even waiting for the wild monsters to refresh. Su Xiaochang thought about it, but still couldn't help but whisper to his oldest sister. Older sister, how much longer does it plan to kill? Su Xiaochang pointed at himself. The experience has already overflowed. Nima, after hacking for so long, the warrior he followed to drink the soup had already LV10. When you reach level 10, you can theoretically go to the transfer hall to complete a turn. At the end of the transfer, there will be different levels of upgrades depending on your profession. You will also gain 2 unlockable skills for this profession. And if you don't complete the transfer, the same kills will result in an experience overflow. The effect of experience overflow is to make a big difference with equal experience. Simply put, it is extremely cost-effective. So now he was tempted to go back and just finish the first turn and come over again. What a waste! Smiling Sume similarly looked at herself. She had followed suit and risen 3 levels. She's a thigh. Come to bring people upgrades. Originally at her own level, the experience gained here is discounted. Now it's good. Not only did he not make a move, but he also followed and rubbed the 3rd level. Who the hell is the thigh? As she thought about it, she couldn't help but look at the preoccupied Lin Shiryun next to her. Shiryun, do you, know how long it's going to stay? I don't know. Lin Shiryun heard this and felt a wave of depression rising in her heart. The summoner couldn't control the summoned beasts. Where could this be justified? She had long been overflowing with experience, but she just hadn't dared to say anything. She was afraid that if she did, she wouldn't be able to control the skeleton soldier, and it would only be more embarrassing then. She would like to end the summoning, but without Zhou Yu, she wasn't sure if she could make it out of this wasteland alive. She wanted to explain to the other party, but she was afraid that if she angered Zhou Yu, the guy would just run away. That was why Lin Shiryun had been so preoccupied now, not knowing how to answer. Sume also saw that Lin Shiryun was afraid that she couldn't sway the will of this skeleton soldier, so she could only let out a light sigh. Then let's wait a little longer. Finally, after a few more moments, ding! Your words have completed fusion. Gaining, sharp claw slam, green. Ding! Your words have completed fusion. Gaining, sharp claw penetration, blue. Ding! Your words have completed fusion. And you have gained, sprint step, green. Ding! Your words have completed fusion. Gaining, blast wolf steps, blue. Hearing the prompt, Zhou Yu finally stopped his movements, a satisfied smile on his face. He had finally upgraded the 2 phrases to blue after all this effort. Sharp claw penetration, gain a more powerful attack damage deepening, with an 8% chance of getting a bludgeoning attack that deals 150% damage. Blistering wolf steps, when cast, you can greatly increase your movement speed and gain a brief penetration effect, i.e., ignoring collision volume. After reading the explanations of the 2 phrases, Zhou Yu grinned widely. Worthy of being a blue phrase, this enhancement is just great. Whether it was bludgeoning, or ignoring collision volume, it was a god's skill for him. If this was back in the abyss, one could definitely dominate. With this in mind, he simply stopped and turned his head towards Lin Shiryun's direction. Seeing that Zhou Yu had actually come over, the 3 of them stood up straight at the same time, with a bit of nervousness in their expressions. It's a nice place, so call me back when you have something similar. Zhou Yu pointed to this wasteland around him and the fallen corpses. Don't have nothing to do but find me over here, delaying me from upgrading. Be careful, I'll beat you up. He made a gesture that he was going to hit someone. Then his feet flashed with light and he actually just, straight up, disappeared? He just left? Su Xiaochang looked at the disappearing Zhou Yu and froze. So, what do we do? Lin Shiryun heard immediately 2 lines of teardrops float out uncontrollably. She was too suffocating. Wait until the end. Actually still threw himself down, grieving and angry. She didn't know where she got the courage to directly launch the summoning spell. She decided to fight back. She couldn't go on like this. She was going to ask this guy to his face what he wanted. Who was the summoner? Himself or him? Chapter 12 LV20. Heavily armored skeleton swordsman. Buzz. The summoning gate opened and Zhou Yu was summoned back once again. This time, just as he stood still, he saw Lin Shiryun walking quickly towards him. What the hell do you want? What did I do to offend you? You're just leaving? Lin Shiryun said with a sobbing voice. Are you a summoner or am I a summoner? Do you know that this is the wilderness? How can we go back safely if you leave? Are you trying to get me killed? If you want me to die, just kill me, okay? Woo! Sume and Su Xiaochang watched Lin Shiryun theorizing there in a bit of a daze. They suddenly had the illusion that they were obviously theorizing. So why did they have a vestigial feeling of a young daughter-in-law complaining with her husband? Zhou Yu was silent for a moment, and suddenly reached out and drew his own longsword, instantly scaring Lin Shiryun's face and subconsciously taking a step back. However, she realized that Zhou Yu did not make a move, but instead pointed the tip of the longsword towards himself, and then veered over to point at Sume and Su Xiaochang. Then he chopped heavily on the ground at his feet, leaving a deep sword mark, and without waiting for Lin Shiryun to react, he disappeared again. Are you kidding? He's on a tight schedule. How can he afford to escort them back? Besides, hadn't he just told them why? You don't understand, do you? As Zhou Yu disappeared once more, there was only the messy wind above the wasteland, constantly blowing by. It, actually, warned me? Lin Shiryun felt hard to accept. Ahem, you're quite the skeleton. Just, well, a bit more personalized. Su Xiaoqiang interjected. It doesn't seem to mean that. Sumei's words caused both of them to look at her at the same time. It pointed to the three of us, supposedly meaning we were able to get back on our own. Just kidding, old sister. We're just newbies. How can? I'm LV10 ah. Su Xiaochang subconsciously retorted, but halfway through, he suddenly remembered that he was already LV10. You mean, it told us that the three of us are now strong enough to get out of the wasteland quickly? Lin Shiyun also reacted at once. The three of them are now at a minimum of LV10. The battle power in just came in when it is simply a world of difference. To really go back, it seems that there really is not too much of a problem. It was only that it had always been Zhou who had made the move, and everyone had subconsciously overlooked this issue. But, then why did he slash with his sword at the end? Lin Shiyun was puzzled. That down should be a warning. Su Mei mused, meaning to tell you to leave him alone? After understanding the growth of their own strength, Lin Shiyun's trio didn't linger as they quickly left the wasteland, preparing to head to the transformation shrine as soon as possible to complete their first transformation. The one at the school was just for them to complete their first professional awakening, which didn't really count as a true transfer, and it's only after this transfer that you can make your own power boost. Together with the materials extracted from the numerous wasteland wolf corpses that Zhou had beheaded just now, he could even purchase some equipment and potions. After a thrilling hour of rushing, the three of them managed to return to the middle of Cold City, sensing that it was completely safe. Su Mei however did not rush to take the two of them to the Transmigration Shrine, but instead found a remote corner and said in a grave tone, Sure Yun, this place may be safe, but our crisis is not completely over. Sister Su, you mean, Lina Wu and Zhuang Hu too? Lin Shiyun was no cutie pie, although everyone along the way tacitly did not mention it. The matter of the two deaths did not easily dissipate. Aha! Su Mei nodded. Zhuang Hu too is alright, although he is also a student of the first middle school. His family is not considered outstanding, and there are quite a few heirs in his family. This kind of falling in the middle of nowhere happens from time to time, and it won't cause too much of a problem. But Lina Wu was different. Her father, Wu Xingchang, was the chief of the Cold City City Defense Bureau, and she also had a blood brother named Wu Xiong, who was a year older than her, and was a second-turned rare profession, an inflammation controller. For Lina Wu, her baby sister, even if she died, she would not rest in peace. He's going to look into this thoroughly, and when he does, he's sure to find out that she died right after our squad broke away from the group. You must be more careful than that. Didn't she die at the hands of the wasteland wolves? Should I be blamed for that as well? Lin Shiyun said. You don't know. Shiyun. People like them don't give you a chance to argue. Su Mei shook her head. I will ask my father to help, but I can only ensure that they don't do it on the surface. But secretly, they must be careful. Your father is? My father is the chief of the Cold City Treasury. Hearing Lin Shiyun's face did not have too much fluctuation. The first middle school is the key school in the whole Cold City. The students who can step into there either have a deep identity background, or spend enough money to plug in. Plus, her father had been a dignitary of the Cold City during his lifetime, so he was no stranger to this. Okay, I know Sister Su. We'll be careful. Lin Shiyun actually didn't know how to be careful, but the other party reminded her, so she could only agree. Well then, let's go. The three of them walked quickly in the direction of the Transmutation Shrine. In the abyssal world, Zhou felt the familiar undead energy coming from under his feet, and a feeling of comfort came over him. It's better to be home. Zhou sighed with emotion as his eyes looked around, and the skeleton mages in the distance had not even regained their senses from Zhou's appearance out of thin air. Zhou, who was already approaching LV20, naturally would not give up this opportunity to upgrade, and with a wave of his big hand, he directly inserted his fine steel longsword into the ground. Skeleton swordsman summoning. 30 skeleton swordsmen crawled out of the ground, which was the limit of the number he could summon right now, but it should be enough to slaughter the skeleton mages. With a wave of Zhou's big hand, the 30 skeleton swordsmen took big strides towards the other side and impacted. Seeing this, the skeleton mages in the distance similarly waved their staffs and began to summon large swaths of skeleton soldiers to meet the battle. Large swaths of skeletal soldiers rose up, and Zhou had seen what a sea of skeletons meant. Only, in the absence of sufficient strength, this kind of human warfare is indeed overwhelming. But now, unbeatable. With Zhou's command, the 30 skeleton swordsmen were like an iron wall moving horizontally, and wherever they passed, any more skeleton soldiers were mercilessly crushed. Zhou leisurely followed behind, looking at the skeleton mage who kept throwing out blasts of underworld fire and whispering softly to himself. The fray Stygian blast can only algorithmize a master's pummel. It's just a shame that it doesn't do enough damage. He had tried this phrase before, and the damage it could give was very limited, unless he was able to fuse enough more phrases to rise to a higher intensity. You didn't find the green words difficult. It was the blue words that were difficult. He swept his gaze over the unseen territory of the skeleton mages. If he swept this all across, he should be able to get there, right? Under the skeleton swordsman's almost brutal onslaught, there were so many hints in Yu's mind that he actively blocked them out. Only give yourself hints at critical moments. However, he didn't expect that before long. Without waiting for the prompt for the word upgrade, Yu ushered in the prompt for his own upgrade. Ding! Congratulations! You've reached LV20 and advanced to obtain Heavy Duty Skeleton Swordsman. Chapter 13, Goodbye Blue Word. Styrofoam Blast. Before Yu had time to react, he only felt an inexplicable light blossom from within his body, and in the next moment, his original body actually began to evolve under the baptism of this light. First, the bones began to grow and strengthen, and the already 1 meter 8 height. Under this power boost, it even jumped up to 2 meters out. The thickness of the bones had more than doubled from before, and the texture was tougher, knocking with the sound of gold and iron. Yu suspects that if he can now return to his previous life, this kind of power and explosion, go to the NBA absolutely able to rush into the All-Star. But the change was more than that. This time, Yu was no longer in the state of a bare skeleton, but a set of heavy armor that wrapped around the whole body like fine steel emerged one after another, enveloping the whole body. Thick fine iron with hideous spikes on the shoulders, elbows, and knees, and a western-like helmet enveloping the head, with shields blocking the face. The originally sharp and tough steel longsword was lengthened again, wider on both sides, and looked even heavier. Not only that, a heavy shield half a man tall emerged, and on the front was a hideous skull with a pattern, with crashing horns poking out of its eyes and mouth, leaving no doubt as to how miserable it would be to be toppled. By now, a complete set of heavy armor armed Yu to the teeth, and the heaviness of this armor alone was enough to make an unusual professional smack his lips. Even Yu felt the weight of it, and it was a good thing that he only needed to move his thoughts to be able to include the armor in his system space and assemble it at will when needed. From a distance, the Yu at this moment no longer had the slightest state of a skeleton soldier, but instead was filled with a cold and iron blood temperament. After moving his arms and legs, Yu experienced a moment and put the armor away then, because it's a bit heavy. Wearing it for a long time is a drain on the man himself. For this kind of fragile skeleton mage, Yu had no intention of trying it out and instead waited quietly for the skeleton swordsman to clear the territory. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, he finally received a beep again. Ding! Your words have fused. Gaining, Underworld Fire Blast, green. Ding! Your words have fused and you gain, Stygian Explosive Blast, blue. Styrofoam Explosion, summons 3 powerful styrofoam fireballs to attack the target with an explosion effect. The styrofoam has a burning effect on the soul, and has a 15% probability of triggering a stun, lasting for 1 second. Not bad. Finally possessing a means of long-range attack. When Yu heard the prompt, he finally let out a long breath and revealed a smile. All the words on his body were previously biased towards melee combat mostly, but if he encountered a means of long-range attack, he was not sure of himself, but now it was good. With this blue Stygian Explosion Blast, the lack of long-range means could be made up for, but before he could regain his senses from the joy of the fusion, a sudden fluctuation from the distance caught his attention. Yu's eyes stared as he sensed that some of the 30 skeleton swordsmen he had summoned had actually been destroyed. A skeleton swordsman capable of destroying himself? Who can do that in this skeleton mage's territory? With curiosity, Yu quickly walked towards the direction where the skeleton swordsman was advancing, and soon, he saw that under the cluster of many skeleton mages, the figure of a skeleton mage that was clearly more powerful than the other skeleton mages emerged. The wand in the opponent's hand was no longer an ordinary wooden wand, but was the color of ebony, with an ethereal green jewel emerging from it, and the other was taller, with even a rudimentary headdress on top of his head, and behind his back, his vestments were no longer tattered, but a floor-dragging black cloak, with even scarlet streaks emerging from the edges. At the moment, the other party was not only waving his staff to summon more skeleton soldiers, but he was even able to erupt a fireball burning with underworld fire to hit the skeleton swordsman. It was also this fireball that caused the skeleton swordsman to suffer heavy damage and even perish. So it's the alpha monster? With the experience of the wasteland wolves, Yu instantly understood that the other party should be the leader born from amongst the skeleton mages. Tap on the exclamation point above the header, and instantly the message comes up. Skeleton Mage Leader. Race, Undead. Level, LV20. Life, 1200. Magic, 1500. Attack, 150 to 175. Defense, 10. Words, Skeleton Summoning, white. Splice, gray. Stygian Fireblast, green. Skeleton Mage Unity, green. Seeing the opponent's words, Yu suddenly laughed. No wonder the opponent was able to evolve into an alpha. It seemed to be the damage from the underworld fire blast. If the underworld fire blast was this powerful, wouldn't his own underworld flame blast be even stronger? With this in mind, Joyu simply waved his hand, and instantly all the skeleton swordsmen all stopped, retreating in unison to make way, and Joyu just walked over, intending to fight this guy with a Stygian explosion blast. Roar! When the skeleton mage leader saw Joyu, he was also slightly stunned, and then he let out a roaring sound that caused Joyu to be a bit surprised. The reason why he was surprised was because he understood the meaning of the other party's roar, and even more surprised was that the other party's spiritual intelligence was even higher than he had imagined. Foolish skeleton swordsman, if you try to overthrow my territory, prepare to be buried here. Overwhelm me? Joyu looked at it provocatively. That depends on whether you have the ability or not. Ha ha ha, since you're so stupid, I'll let you taste the pain of your soul burning. The skeleton mage leader raised his staff and directly a Stygian fire blast blasted towards Joyu. But before its fireball could fall, Joyu smiled faintly and raised his hand to point. Styrofoam blast is activated. A human head fireball that was 3 times bigger than the opponent's fireball just appeared out of thin air above Joyu's head, and in the next moment, it was like a meteor shooting towards the other party at great speed. How is that possible? The same time that fireball appeared, the originally arrogant skeleton mage was completely terrified. It didn't understand how the other party, who was clearly just a melee skeleton swordsman, was able to summon such a large fireball, and even the flames burning in it gave the skeleton mage the feeling that he was going to be burned into nothingness. Boom! A loud noise fell. A large number of skeleton soldiers fell like cutting wheat, and the skeleton mage leader hidden in the depths of the skeleton soldiers. If not blocked by these skeleton soldiers, I'm afraid that under that fireball completely fell. But no sooner had it raised its head than it saw the second and third fireballs cut through the mid-air and come one after the other. No! I submit. I will submit. It instinctively prostrated itself on the ground and used all its strength to transmit a mental fluctuation. And it was at the moment when this fluctuation rang out that the 2 flying fireballs in mid-air suddenly deflected and landed in the valley in the distance. Boom! Boom! Shocking explosions resounded, enduring in the valley. And at this moment, Joyu was already standing in front of the prostrate skeleton mage leader, looking at it condescendingly. Hand over the soul flame. Soul flame, a soul flame unique to the undead clan, is equivalent to a point in the soul's power, and once it is surrendered to be controlled by another person, it is equivalent to completing the allegiance, and no betrayal shall be allowed, even if it is death. Of course, some powerful undead could not rule out the possibility of being able to break their soulfire imprint. However, this problem did not exist in Joyu's case, as he was able to completely disintegrate the opponent's entire soul with just a thought through the soul imprints recorded by the system. It's as if the allegiance is a computer, and the system is a virus that has recorded the source code of the other side, and can be passed through the virus to completely kill it, if allowed. Now, it was up to the skeleton mage leader to choose. Chapter 14, Ghoul Lords, Tundra Graveyard. Shortly after Joyu transmitted his mental fluctuations, the skeletal mage leader raised his head, and a faint ghostly green flame separated from his eyes, drifting towards Joyu. Joyu opened his mouth and swallowed it into his mouth, and the system marked it completely by default, and soon, a feeling of completely controlling the life and death of the other party arose, and an inexplicable light flickered in the eyes of that skeleton mage chief, who seemed to feel a sense of submission towards Joyu from the bottom of his heart. Get up! Joyu raised his hand, signaling the other party to stand up. Tell me, what do you know about this abyss? What do you know? Master, please follow me. The skeleton mage leader bowed to Joyu, and with that, the skeleton soldiers next to him scattered to the sides, and it was only then that Joyu saw that in the middle of the valley, at the end of the ground paved with countless white skeletons, a throne made entirely from the piles of white skeletons emerged. You're a guy who enjoys himself. After glancing at the skeleton mage leader, Joyu walked directly to the heel of the throne and turned back to sit down. Do you have a name? Please, my lord, give me a name. Seeing as you have the look of a noble lord, from now on you will be called Avanti. Joyu stroked his chin and came to a conclusion. Avanti, thank you my lord for the name. Okay, tell me, how much do you know? Avanti lifted his head at the sound of his voice, the soul fire pulsing up in his skeletal eyes. This abyss doesn't know how many years it has existed, and it is said that, in the deepest part of the endless abyss, there are 7 deities controlling the entire world, and they are all scheming, wanting to break out of the abyss and conquer a whole new world. Is that the same world I was summoned to? Joyu rubbed his chin to reveal his thoughts. Ha! Nothing. You continue. The other servants don't know clearly. They only know that the place we are in is a place called the Necrotic Valley. in which the undead that converge therein are dominated by skeleton mages and skeleton soldiers. What about beyond the valley? Haven't you been there? Back to my lord. I've been to. A look of fear pulsed through Avanti's soulfire. That time, I almost died out there and couldn't come back. Oh, Joyu immediately became interested when he heard it. What's out there? What's there? Outside is a place called the Tundra Graveyard. And inside, a multitude of ghouls have gathered. Ghouls? Joyu raised an eyebrow. They're strong? A figure crawling on the ground came to his mind, yellow teeth constantly gnawing at the corpse in the tundra. A single ghoul, with only LV 10-15 strength, isn't much use under the old servant's sea of skeletons, said that Avanti Soulfire jumping up. But there is a ghoul lord among them that has reached LV 30, its defense and magic resistance. Even when I see it, I feel desperate. It was then that he spotted me, and the ghoul army came pouring out and nearly tore me apart. If I hadn't tricked it with many skeleton mages, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to return. That strong? The soulfire in Joyu's eyes danced, revealing a look of interest. I'm afraid this would be quite rewarding if I could kill it. No, my lord, your thoughts are too dangerous. Avanti's soulfire flickered in fear when he heard this. It is the invincible being, at least to you, master, as I understand it. Avanti's mind wasn't entirely sharp, and there were no euphemisms for what he said. All he could see was that the skeleton swordsman summoned by Joyu could not compare to the ghouls in terms of numbers. There was also the summoned Stygian explosion blast, which had a strong killing power, but the ghoul lords were just known for their strong physical bodies, and even though it caused damage, it couldn't kill them. As long as the other party was able to devour enough corpses, they could still be restored as before, unless it was possible to exterminate the other party in one go. But in his opinion, that was simply impossible. Ghoul lords, an invincible existence. Like this? Joyu supported his throne and stood up. All the more reason for me to go and take a look then. Lead the way. Avanti. No, master. You do. You're going to defy my will? Joyu's soul fire pulsed fiercely, instantly giving Avanti the illusion that he was going to die. No, don't dare. Master, I'll lead the way. It also didn't expect that the first thing it did after its allegiance was to go to its death, bringing a large swathe of skeleton mages to follow. Joyu stepped out of the undead valley for the first time. This journey wasn't long, and while walking, Joyu also struck out at the skeleton mage beside him from time to time. He wasn't weakening himself, but he wanted to continue to loot a little word from the skeleton mage, especially that promoted skeleton swordsman summoning phrase. If it could be promoted again, it would definitely be more powerful. However, Joyu had discovered a problem. Since his level had risen, not every skeleton mage he exterminated was able to loot 100% of the words. Moreover, the greater the level gap, the probability of this looting failing, the greater. This was something that Joyu had already discovered as early as the wasteland wolves. The result of coming back and trying it through the skeleton mage reinforced his thoughts. To be sure, trying to keep accumulating word promotions simply by killing low-level wild monsters is not as easy as one might think, but Joyu didn't want to give up. Anyway, there were plenty of skeleton mages here, so it was a good idea to get one, just in case he got promoted one day. Just thinking, Joyu followed Avanti has stepped out of the undead valley, and the undead valley's broken and decayed different. Into the eyes of the first is a wide open plain. The far end can be seen vaguely surrounded by black forest towering. On top of this vast plain, the bitter cold wind blew. The land under his feet was dark and cold, and a mutilated limb was buried in the soil in bits and pieces. With just a glance, Joyu knew that underneath this tundra, he feared that there were countless corpses buried, and not far away, a large number of low tombstones loomed. Some already ask you, inscribed with words they couldn't read and a claw mark left by a claw. Gah! The funeral cries of the telltale birds in the sky resounded from time to time, and together with the always gloomy sky and the drifting frosty mist, it was enough to prove the eeriness and horror of this place. Avanti raised his hand and pointed in a direction, meaning that there was the ghoul lord's lair. Seeing this, Joyu reached out and drew the long sword he had slung around his waist and thrust it toward the ground. Skeleton swordsman summon, activate. Click, click, click. Beneath the tundra, a skeletal swordsman equipped with a long sword crawls up. They lined up in a row, striding forward towards the tundra graveyard according to Joyu's will. Soon, the fog suddenly thick, low hissing and roaring from the fog. When this sound is getting closer and closer, the next moment, a reptilian creatures like skinned humans will be rushed out from the fog. Hiss! A hoarse growl escaped from their mouths, and their slender, narrow forelimbs landed on the ground, their ghastly white bony knuckles degrading into sharp claw-like presences as they moved quickly forward across the ground on their hands and feet. Seeing this scene, without waiting for Joyu's command, the avatar next to him directly raised his staff and let out a low growl. Chapter 15, Crossfire. Avanti stunned. In an instant, a skeleton soldier was summoned one after another, and at the same time, the skeleton mages that were brought in began to summon them as well. Click, click, click. More skeleton soldiers appeared, like an ocean, slowly raging towards the front. No less than hundreds of ghouls quickly and thoroughly connected with this sea of skeletons. Ow! Hiss! With just the first contact, one is able to clearly notice the huge gap between the two. On one side are skeleton soldiers below LV5. On the other side are LV10 LV15 ghouls. Almost immediately, Zhou saw the ghoul's raised arm tear apart the skeleton soldier in front of him. And before the skeleton soldier could struggle to put together his own body, his skull was extinguished by the other party's foot. It was only a few seconds of work, and a single ghoul was enough to completely exterminate the 4 or 5 skeleton soldiers in front of them. But the summoning of a skeleton mage is inherently about a sea of people. Often, before the ghouls could advance a few steps, more skeleton soldiers surrounded them. At the back, the staffs in the hands of the many skeleton mages were even outputting one after another, and the magic damage from the underworld fire blasts was wearing down the ghouls' blood little by little in sufficient numbers. Originally, it was going to be a long tug-of-war between the skeleton mage and the ghouls if they followed this pace, but the addition of the skeleton swordsman was enough to change that. Pust! A sharp steel longsword suddenly pierced through the throat of a ghoul, and while it was struggling, several skeleton swordsmen beside it expressionlessly pierced through its body again. A few exaggerated damage numbers later, the first ghoul fell, and that is just the beginning. As more and more skeleton swordsmen joined in, the bursts of damage could not be resisted even by the ghouls. Soon enough the ghoul casualties began to keep coming. Zhou nodded slightly, using ordinary skeleton soldiers as cover to absorb the damage from the ghouls before allowing the skeleton swordsmen to replenish their output was simply surprisingly efficient. This tactic, he could totally leave it for later. After all, although he could directly summon skeleton swordsmen now, he could equally summon skeleton soldiers. It is like a martial arts master who has practiced a kung fu to the state of realization, but he also masters it at the same introductory level. Seeing Zhou manipulating the skeleton swordsman with the skeleton mage and starting to continuously hit the ghouls hard, Avanti's eyes did not relax a bit, but instead started to tense up, because he knew that it wouldn't be long before that ghoul lord would be alarmed, and then, it would be truly treacherous. Just as it thought, just as the ghouls appeared to be declining, an astonishing hissing roar resounded from within the thick fog. Ow! Zhou subconsciously raised his head to look, only to see a huge black shadow rapidly enlarging in the thick fog, followed by a large blood-drenched hand suddenly poking out from the fog, grabbing a skeleton swordsman who was ready to output, and then violently lifting it up in a single motion, stiffly carrying the skeleton swordsman upside down in mid-air. Up to this point, the figure of this ghoul lord was also completely revealed. A massive height of nearly 3 meters, a body as strong as a licker's, a thick arm with veins and carrion intertwined. Above a ragged head were hideous fangs that took up half of the face, and with a single lift of its hand, it shoved the struggling skeletal swordsman's head into its own mouth, which then snapped shut. Click! The hardest skull of the skeleton swordsman was just bitten hard. The skeleton swordsman on the side instinctively slashed out with his sword, but it was only just penetrated less than half an inch into the opponent's thigh before it was blocked. And above the ghoul lord's head, a comical damage value popped up. -10. The skeleton swordsman who was able to heavily damage the ghouls was actually only able to deal 10 points of damage to his opponent? Zhou directly tapped the exclamation mark of information above his opponent's head from a distance. Ghoul lords. Race, undead. Level, LV30. Life, 4200. Magic, 1100. Attack, 330 to 355. Defense, 28 / magic resistance 5%. Words, corpse eater, white. Toughness, white. Mega strength, green. Evil zealot, blue. Blue words? Zhou was completely excited when he saw this. He knew that this lord must have something unique about himself if he could make Avanti too scared to come out of the valley. But he never expected that the other party would be so ingenious as to even have blue words, corpse eating, toughness, and even giant strength he had seen from other ghouls. Even that green word giant strength was boosted from ghouls' brute strength. Only this evil frenzy is not seen in other ghouls. Kill me. Almost without the slightest hesitation, Zhou directly gave the skeleton swordsman the command to fight to the death. At that instant, all the skeleton swordsmen abandoned their targets and launched their attacks towards the ghoul lord with all their might. Ordinary skeletons or skeleton mages, the damage they can give is very limited, and they also have to stop the other ghouls. Zhou does not count on it. He only needs the other party to be able to grind down some of the ghoul lord's blood. The rest, naturally, he has to do it himself. Soon, the Avanti next to him looked at the skeletal swordsman who was about to be consumed, and passed his spirit wave aside in horror. My lord, with our power, we can't decimate it. Quick, run away. Snap. Joyu slapped Avanti's head and dropped it to the ground, rolling several times. What are you running for? You goon. Hurry up and attack me. Attack. Understand? Feeling Joyu's anger, Avanti hurriedly jogged a few steps, picking up the head that rolled to the ground and putting it together. This time, he didn't dare to say any more nonsense, and directly raised the staff in his hand, and a Stygian fire blast blasted over. Boom! Two fist-sized ghostly green fireballs cut through the void and heavily smashed above the ghoul lord's head, bursting into flames and making its body tremble slightly, seemingly producing stagnation. -183. The damage values that floated up above his head were like torches, instantly igniting all of the ghoul's rage. Ow! It snapped its head around to look at the avatar, its mind instantly recalling that the other was the reptile that had stormed into its territory. Bang! The ghoul brutally knocked away the skeleton swordsman who was besieging in front of him, and while bracing his hands on the ground, he was already charging towards Avanti. I let you escape last time. This time, I won't let you leave so easily. Ow! The speed of the ghoul lord that ran wildly was comparable to that of a speeding car, and wherever it passed, anything in its way was destroyed. Seeing the ghoul lord running wildly towards him, Avanti was completely stunned. Ho! Ho! Its teeth were constantly chattering, and it didn't even have the intention of escaping at all, because he knew that he couldn't escape at all. All you can do is watch yourself get smashed by the ghoul lords. Boom boom boom. The ground of the graveyard trembled from the ghoul lord's frenzied run, but just as it was less than 5 meters away from the Avanti, Joyu, made up of Mori white bones, moved. He just took a big step towards the other party, and at the same time, the armor that was hidden within the system space disappeared. Chapter 16 Kill Lords in Seconds. Evil Frenzy, Blue. Click, click, click. With every step Joyu took, he was able to feel a piece of armor parts floating out of thin air on his body. The metallic sound of that collision was like a kind of high-tech battle armor attached to the body. He also didn't think that the Iron Man suit, which he had held in high esteem in his previous life, would have a chance to happen to him. Only the difference is that his combination, it seems, is faster. After only 3 steps, all the heavy armor had completely fallen on Joyu's body. At the same time, Joyu instinctively stretched out a hand and held the handle of the shield. Then his feet suddenly accelerated. Knock! Knock! The tundra that was comparable to rock-hard soil left a deep footprint with every step, and the power in Joyu's body exploded crazily at this moment. Mercedes-Benz Sprint, activate! His speed skyrocketed in an instant, and his armor, which resembled a heavy tank, collided with the ghoul lord with a bang amidst Avanti's horrified gaze. Pust! Bang! Muffled sounds exploded as Joyu's body violently stuttered in the midst of the collision, the powerful recoil causing his entire body to skid back nearly 2 meters on the ground. But he didn't fall into any disadvantage. On the contrary, the hideous crashing horns on the front of the 3 shields tore through the ghoul lord's defenses almost at the moment of collision, and proceeded to pierce in. At that exact moment, the strike probability from the sharp claw penetration, blue, phrase actually triggered. -1266. A string of terrifying blood-colored numbers floated up from the ghoul lord, directly knocking it down to half-blood. Ow! An agonized growl escaped the ghoul lord's lips, and vibrations filled the inside of his bloodshot eyes. It didn't understand that this reptile, which looked shorter than itself, could actually inflict such terrible damage on itself. How is that possible? The avatar's soul fire fluctuated violently, and the jawbone managed to fall off under the shock just now, but it did not have the slightest heart to pick it up, instead staring at Joyu with a deadly stare amongst the skeleton's eye sockets. My lord, actually, this strong? He had dominated the undead valley for an unknown number of years, and he had killed an unknown number of skeleton soldiers, but he had never seen that a skeleton soldier was still able to take this form. After resisting the ghoul lord's onslaught, Joyu did not retreat, but instead drew out the broad greatsword on his back with one hand, and in the next moment, directly raised it. Sword breath heavy slash is activated. Thumbs up. The fierce sword chi erupted in once again. A series of blood-colored numbers were baked out on top of his head. -875. Even though it didn't trigger a blast, the attack was just as solid. With these 2 moves, only 1/3 of the ghoul lord's blood was left. Bang! The ghoul lord did not bother to counterattack, but instead slammed his hands hard on top of the shield. Then his body forcibly disengaged itself from the top of the shield's crashing horns, and then kicked at Joyu, causing his body to retreat 3 steps in a crooked manner. And while that was happening, the ghoul lord raised his hands up and a heartbreaking roar escaped his lips. Ow! Only the moment the roar rose, the breath on its body actually began to rise at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bloody muscles swelled up, fangs and sharp claws lengthened even more. Evil fanaticism? Joyu gave a slight lurch, and a flash of surprise actually surged in his eyes, because this evil frenzy was actually more than just a single skill, but a ranged one, because the ghouls around the ghoul lord seemed to be affected by it, and the power in their bodies actually began to skyrocket. A rough estimate is that the lift is nearly as much as 30%. The ghoul lords themselves, on the other hand, had a boost of almost 50%. Ow! The ghoul lord with blood-red eyes screamed furiously. Foul-smelling mucus flowed out from its mouth, and in the next moment, its limbs exploded at once, and its huge body rushed wildly towards Zhou. Ha! Seeing the scene of Zhou, his face did not have the slightest fluctuation. This kind of wildly running impact, in general, even if only just rushing, one cannot withstand. But, knock knock, like a mad bull, the ghoul lord rushed to Zhou within seconds. It opened its arms, its sharp claws like scythes, closing quickly in a roar, ready to tear Zhou into pieces. However, right at this moment, Zhou, who had long since built up enough strength, suddenly exploded. He did not slash or block, but just charged violently towards the ghoul lord. Blast Wolf Steps is activated. Swish! Zhou's body, in an instant, actually turned into a state as unreal, even if it was only for a split second, but it allowed him to successfully rush past the ghoul lord. Before the ghoul lord who lost his target could react, he was hit by his own huge inertia and lost his center of gravity, falling heavily to the ground and even rolling out a long gully on top of the frozen soil one after another. When it climbed up in a daze to look back, it saw Zhou just raising his longsword. Styrofoam blast. 3 ghostly green fireballs that were even more massive than a human head surfaced one after another in the void, and the next moment, without waiting for the other party to react, they successively smashed down. Boom, boom, boom. -1109, -1145, -1672. 3 strings of terrifying numbers rose from the top of the ghoul lord's head at the same time that its blood bar was instantly cleared. Seconds. Ding. You have successfully killed a ghoul lord. Experience value plus 419. Ding. You have randomly acquired the word Evil Frenzy, blue. Evil Frenzy. Increase your own attack by 50% and attack speed by 30% for a short period of time. And caged targets within the area get a 30% bonus to attack power and a 15% bonus to attack speed. I sure am full of oomph. When Zhou heard the prompt, his heart was simply overjoyed. It was really what he wanted, directly allowing him to harvest the most desired blue words. Without taking it, Zhou realized that among the Evil Frenzy, not only did it boost the attack power, it actually boosted the attack speed, which was simply a divine skill for him. Skeleton soldiers aside, even his current heavily armored skeleton swordsman was still essentially a warrior-type profession. The most important feature of the warrior class is the high attack power and relatively thick blood, but the most shortboard place is the attack speed is not enough, and with the support of this blue phrase, at critical moments, it was entirely possible to have one's various abilities drastically increased in a split second. With a 30% attack speed, it was as if Zhou, who had completed 2 strikes in a second, could complete 3 strikes in an instant. With his current attack power bonus, it was likely to be a second kill situation. This kind of elevation can literally reverse life and death. What's more, this phrase, it was still a group effect, and although he hadn't tried it, Zhou had a feeling that it wouldn't be too much of a problem to envelop 30 skeleton swordsmen. Boom! The spiked ghoul lord's massive body slammed heavily on top of the tundra, still burning with the charred smell from the plutonium. In the distance, the groups of ghouls that were attacking all stopped their movements in unison, as if they hadn't regained their senses from this vibration. This. As for the Avanti in the distance, who had just gotten his jaws set in place, he got his jaws dropped to the ground once again by the scene, and even chipped off 2 teeth. There was only one thought left in its head right now: killing the ghoul lord in seconds? How could such a being be in the skeleton soldiers? Zhou naturally did not have the effort to explain to it, and in fact, he did not have the time to do so, because, other than the ghoul lord's blue phrase, the other phrases could only be plundered from other ghouls. Therefore, with a wave of his hand, Zhou spat out one word: kill. Chapter 17, Double Silver. Triple green words. Ding. You killed a ghoul. Experience value plus 25. Ding. You have randomly acquired the word, brute force, white. Ding. You killed a ghoul. Experience value plus 12. Ding. You have randomly acquired the word, toughness, white. Ding. You've killed a ghoul. Experience value plus 7. Ding. You have randomly acquired the word, corpse eater, white. As the ghouls continued to fall, Zhou's mind harvested experience value and word looting tips one after another. He suddenly realized that as long as the ghouls killed by the undead under his control still allowed him to gain words, it was just that the experience value was relatively much less. Experience value wasn't a major thing for him. After all, a little goes a long way. But the success of the word loot gave Zhou Yu even more ideas for upgrading. By virtue of slashing down with his own sword, the speed of looting words was naturally greatly reduced. If he wanted to stand firmly within the abyssal world, he definitely couldn't rely on himself alone. He had to have a group of subordinates. Originally, Zhou Yu's biggest worry was the problem of words being unavailable. But now, with the system's support, these are not a problem. This instantly put him in a good mood, and his eyes began to mask the corpses of the already dead ghoul lords. That? Zhou Yu suddenly realized that something seemed to be flickering within the ghoul lord's corpse. Exploding equipment? Zhou Yu had originally thought that only in the world of the summoned would all sorts of materials and equipment be popped out. But to his surprise, it actually worked here as well. He subconsciously picked it up, and another prompt came at once. Ding! You have picked up the weapon, ghoul gloves, silver. Remarks, the quality of equipment is divided into bronze, silver, gold, diamond, starburst, epic, legend, myth. Ding! You have picked up the weapon, ghoul battle axe, silver. Zhou Yu did not expect that two pieces of equipment could be popped out here at once. He subconsciously took it out, in which this glove looked morose and white, with bony bone spikes at the end, which appeared to be quite scary. And looking closely, there was also a rune on the back of its hand that represented the word collar. The other ghoul battle axe was similar, and both were more hideous in character. Zhou Yu waved it twice, feeling that it was not as good as the heavy sword he had after his promotion, so he simply put it away and put it in the system space. Maybe when he meets a suitable subordinate, he will just bestow it on the other party. To be honest, the ghoul lord actually only exploded so two pieces of equipment, not as good as his own. Zhou Yu was still a little disappointed. After spending a little more than half a day's effort, Zhou Yu managed to sweep away all the ghouls. Although the corpses under the tundra would still be transformed into new ghouls under the abyssal scent, but it would take quite a while to wait for them. Zhou Yu did not intend to wait here all the time, and instead, he left behind a little bit of skeleton mage to occupy this place, and then returned to the Valley of the Undead with his Avanti. Summarize what you've learned. Ding! Word fusion complete. Gain, mega power, green. Ding! Word fusion complete. Obtain, intermediate toughness, green. Ding! Word fusion complete. Gain, intermediate level corpse eater, green. The first giant power was well explained. Having evolved from brute force, and the ghoul lord's own terrifying strength was enough to explain everything. Zhou Yu felt it, and his own strength, at least with the increase in this phrase, had skyrocketed by more than double. If he encountered another wild monster of the ghoul lord's type, he was confident that he would be able to send the opponent flying in the middle of his first charge, instead of retreating. The benefit of intermediate toughness was that between Zhou Yu's originally morose white bones, some muscle-like fascia was actually born, which greatly enhanced the toughness of the bones, and withstood the impact of the ghoul lords without the slightest risk of disintegration. Intermediate corpse eater, which is an upgraded version of corpse eater. The speed and ability to restore life value from devouring equivalent corpses has been increased considerably. The blue words of evil frenzy aside, the three green words alone were already a considerable gain. Zhou Yu was satisfied and planned to take a break for the time being, but he didn't expect that he hadn't rested for long when a summoning formation actually resurfaced above his head. What kind of is this dead girl up to again? Zhou Yu looked at the summoning light that enveloped him and said so. Sure Yun, did you finish your transfer? Sumei had been guarding the outside, and when she saw Lin Shuryun appear, she took the initiative. Thanks Sister Su, I'm already a turn. Lin Shuryun, this was the first time she felt happy since she completed her transfer. Having successfully stepped into the first turn, she had now managed to open two summoners' exclusive skills, and even her attributes had been drastically increased. Even though she hadn't added any new summoning slots, the leap from rookie to veteran can be accomplished. Great! Now your summoner won't just be for show, but a summoner with exclusive skills. Sumei blessed from the bottom of her heart. Thank you Sister Su. Lin Shuryun nodded her head as well. What's next? Sumei suddenly asked. Well, Lin Shuryun thought for a moment. I'm going to go back to see my sister first, then I'll get ready to brush up on the monsters and continue upgrading. Well, it's in the right direction, but have you chosen the location for the upgrade? Locations? There are only a few places outside of Cold City that can be suitable for a first-turn professional, right? Lin Shuryun looked at Sumei suspiciously, feeling that the other party seemed to have something in her words. Phew! Sumei exhaled. Since we once shared the same life and death, I won't treat you as an outsider. Shuryun, that summon you possess is very powerful, and the regular upgrade route is no longer suitable for you, if you're ambitious enough to try it. Copy. A copy? Lin Shuryun's face changed. You mean, that kind of copy that possesses extremely high danger? Right. Sumei nodded. If you didn't have that skeleton soldier before, I'm afraid I wouldn't have advised you to do so. After all, even if it's an ordinary level copy, entering it still has a considerable amount of danger. If it's light, you'll be injured. If it's heavy, you'll fall. But now, the one you have, I'm afraid a normal level copy. I can provide you with the cost of a ticket to enter the copy if you wish. The conditions just need to bring us in with a group. There's no harm in teaming up. And for players with high output, you can even get experience bonuses and upgrade faster. Long before Lin Shiryun completed her transfer, such a plan surfaced in Sumei's mind. She said so. On the one hand, it was true that Lin Shiryun had the qualifications to brush copies. On the other hand, she also had her own selfishness. That is, to hold on to Lin Shiryun's thighs. To be exact, to hold on to Joyu. Her own talent was not outstanding. If she was able to follow Joyu, she might be able to impact the second turn on her own, and at that time, she would be able to be on par with those high-ranking children of Cold City as well. Her father, too, could have gotten her more resources. So when Lin Shiryun came out, Sumei opened the door and told the other party all of her intentions. Like this? Lin Shiryun had actually studied about replicas in school and knew that what Sumei said was true. She pondered for a moment and suddenly said, I don't have an opinion, but Sister Su, you know that guy is very eccentric. I don't know if it will agree. Why don't I summon him out and ask? Chapter 18, Scrubbing Copies. Storm rises again. When Joyu reappeared, he realized that he had not appeared in any place where wild monsters had gathered. Instead, there was a towering Western-style building in front of him, similar to a church. Summoning me to a place like this? Joyu looked up and down at his surroundings, saw Lin Shiryun who was looking at himself apprehensively, and immediately became furious, raised his arm, and directly gave the other party a popping chestnut on the head. Ah! Lin Shiryun let out a cry of pain and covered her head with both hands as 2 lines of tears flowed out uncontrollably. Why are you hitting me? There was a sob in her voice. Such a useless summoner. She was afraid that she was the first one ever. Didn't I tell you to leave me alone if there's no going on? Joyu subconsciously cursed before remembering that he couldn't speak. He turned his head and pointed at the building, then at Lin Shiryun, and after giving a warning, he was about to leave. Seeing that the teleportation rune was about to surface, Lin Shiryun did not care about her aggravation and grabbed Joyu's arm. No, don't go. What are you going to do? Joyu looked at her and almost made a move. Sister Su told me that at this stage now, you can go to brush the copy. The danger of the copy is so, want to ask for your opinion. A copy? Joyu stroked his chin in contemplation after listening to Lin Shiryun's introduction. According to her, this should all be a gathering place for different wild monsters, and once she was able to rate it herself, she might be able to harvest quite a few words. Moreover, there were bosses inside all the copies, the equivalent of a guy of the level of a ghoul lord, and there might be better rare words. Okay, this is a place to consider, and it's okay to test the waters first. Seeing that Joyu actually nodded his head, Lin Shiryun almost cried out in excitement. It feels like your own parents have given you permission to go out and fool around. You've grown taller again? And it's changed? Only after she was overjoyed did Lin Shiryun react, and she suddenly realized that Joyu was actually quite a bit taller again than before, and there were even more connecting tendons among his bones. She finally understood why she had jumped from LV10 to LV12 directly after the transfer was completed. The feeling was that this skeleton lord had upgraded in his territory again. Cut the crap and summon me when you get to the place, and leave me alone if you have nothing to do. Unceremoniously giving Lin Shiryun a popping chestnut, Joyu disappeared directly without looking back. Oh, why did you hit me again? Lin Shiryun's tears flowed in aggravation. Su Mei, who was on the side, patted Lin Shiryun's shoulder with a complicated expression and said, for the sake of your future, just endure it. Lin Shiryun. Since she had made up her mind to go brush up on her copies, Lin Shiryun didn't stay long and quickly rushed back towards her home location. She was not only going home to see her sister and grandmother, but more importantly, the harvested materials from this wasteland wolf kill had earned her a lot of money. With Sumei's help, she was able to get the money directly without even needing her to deal with it. With this money, Lin Shiryun went to buy the best painkillers at the first opportunity and rushed towards home. As soon as she entered, she heard heartbreaking cries coming from her sister's bedroom. In an instant, the joy of having one's transfer completed dissipated into nothingness, and was replaced by a wave of anxiety and heartache. Foamy! Lin Shiryun rushed into the room and saw that her grandmother was holding Foamy with a tear-stained face, and a rune from the heavenly execution death seal began to flicker with light and seemed to continue to spread in the direction of her head. And Lin Mo's body a vein jumped up. Wrapped quilt were torn out by her weak palms a crack, which even with blood, but even so, she all still did not have the slightest link. Her mouth issued a wail of pain like a wild beast. But the moment she saw Lin Shuryun appear, she bit her mouth hard and opened her eyes to look at Lin Shuryun. No, it's okay, sis. I'm not in pain. Woo. She was able to hear the crunch of the bite as she shoved the corner of the quilt into her mouth. But even so, she didn't make another half-hearted wail. Foamy. Woohoo. Lin Shuryun can't not know that Foamy did this because she didn't want to worry herself. She rushed to the other side and hugged her grandmother and sister. Tears couldn't be controlled and poured down. Don't be afraid. My sister has bought you the best painkillers and supplements. You will be able to get better. Lin Shuryun panicked and took out the bag, removing the medicines inside and laying them out in front of her sister one by one. I don't know how long it took, but under the effect of the medication, Lin Mori's condition was finally relieved, and she closed her eyes in the middle of the bedroom and fell into a deep sleep. Shuryun, what's wrong, Grandma? In the living room, the silver-haired grandmother took Lin Shuryun's hand and asked with a heartbroken expression, "Those medicines of yours? Where did you get the money?" "It's okay, Grandma. I earned it. Don't worry about it." Lin Shuryun softly comforted. "Don't lie to me. Tell me the truth." Grandma's face flushed. "That painkiller is the latest developed potion. And that blood tonic number 3, also the latest developed new product. One is as high as $20,000. You bought at least 5 of them. It's not a small amount of money." Lin Shuryun froze for a moment. She had overlooked the fact that her grandmother had once been a scholarly family as well, and both her thinking and vision were extraordinary. "Grandma, I finished the first turn. These are all the money we earned from scrubbing monsters and picking up materials outside." "What? You turned one?" The grandmother who heard this changed her face, and an incredulous look flashed in her eyes. "How is that possible? It's only been a day and you're done?" "Aha! It's true. You can check my info if you don't believe me." Lin Shuryun nodded her head. After checking Lin Shuryun's information, Grandma saw that the other party was actually already LV-12 before she was convinced that her granddaughter had actually turned one so quickly. "Shuryun, did you venture to the place of high-level monsters?" Instead of elation, Grandma's face was filled with worry. "I know you feel sorry for Moro, but you can't joke with your own life. If your parents were still alive, they would never allow you to take such a risk." "Don't worry, Grandma. I have met a very good sister. She took me on a team. She's level 15 now. Much better than us." Lin Shuryun didn't want her grandmother to worry about her, so she can only choose to let Sister Sume suffer through it all. "Really? Of course it's true. She even said she'd take me to continue practicing tomorrow." "Really? You're not lying to me? You're so smart. How dare I?" "Great. God bless. My family Shuryun has met a nobleman too." The old woman folded her arms and almost wept with joy. "I don't know how happy this would make your parents if they knew." "No. I'll offer them incense now and tell them the good news." "Wait. I made you soup. I'll bring it out to you now." "No, Grandma. I'll just get it myself." "That won't do. You're working so hard. Drink it early and rest. Put it down. Don't listen to Grandma, do you?" "Okay, you get it." It was only after watching Lin Shuryun drink up 2 bowls of winter melon rib soup that the grandmother nodded in satisfaction, turned her head to the photo of her son and daughter-in-law, lit a stick of incense and inserted it between the rising clouds of incense. Grandma's eyes drifted a little. "Xiaonan, Luo Ya, do you know? Shuryun has made a name for herself. It's only been a day, and you've completed the first turn. You two were so good then. You didn't do it, did you?" Grandma looked at the photo and revealed a smile. "If this child really grows up, I'm afraid that his future achievements won't be any worse than the 2 of you." Saying that, her face suddenly changed slightly, revealing a touch of worry. "But, if she is really better than you, in case she knows it, you're deaf." Seemingly afraid of being heard by Lin Shuryun, Grandma's words reached her mouth but she swallowed hard. At the same time, in the most central section of Cold City, inside a luxurious single mansion, a voice of angry shouts resounded from it. "What do you mean? My Nana is actually dead?" The white-haired Wu Xingchang slapped the expensive teacup, the anger in his eyes almost uncontrollable. "Duh, my lord. We found out that the last location she was in was the wasteland wolf zone, and that she broke away from the others before she died." "Team? Who teamed up with her?" "The Treasurer General's daughter, Su Mei and Su Xiaochang, plus a student from the 2nd high school, Su Yonghe. Someone come. I'm going to find him to get a statement." The furious Wu Xingchang got up and was about to leave, but just at that moment, a slender youth figure that resembled him by 7 or 8% walked outside. "Father, there's no need to go." Chapter 19, Zen Center of the Devil Monk. Flayed Woodland, Corrupted Spider Cave. When Wu Xingchang looked up, he saw that his son Wu Xiong, who was holding a golden staff, was stepping through the door. "Xiong'er, aren't you and the guild preparing to raid a new copy? How come you're back?" Speaking of this son of his, Wu Xingchang was full of relief. The other party is only 19 years old. Has already been broken by the Fifth Order Guild? Less than a year's time. Will become a second turn of the control of the Inflammation Master. And in the guild, are considered to be the elite. Such an achievement. When looking at the entire Cold City's high cadre children, there were not many who could achieve it. Unsurprisingly, this son of his, in the future, was bound to surpass himself in terms of achievements. Father, I rushed back as soon as I heard about my sister's disappearance, Wu Xiong said in a deep voice. On the way, I have already gone to the chief financial officer to ask. The other party told me the original story. This is the recorded footage. Father, please look. Saying that, he released the video he had prepared and Wu Xingchang saw the conversation between Su Yonghe and his son. Su Yonghe had long since received Su Mei's authorization to present the entire situation, in which he naturally didn't know the real reason why Wu Lina ended up being exterminated by the wasteland wolves along with Zhuang Huatu. Assholes, what strength are they? How dare they take my daughter to such a deep place? Su Yonghe, who had finished watching, was not the least bit ashamed of his daughter's proclivity to run away, but on the contrary, he shouted angrily. I didn't let her team up with that Su Mei in the first place, but she refused to listen. This is good. That Su Mei is a scourge, damn it, how come she wasn't eaten by the wasteland wolves? Xiang'er, there's something wrong with what he said. Wu Xingchang snapped his head up. Su Mei with a waste of a brother and that second middle school student cannot easily escape from the wasteland. Did she use your sister as bait? How else can you explain it? He, Su Yonghe, must be lying. Definitely. Father, don't get excited. A cold smile surfaced at the corner of Wu Xiong's mouth. My sister is usually well behaved and would never go deep into a place like this. Mostly, they were compelled by them to agree to enter it, and when they encountered danger, they were kicked out of the team, and then acted as bait, creating an opportunity for them to escape. It's a score we're sure to settle. Hearing his son's words, a cold light flickered up in Wu Xingchang's eyes as he gritted his teeth and asked, what are you going to do? Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang. These two are emboldened by the fact that Su Yonghe is the chief financial officer. Wu Xiong coldly laughed. At most half a year, I will let people pull him down the seat of the chief financial officer. At that time, these two little naturally have to pay for their blood. 6 months? Wu Xingchang gritted his teeth and nodded. Good. Then wait for half a year. But it can't be left at that. That second-grade student has to pay for my daughter's life first. Don't worry, Father, I've already sent people to find out where she lives. And tomorrow, at the most, I'll be able to get results. A vengeful smile appeared on Wu Xiong's face. Interest. Let's start collecting it from her. I'll make her entire family, for her sister, to be buried with her. At midnight, Lin Shiyun lay on her bed still unable to sleep. She could hardly sleep peacefully when she thought of the pain her sister had suffered earlier. The current situation was that the potion she had purchased was indeed able to alleviate her sister's ailment, but if she wanted to slow down the spread of the Heaven's Execution Death Seal, she had to require a more advanced potion. According to the drugstore owner's introduction, the newly developed Life 1 potion could drastically enhance the body's life activity, as well as its functions, perfectly suited to his sister's situation, except that the price, which was high, for one potion, was $500,000. Whether it's because I want to become stronger, or for the sake of my sister, this copy, it has to go down. Lin Shiyun's heart was secretly firming up. Just the thought of this temperamental summoner gave her a bit of a headache. Mentally, he gave himself a pep talk. Fear not, fear not. Lin Shiyun, you have to do your best. When you wait until after the second turn, you will be able to obtain a second summon, and by then, you won't have to count on it anymore. But a good second summon is expensive too. Either you go out in the wild and catch it yourself, but then you ask for it. OMG. So annoying. I don't know how long I thought about it before Lin Shiyun fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, outside the east gate of the city, the two of them, Lin Shiyun and Su Mei, met up once again. Demon Monk's Zen Center, Flayed Woodland, Corrupted Spider's Den. These three are the closest newbie copies around Cold City. Shiyun, see which one to pick? Su Mei was prepared for this and came up to explain. Demon Monk's Zen Garden has few monsters and strong bosses. I've read the online strategy. It belongs to the plot category. Trigger the boss and you'll be able to pass the level. The Flayed Woodland is full of monsters and the terrain is complicated. It's dangerous for us. And even with that summon of yours around, it won't necessarily be able to protect us. That last corrosive spider cave. There are even more monsters. The bosses are the strongest. Many of them are only possible to brush for the second turn. A good place to burst materials. But I don't recommend going to brush for it anymore. Listening to Su Mei's introduction, Lin Shiyun nodded slightly. She had similarly done her homework. Basically the situation was similar to what she knew. The difficulty of the corrosive spider cave is too great. I don't want to take any chances. The peeling woodland is weird and somewhat defensible. Sister Sue, I still plan to go to the Devil Monk's Zen Center. What do you think? Sume smiled slightly at her words. Yes, listen to you. She and Su Xiaochang were both here to hug their thighs. So naturally, they had to follow Lin Shiyun's advice. The reason why she did so much homework was that Sume wanted to look like she had some value, not just a pure dilly-dally. The price of a duplicate ticket. It's not cheap, is it? Lin Shiyun also learned that these turn 1 copies, the lowest difficulty, cost 20,000 apiece, and group entry is even more expensive, starting at 20,000 apiece. And there's also difficulty involved. The higher the difficulty, the more expensive it is. Don't worry, I've arranged all this. Go, get in the car. We're leaving now. Sume pointed to a limousine parked to the side. Sister Sue, is this your car? Lin Shiyun exclaimed as she looked at the modernly styled black sports car. Ever since she knew where Sume came from, she knew that the other party had deep pockets. And this kind of Xinqing 3, which was highly touted on the market, had a landing price of at least 500,000 to start with. And it was clear that this one was not a low end, but a top end. No, it's your car. Sume stuffed the key in Lin Shiyun's hand. You are now less than a month away from the college entrance exam. The most important thing you need is time. This car, count me as borrowing from you. When your college entrance exam is over, then just return me. In fact, last night, after Sume communicated with Su Yonghe, the other party authorized her to do so. To put it simply, Su Yonghe saw Lin Shiyun's potential and wanted to invest. However, after a slight understanding, he knew that Lin Shiyun was a soft on the surface, but strong-hearted on the inside. This kind of person couldn't be gifted directly, and the only way to get closer to the other party was through this method. That's what brings us to the scene before us. No, I can't. It's too expensive. Sister Sue, I can't have it. Lin Shiyun did understand Sume's meaning, and immediately shrugged it off. But Sume did not give her a chance to refuse, but pulled her hand into the car and threw the keys to the front driver Su Xiaochang. Time is of the essence, so don't be too busy to say no. At least wait until the entrance exams are over. Okay? Without needing to be instructed, Su Xiaochang directly started the car and quickly swept off in the direction of the eastern part of the city. Out of the eastern part of the city, less than 5 kilometers range will be able to see a glittering spire building. Beside the building there is a crack-like illusory gate, next to a heavy guard. Idle people cannot get close. The car quickly stopped in the open space in front of the building, and the first thing Lin Shiyun saw when she got out of the car was the writing on the door of the building, the Magic Monk Zen Academy Replica Hall. Chapter 20. Serial number 38. When an abyssal rift such as a secret copy appears, a large number of people are lost, and when it has been successfully raided, the abyssal rift is sealed, and a copy hall associated with the copy is likewise generated. This hall is then taken over by the official guild that governs it, which opens up a replica refresh, and the architectural style of the entire replica hall is basically randomly generated based on the style of the entire replica content. Like in front of this copy of the task hall, the overall bias of the Western style, but also increased the elements of the monks, stepped into it, and even see some monk statues, and from time to time resounded the sound of chanting. As Lin Shiyun stepped into this hall, a flash of surprise actually surfaced. There were quite a few more professionals gathered here than she had imagined. So many people? Aha! Sume was not surprised by Lin Shiyun's reaction. She nodded her head slightly and explained as she walked. Compared to the distant and treacherous unknown areas in the wild, copies are instead a more stable upgrade channel for professionals, especially after other pros pass. The cheats alone for sale are enough to reduce their risk. Plus some of the professionals mostly choose the lowest normal difficulty, so in turn this has become the best place for them to level up. Said the 2 plus Su Xiaochang then came to the copy service desk. Everyone is shopping more. Can really enter the copy but not many. Have a copy ticket. Sume said directly. How many? 3. Difficulty. Ordinary level. 60,000. Sume paid without saying a word. And soon the other party handed Sume 3 seals with runes and explained with a smile. The duplicate ticket is not only the credentials for you to enter it, but also a record of all your progress in the duplicate, which is convenient for the final settlement of your completion degree, as well as the time to pass the level. In addition, this ticket is limited to 3 people to enter. More than the number of people, you need to pay extra money to supplement the ticket. I wish you a smooth passage. Aha! After handing the seal to Lin Shiyun and Su Xiaochang, the 3 of them left the service desk and prepared to head towards the copy. But those who purchased tickets here were already scarce, and with Lin Shiyun and Su Mei's facial features, they quickly attracted the attention of the crowd. Look! Someone else is about to enter the Demon Monk's Zen Center. Looks pretty young. A newcomer? How long has it been? It's only been a day. And those who can come to a turn 1 copy at such a time are definitely geniuses, right? No, don't you guys recognize that tall beauty? That's the financial general's daughter. Su-mei. What? The treasurer general's daughter? No wonder. Regarding this kind of discussion, Su-mei had long been accustomed to it, and the three of them quickly walked out of the hall towards the location of the entrance. But right at this moment, outside the crowd, a voice suddenly resounded. Su-mei, you dare to abduct my woman? Is it that your father's position as chief minister? You don't want to do it anymore? At the same time that this voice rang out, Lin Shiryun's face changed instantly. She turned her head to look, only to see the crowd parting, in which 5 heavily armed and tall figures immediately stepped out. Among them, a frivolous teenager with narrow eyebrows was none other than the person she hated the most. Kong Ling. Kong Ling? You'd better get it straight. Where is your woman here? Su-mei similarly frowned when she saw the second son of the city lord's family. Kong Ling pointed at Lin Shiryun with one hand. That's her. Saying this, he looked towards Lin Shiryun with a smile on his face and shouted in a cheap and disgusting voice. Shiryun na. You little naughty boy. No wonder I couldn't find you in the novice area. So you ran here. Come on. Come to this young side. Later this young can take you to the copy. The kind that guarantees to pass. Oh. Seeing Kong Ling's demeanor, Su-mei turned her head to look at Lin Shiryun on the side and whispered. Shiryun. You know him? Don't recognize it. Lin Shiryun shook her head. He's been coming to second form to harass me. And it's gotten even worse since I switched to summoner. So it is. As soon as Su-mei heard Lin Shiryun's words, she knew exactly what Kong Ling was planning to do. After all, this guy's reputation as a playboy amongst the high cadre children of the entire cold city was not a lie. Kong Ling, Shiryun is my teammate. We're going to go down together, so I won't bother you. Su-mei took the initiative to come forward at this time. You, an ordinary warrior of LV-15. How dare you speak up and take Shiryun down to the copy? Kong Ling snorted. Shiryun, look at my teammates. Every one of them is LV-20 ranked. Just one step away from being able to transfer to the second turn. This devil's monk Zen garden is a handful. What future do you have following a useless woman like her? Kong Ling, I think you've misunderstood. Su-mei coldly grunted and directly blocked Lin Shiryun. Shiryun has now completed her first turn. She's the captain who's taking us to upgrade. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding crowd of onlookers immediately changed their faces. What? Didn't they just finish their transfers yesterday? One turn today? No way. This speed. This guy is from second grade? Shouldn't it be one of those demons or second graders from first grade? But even if she's fast enough, it's not very realistic to try to lead someone through a copy, is it? Ha ha ha. Su-mei. That's the funniest joke I've heard today. In between the crowd's comments, Kong Ling laughed out loud. With that skeleton soldier she summoned wanting to pass the copy? Even if you're lying, you need to find a decent reason. Don't bother. Shiryun, let's go. Su-mei didn't want to continue pestering Kong Ling, but instead pulled Lin Shiryun and headed in the direction of the entrance. Seeing that Lin Shiryun really wanted to leave, Kong Ling's face turned cold. Lin Shiryun, if you dare to enter the copy with her, you're just waiting for the result of death. This is not a child's playground. I'll give you one last chance to become my woman. I'll take you into the copy and let you upgrade faster. Shut up, Kong Ling. Lin Shiryun suddenly stopped her stance, her pretty face looking coldly at Kong Ling. Lin Shiryun, even if I die, will never become your woman. I'll remind you one last time, don't bother me again. Or else, don't blame me for being rude. How dare you talk to the Duke like that? Upon hearing this, the 4 beaters directly shouted angrily and were about to make a move on Lin Shiryun. However, Su-mei and Su Xiaochang stood out together and directly went toe-to-toe with the 4. Let's see which one of you dares to make a move. Just then, Kong Ling suddenly snorted. Good. Very good. Lin Shiryun, I'd like to see how long you can keep your mouth shut. Seeing that the 4 did not make a move, Su-mei glared heavily at Kong Ling, and then pulled Lin Shiryun along to the front of the replica entrance, and as the badge bloomed with light, the 3 figures quickly disappeared, and at this moment, a message appeared directly on the screen of the Magic Monk's Zen Garden replica hall. Sequence number 38, 3-person team, Captain Lin Shiryun, team members Su-mei, Su Xiaoqiang, difficulty, normal level, copy progress, in progress, timing starts. Chapter 21, The Demonized Monk. My lord, just let it go? Seeing Lin Shiryun and the girls disappear, one of the beaters couldn't help but say, forget it? Of course you can't just forget it. Kong Ling smiled faintly, although I don't know what method that girl used to improve so fast, but in the middle of the copy, she will soon learn the difficulties of the Demon Monk Zen Academy. Even if it was just an ordinary level, it wasn't something the three of them could clear. My lord will wait for her here, and when she escapes from her copy in a sorry state, she will realize how valuable my lord is. The prince is high, so everything was already in the mastery of your excellency. Admiration. Admiration. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, inside the residence of the chief of the city defense bureau, the news about Lin Shiyun quickly reached Wu Xiong's ears. You said she entered the copy with the two Sumeis? Ha, that's bold. My lord, then how should we act now? Xiong'er, in my opinion, it's not convenient to follow Sumei around. On the side, Wu Xingchang mused, it's best to separate her to deal with her. Don't worry, father, I naturally know what to do. Wu Xiong smiled faintly, continue to keep an eye on her. Send someone to first capture her family to the outskirts of the city, leave her a note, and then naturally you will be able to separate them. Yes, the person who reported nodded and was about to leave, but he was called back by Wu Xiong. Slow down. Let the guild go over there and take some of the father's connections off the table. Yes, sir. When the people retired, Wu Xingchang nodded rather appreciatively. Xiong'er, your growth has indeed pleased my father. It's still father who teaches you well. Ha ha ha. Buzz. Lin Shiyun only felt some slight dizziness, and when she opened her eyes again, she realized that she had entered a dimly lit mountain forest, and outside the dilapidated Zen garden in front of her, the cries of a night crow resounded in the void. The door was open, but inside it was shrouded in a ghostly mist, like a huge mouth waiting for its prey to come to it. Is this the Demon Monk's Zen Center? It doesn't look weird. Su Xiaochang looked around. The woods, the mountains, other than that it was quiet. There was nothing. That's for not triggering the plot yet. Su Mei reminded. According to the strategy, we have to play the role of an incense burner who enters it to worship the Buddha. And there are 3 steps: worshipping the Buddha, offering incense, and praying for blessings. One of the worshippers will encounter primary monsters, which are relatively easy to kill, and you will be able to see the Buddha statue. After 3 bows and 9 kowtows will trigger the incense offering. And it is important to note here that the incense offering monk inquires whether the blessing is for today or for tomorrow. Be sure to answer the tomorrow prayer so that at night, a second wave of wild monsters, the demonized monks, will come by and we'll have to kill the second wave. This will trigger the predecessor quest of praying for blessings, and the demon monk house master will come over and pretend to be thankful, taking us to the real backyard of praying for blessings, and when we get to the place, we can attack the demon monk, tearing off his disguise and thus revealing the demon monk's real body, and killing it will enable us to pass the level. Sumei finished looking at Lin Shiyun and Su Xiaochang. Did you hear me clearly? Well, how complicated? Su Xiaochang scratched his head. Sis, just tell me when the fight starts. Shut up. This is a copy. It's not a place where you can just mess around. If you do anything rash, we'll just have to end it early. Being scolded, Su Xiaochang was instantly honest. It was Lin Shiyun who hesitated and said, Sister Su, I'd better summon him out and tell him again. Otherwise, I'm afraid. Without waiting for her to finish, Su Mei nodded. It's okay, I know it's special. After all, one had to count on this thigh to carry him through. Su Mei wouldn't care about such things. Yes, Lin Shiyun nodded her head and then directly cast her summoning technique, only to see the summoning door emerge, followed by Zhou Yu's figure appearing out of it. This is the copy? Zhou Yu surveyed his surroundings and saw that the scenery was a bit different, so he muttered to himself. It's like this. The copy we entered, named Demon Monk's Zen Garden, belongs to the plot type of copy, and we need to follow certain rules to be able to pass it. Lin Shiyun carefully said, let Sister Sumei explain to you what needs to be done when the time comes, you'll need to cooperate, please. It was only after she bent down that she reacted to the fact that she was a summoner. Why would she bow to her summoned beast? Su Mei, who was on the side, took the initiative to introduce the entire flow of the plot to Zhou Yu, and at the end of her words, she also asked cautiously, so, can you understand? Zhou Yu didn't answer, but muttered to himself in a slightly thoughtful manner. So much trouble? Though he generally understood, he had to do some kind of incense, some kind of worship, and finally stay the night to get to the final episode. If this is done, it'll have to wait until tomorrow? He doesn't have that kind of free time. The final boss, that's the demonized house master, right? Zhou Yu turned his head and raised his hand to point at the deepest part of the temple. It should be right at the innermost part, right? Ha? What did you say? Su Mei froze for a moment, somewhat not understanding Zhou Yu's gesture. Zhou Yu felt that it was indeed a bit troublesome to communicate before he could not vocalize, so it was best to think of something. He gestured on the ground again one after another, and even drew a diagram, which Su Mei then realized, nodded instantly. Right. It's true that it's right at the end, but the only way to clear these wilds in batches is to follow the process. Otherwise, it'll. Hey, what are you doing? Sume just wanted to remind Zhou not to be too impulsive, or else it would cause a lot of plot advancement, and at that time, the wild monsters would come out in a rush, and it would be impossible to deal with them all. But before she could finish speaking, Zhou walked directly to the half-open door of the Zen garden in large strides, his morose white skeletal foot raised and kicked out. When half of the gate of the Zen garden was then kicked away by him with a hard kick, and the upside-down door panel smashed heavily on top of the ground of the Zen garden, and the rumbling sound startled a large swath of crows. It was also at this moment that a series of angry voices resounded from the middle of the Zen garden. Where are the rats that dare to act recklessly within the Zen garden? Where are the rats? Where are the rats? The crowd standing in the doorway clearly saw a monk in monk's robes gradually emerge from the mist, only different from the regular monks. The monk that appeared, besides a monk's robe that was a bit tattered, seemed to have twisted magic patterns like thorns and vines clambering all over his body. These magic lines, like living creatures, were constantly jumping and growing on its body, and some of them were even directly inserted into one of the eyeballs, causing that eyeball to turn pitch black. These monks alone were no less than 100, and from the rear, more and more figures were seen crowding towards the front yard of the Zen garden. Zhou subconsciously tapped on the exclamation marks above the heads of these monks. Demonized monk. Race, demon. Level, LV 15. Life, 2000. Magic, 400. Attack, 175 to 201. Defense, 20 / magic resistance 5%. Words, elementary martial body, white. Elementary stick technique, white. Magic whistle, white. Elementary demonization, green. Zhou roughly swept through it, and immediately brightened up. It was the first time he had entered the middle of a copy, and he didn't expect these monsters to be simply better than he had imagined. Just such an elementary demonized monk actually possessed a full 4 words, and there was even a green word. Among them, the primary martial body boosted the life value cap, and at LV 15 demonized monk possessed a blood quantity comparable to that of a wasteland wolf leader. Elementary stick skills went without saying, and each of them carried a blackened wooden stick in their hands. Demon whistles are capable of erupting directly into a hissing roar, the effect of which is nothing special, just to make people rush towards them uncontrollably, similar to a taunt. The green phrase, primary magicalization, actually gave them 5% magic resistance directly. Within this, other than the elementary stick technique which was not very useful to Zhou, the remaining 3 could be considered his favorite phrases. While he was thinking about it, looking at the demonized monks that came like a tidal wave, Sume's trio was almost so scared that they wanted to forcefully exit the copy directly. Sister Shiryun, your skeleton soldier, can you block it or not? Su Xiaoqiang hid behind his old sister in a bit of fear. Why don't we consider the back way? I don't know. Lin Shiryun toned with a crying voice. She knew that Zhou may not be according to common sense, but how did not expect the other party actually so not according to common sense? This was not a wasteland wolf, but a minimum LV 15 demonized monk, which far exceeded the wasteland wolf in both blood and attack. The ones they saw alone were already over 100, not including the wild monsters behind them, and this kind of battle made it hard for them to believe that Zhou would be able to withstand it by himself. However, it was at this moment that they saw Zhou take a step directly towards the front and take the initiative to step out, and between the opening and closing of his morose white teeth, he seemed to be letting out an unrestrained laughter. Hey, so, isn't that a lot less work? Chapter 22 Grieving Monk Soul, Cursed Believer, Seconds, He Fong Rat, Ho Fong Rat Pack. Repeated words like madness resounded endlessly in the Zen garden, and those demonized monks who had already been entangled in the demonic lines lived like zombies infected with a virus. They held long sticks and came towards Zhou as if they were running wild. However, Zhou just stood casually and silently cast his usual phrase. Skeleton Swordsman Summon, Activate. Buzz. The ground shook as 30 skeletal swordsmen appeared in front of the crowd. Pust. Thumbs up. 15 skeletal swordsmen struck almost simultaneously, and in an instant, the steel longswords instantly penetrated the monk in front of them. A series of blood-colored damage values erupted from the top of his head, and without waiting for the first round of attacks to end, the second round of attacks from the skeleton swordsman who was storing up momentum at the back had already come one after the other. Pust. Thumbs up. 2 rounds of damage erupted at the same time, before the long stick in the demonized monk's hand fell for the first time. Click. Some of the skeleton swordsmen were struck by the long stick, and their bodies broke apart instantly, and while the rear skeleton swordsman topped the third round of attacks, the splicing words were directly activated at this moment. Click click click. They were once again spliced together and erupted into a fourth round of attacks. If the attack continued like this, It wouldn't take more than a few times before the 15 demonized monks would inevitably be decimated. How does it? How do they do it? Seeing the scene, Su Xiaochang simply scalp numb. Have seen strong strength? Have seen high attack? But he has never seen also with tactics of the skeleton soldiers. Because of him. Sume looked at Zhou Yu in shock. She had long overestimated Zhou Yu's intelligence, but she never thought that she had underestimated it. The opponent had actually used a method similar to a military formation to enhance the skeleton swordsman's power to resist. This kind of wheel running like fighting style was not difficult for normal people to imagine, but when it fell on a skeleton soldier, it was unimaginable. Zhou Yu silently watched the skeleton swordsman resist and could not help but frown slightly. The skeleton swordsman's strength is still too low. With his current magic value, he could only summon so many skeleton swordsmen at once. As for those lowly skeleton soldiers, Zhou Yu felt that there was no need. In order to be able to further enhance the strength of the skeleton swordsman, Zhou Yu came up with this method. It was fine against the wasteland wolves and ghouls, but it was clearly not enough to deal with the monks in front of them. Zhou Yu thought that he would either have to raise the skeleton swordsman's strength or he would have to continue to raise the words. Click, click, click. As the monks continued to fall, the skeleton swordsman's consumption increased, and it was clear that they couldn't keep going even with the splicing in effect. At the same time, the other monks began to bypass the blockade of the skeleton swordsman and attack towards Zhou Yu at the back. Ho! A demonized monk who let out a hoarse roar rushed in front of Zhou Yu. The long stick in his hand swept up and slammed down heavily. Look out! A cry of alarm came from Lin Shiyun's mouth at the sight, but unfortunately it was too late. Only a snapping sound was heard as the long stick fell and heavily smashed above Zhou Yu's head. However, what shocked the three people was, such a powerful strike actually only floated out a number above Zhou Yu's head. -50. 50 drops of blood? Su Mei's pupils shrank. Shiyun, how high is your skeleton soldier's defense? How come this damage is so low? I don't know. Lin Shiyun was incomparably depressed, saying that no one else would believe it. She actually couldn't see the information panel of her summons. And at this moment, Zhou Yu just calmly looked at the demonized monk in front of him, who was more than a head shorter than himself, and proceeded to flatly slap out. Snap! The demonized monk who had just let out a low roar only trembled, and his head was directly knocked away by Zhou Yu's slap, and above its head, a horrifying number appeared directly above its head. Strike -672. Hiss! How is that possible? Su Mei and Su Xiaochang almost simultaneously voiced out. A strike that exploded with almost 700 damage. What kind of concept was this? Meaning the opponent attacked nearly 300? Or even more? But the other party is just a skeleton soldier. This is too outrageous. Zhou Yu was a bit surprised to see his damage. He remembered that his attack power was only 260 up and down. Even if he blitzed 150%, he couldn't reach such a horrible level. But after a brief thought, he realized that it should be the power bonus brought to him by the green phrase, giant power. Moreover, this slap just now happened to appear as lethal damage, which meant that there was no need to wait for the opponent's blood level to clear, so he could directly kill the opponent in seconds. Thus, Zhou Yu took a step forward and charged straight towards the direction of the many demonized monks. Raise your arms, left and right. Snap! Each slap went down, directly killing a demonized monk in seconds. Ding! You killed a demonized monk. Experience value +37. Ding! Randomly obtained word, primary martial body, white. Ding! You have killed a demonized monk. Experience value +42. Ding! Randomly acquired word, demon tsunami, white. Ding! You killed a demonized monk. Experience value +35. Ding! Randomly obtained word, primary magicalization, green. Ding! Congratulations! You've leveled up. Current level LV24? The three people who were watching Zhou Yu from afar as if he was strolling through a garden had been stunned. I thought that he was taking a walk in the wilderness, but I didn't realize that he was still taking a walk when he got to the replica. Su Xiaoqiang exclaimed. It's the first time in all the time I've been painting that I've seen a monk killed by a slap. Su Mei also had a look of emotion on her face. Just now she thought that there were so many monks that Zhou Yu was afraid that he could not deal with them, but now it seems that her worries were completely redundant. So, did you guys notice that we upgraded? Lin Shiyun suddenly whispered a reminder from the side. The two men subconsciously looked over and suddenly gasped. I've been upgraded? That fast? Sis, I'm almost 2 levels up. Swish! Both of them simultaneously looked at Lin Shiyun who was on the side. They had reached this level. As the captain and also the main output Lin Shiyun. How much should it be? Lin Shiyun smiled in embarrassment and said weakly. I'm only level 14. The two of them were completely silent now. Only 14 levels. Listen to this as human words. The transfer was completed. Because of the overflow of experience, Lin Shiyun was LV11. It had only been a short time since she arrived here, and as a result, she had risen 3 levels in a row. Being a rocket wasn't that fast, was it? Just as they were thinking, the two subconsciously inclined their heads to look, but they almost planted themselves on the ground in an unsteady position. The demonized monks that were densely packed just now were actually killed off just like that, and at this moment, in the passageway leading to the depths of the Zen garden, a large number of floating figures were attacking once again. Be careful, these are the second-level spiteful monk souls. They are in spectral form and immune to 70% physical damage. The meaning of Sumei's shout was very simple. It was to remind Zhou that at this time, I'm afraid that your slap one attack won't work. However, Zhou only raised his head slightly at those words and looked towards the raging grievances that were constantly approaching in the distance. Tap the exclamation point. Grieving monk's soul. Race, grievous spirit. Level, LV20. Life, 1500. Magic, 1800. Attack, 200 to 215. Defense, 70% physical resistance / magic resistance -10%. Words, ghost form, white, believer's mastery, green. Spiteful hiss, green. Seeing this information, Zhou instantly smiled. Although there is one less word than the demonized monk, but it can't be helped by the double green. Where can we find such a rare monster? He licked his lips. Not really, but excited. Just at the moment when Zhou was preparing to meet the battle, those resentful monk souls in the distance suddenly stopped. They just stopped 100 meters away from Zhou, and then folded their hands together, chanting something in their mouths. Immediately afterward, the change came. On both sides of the Zen garden, within the originally dark and gloomy compartments, there was a sudden snap and the doors opened in unison. A thick, gloomy wind appeared in unison from both sides of the compartments, and in the next moment, a pair of ghostly green eyes lit up in unison from within the compartments. This? The three of them watched this with surprise, and immediately afterward, they saw that a group of incense worshippers who had originally come over to worship the Buddha actually all floated out in the state of souls. Their eyes were dull, their hands were folded, and they kept chanting inexplicable verses, and at the moment, it seemed to be manipulated by the resentful monks and began to revive. Curse believers? Zhou was surprised to see these exclamation marks revealed. These incense burners turned out to have died here long ago. Their souls were completely stripped away and they became puppets. Although their attacks and lives were much lower than the spiteful monk souls, they couldn't help but be outnumbered. Densely packed, they add up to literally hundreds. On the off chance that they all belonged to the spectral form, they possessed 70% physical resistance but had a 10% damage deepening to magic. Sis, is this the plot copy you were talking about? There aren't many of them? Su Xiaochang was already on the verge of crying from the fear of so many monsters. It's just that I can't stand it if one person gives me a bite. Originally I thought I could follow the process. Su Mei similarly looked grave. But how could I have known that this skeleton was so messy? After the grudge. It's the last level. Sure Yun, we have to plan to end our copy early. She warned very seriously. As strong as your summons are, only mages are most effective against specters with extremely high physical resistance. But there are no mages among us. Lin Shiyun couldn't help but nod her head even as she looked at the many ghosts that had already surrounded Zhou. She had to admit that she was a bit of a toady with this summoning. However, just as she was about to send Zhou back and leave the copy again, suddenly, a ghostly green light suddenly flickered up in the dim sky above her head. Sister Su, you see? Lin Shiyun stopped moving and raised her hand to point to the mid-air, and Su Mei and the two of them subconsciously looked, only to see that right above Zhou's head, a ghostly green fireball that was even larger than a human head had just coalesced out of thin air. The next moment, it came down with a bang. Styrofoam blast is activated. Boom! The ghostly green fireball exploded at once in the midst of the group of ghosts, directly turning into a terrifying wave of green flames spreading towards the surroundings. Wherever they passed, all the ghosts were completely vaporized before they even had a chance to scream. But immediately after, a second, third, equally massive fireball fell again. This time, the already not so wide Devil Monk's Zen garden was completely enveloped. Between the whistling of the gloomy wind, inside the Zen garden, the only sound left was the bursting of the fireballs, which resounded endlessly. Chapter 23, Boss Appears, Demonized Vajra. Inside the huge Devil Monk's Zen courtyard, even the walls of the main hall were half caved in by this terrifying flame. Through the dimness therein could be seen a statue of a pot-bellied Buddha with a smile at the corner of his mouth sitting in the center of the hall. And on both sides of the great hall, the resentful monk souls that had just exerted the believer's control had already gone up in smoke under this flame. It wasn't that the flames were too strong, but because of their own spectral state, the deepening of magic damage became a burden to them instead. That's why the phrase, spectral form, is only given in white. It's really miserable when you run into a restrained one. Seeing this scene, The Sume trio did not pay the slightest attention to the upgraded light rising from their bodies, as they stared almost identically with their eyes wide open, staring deathly at Zhou who stood proudly at the center. He can still do magic? Su Xiaochang murmured only after a long time. What else does he not know how to do? For the first time, Sume voiced this doubt. I don't know. Lin Shiyun still repeated what she always said, and she realized that she, who was usually quite smart, was becoming so stupid in front of Zhou, just when she thought her opponent was out of it. But then there was always an undercurrent. In a trance, it was as if she saw that Zhou was no longer a skeleton soldier, but had become a living, breathing human being. Wow! Wow! A sudden fragmentary sound interrupted the three's shock, at which point, Zhou could not be bothered to check the information on his body, but looked up, only to see that a silhouette was slowly appearing within the hall that was broken in half. The opponent's pace was slow, but eerily quick to appear in front of the crowd. This was an elderly monk wearing a robe and holding a tin scepter. The other party looked kind and kindly, not in the least bit in the state of a demonic monk. Even, upon seeing Zhou, the other party instead brought out a grateful smile on his face, nodding slightly at the crowd and saluting with one hand. Amitba Buddha. Many thanks to all the monks for breaking the demonic plague and returning a clear sky to my Zen garden. All the monks have a destiny with our Buddha, so why don't you come inside and talk? The other made a gesture of invitation. Seeing this, Su Xiaochang subconsciously raised his leg and was about to walk over, but was pulled back by Sume. Sis, why are you pulling me? People have said it's settled. If you're going to die, I won't stop you. Sume didn't have a good mood. Do you think it's a little strange that this monk can still laugh after so many people have died? You mean? He's the boss? Su Xiaochang looked at the harmless smile on the monk's face and got some chills down his spine, and at this moment, the monk was already standing in front of Zhou, looking at him and smiling. Please come inside. Monks. Zhou didn't say anything, but looked at the other party, and in the next moment directly raised his hand and slapped the other party on the face. Snap! The loud popping sound made the three people behind them so scared that their eyelids fluttered and they almost had to run away from the copy. Nima? Is this guy crazy? He's actually provoking the boss directly. The monk with half of his face crooked still had a smile on his face as he looked back at Zhou and continued. May I come in for a moment? Snap! Zhou slapped down again. Not waiting for the other party to raise his head again, he continued to slap down again. Snap! Pretending. Ha! Snap! Acting is it? Snap! Boss is boss. What are you wasting words with me? Snap! A few slaps down in succession made the monk smile, who was still wearing a smile, start to disappear. He just wanted to finish the lines he was supposed to say before starting the plot later, but on the contrary, this guy didn't give himself a chance at all. The three people in the back were even more shocked by this scene and their eyes almost fell to the ground. They had seen boss fights, but they had never seen such a big boss. Nima, who the hell is the boss between you two? Just as the trio thought that the entire copy was about to be cleared in such a bizarre manner, suddenly, an angry roar resounded from the mouth of the monk in front of Zhou. An angry roar accompanied by a thick black smoke erupted, and before the crowd could react, they saw Zhou being overturned by a majestic force, flying heavily backwards tens of meters away and planting himself on the ground. And at this moment, in the midst of the black smoke, a huge figure as tall as 10 feet 5 rose up. The figure had 2 heads and 4 arms, one compassionate and one furious, with black smoke rising from the furious eyes, just like the Vajra of destruction, above the compassionate head. However, there were countless black demonic patterns that looked bizarre and inexplicable. Between the 4 arms waving, a hand holding a Zen staff, a hand holding a pestle and mortar, both fists clenched, gnarled muscles, were exposed, a black demonic pattern rolling, like a living thing, through the bizarre and eerie. The world only says it is good to practice Buddhism, but who can become a Buddha? The compassionate head's eyes snapped open and hissed with a fierce expression. Then let me ask you, is it possible to achieve long life by practicing Buddhism? Boom! The entire Zen garden shook in the midst of this cry, and just this black smoke wrapped in waves of sound made Sume's trio tremble violently and retreat back and forth. No good. This is the second form of the Demon Monk Academy Master. How did the normal difficulty get there? Sume screamed in agony. Just now the wave of this shout alone made the three of them drop more than 200 blood. It's hard to imagine how much damage the other side does when you get close. Captain Lin, why don't we go? Su Xiaoqiang protected Lin Shiyun behind him against this wind and wave. I see that summoned beast of yours. I am afraid. Su Xiaoqiang was just about to say something, but he saw that Zhou, who had originally been lifted off the ground, didn't know when he actually climbed up from the ground. Demon Monk Master, second form, demonized Vajra boss, race, demon, level, LV 30, life, 13, 000. Magic, 4500. Attack, 580 to 630. Defense, 25 / magic resistance 15%. Words, intermediate martial body, green. Demonic whistling, green. Advanced stick technique, blue. Intermediate demonization, blue. Demonic grievance prison, blue. Looking at the three major words on the boss that were flashing with a brilliant blue light, Zhou only felt that his wait had not been in vain. That's more like it. Between the opening and closing of his mouth, he directly waved his big hand, and 30 skeletal swordsmen reappeared. Go, grifters! The 30 skeleton swordsmen ran wildly almost at the same time, their long swords in their hands carrying a forward motion as they rushed towards the demonized Vajra in a death-defying stance. Right at this moment, a light suddenly flickered on Zhou body, and in the next moment, it enveloped all like a halo. Evil Frenzy is activated. Buzz! In an instant, the already charging team of skeleton swordsmen, their speed directly skyrocketed by 1 in a split second, and while the other party hadn't reacted yet, they had already rushed to the front. Put! A long sword slashing sound resounded, followed by the sight of damage values rising above the demonized Vajra's head. -37, -42, -38. Even though each damage value was not high, but could not help the number of 30 figures a round of shooting, directly let the other party lost nearly 1,000 blood. How did these skeleton swordsmen suddenly become so powerful? Su Xiaochang was filled with incredulity, being able to leave so much damage on the boss. Is this taking medicine? It's not the medication. It must be his skills. Su Mei was equally shaken. She had thought that these skeleton swordsmen had exhausted their cards, but there was actually such an outbreak. She turned her head and looked at Lin Shiyun, who was a bit dumbfounded next to her. I don't know. Lin Shiyun couldn't remember how many times she'd said she didn't know, but I can help. She suddenly reacted by raising the wooden staff directly in her own hand. Chapter 24, Magic Marked Grievance Prison. Buzz. Before Zhou could react, he suddenly felt a layer of light enveloping his body, and he looked back to find Lin Shiyun chanting something with her staff. Blessed light? Boosts one's life recovery rate, as well as overall blood count. After standing for so long, this girl is getting so much use out of it. With this blessed light boost, the skeleton swordsman should be able to fire one more round of flurry. Sure enough, after 3 rounds of flurry fire, the skeleton swordsman ushered in a stormy counterattack from the demonized Vajra. Whoosh! With a single sweep of the 4-meter-long Zen staff, the nearest number of skeletal swordsmen in front of him were directly and completely shattered. This time, the other party had already declared their demise without even having the chance to splice. But even so, the other skeleton swordsman continued to attack fearlessly. The demonized Vajra used his Zen staff as a club, swinging it one after another like a windmill, and in just a few strokes, he managed to completely crush all of the skeleton swordsmen. And looking at the other side, with 13,000 blood, there was still almost 10,000 left. Bang! At this moment, the demonized Vajra heavily stomped on the ground, and then approached towards Zhou. Those who believe in my demon ancestor will be granted eternal life. Tai! The Zen staff in his hand swung up, like a phantom swept down from the void in one swoop, smashing towards Zhou. Ah! Lin Shiyun cried out in shock as the terrifying power of the demonized Vajra caused her to lose her confidence in being able to win. However, right at this moment, Zhou met the opponent's Zen staff and took a step out. Click, click, click. Heavy armor like machinery surfaced one after another in the trio's dumbfounded gazes, completely wrapping their entire bodies in an instant. Heavy and massive full body armor, incredibly thick shields, sharp and broad greatswords. As this appeared, Zhou, who originally looked somewhat thin, instantly became incomparably powerful. An armor? Su Xiaochang's brain completely short-circuited. No one replied, as Zhou, who had finished equipping himself at the moment, had already taken out his own shield to meet him upwards. Knock! The Zen staff collided with the shield with a low, muffled thud. -231. Ha! Seeing the value of the damage, Zhou smiled slightly. Sure enough, the defense brought by the heavy armor was better than the damage reduction he had imagined. And at this moment, the demonized Vajra that had completed one strike raised up again, preparing to launch a second attack. Turn-based game. Now it's my turn. Zhou directly exploded in a flash. Blast Wolf Steps is activated. Swish! His figure was like a residual shadow, instantly disappearing from his original position, taking advantage of the moment when the demonized Vajra lifted up to come directly in front of the other party. Sword Breath Heavy Slash is activated. Pust! A biting sword chi erupted, hard ripping through the opponent's blocking double fists and smashing on top of his abdomen. -1070. 1,000 damage? That high? The three who saw the damage were stunned. this was a boss. It was actually able to burst out such horrific damage. So how high was Joyu's current attack? Joyu / heavy skeleton swordsman. Race, undead. Rank, LV24, 151 / 2400. Life, 3200. Magic, 1500. Attack, 350 to 400. Defense, 32 / magic resistance 15%. Words, sword breath heavy / green. Extreme splicing, white. Skeleton swordsman summoning, green. Sharp claw penetration, blue. Wolf pack command, green. Blistering wolf steps, blue. Stygian explosive blast, blue. Evil frenzy, blue. Mega strength, green. Intermediate toughness, green. Intermediate corpse eater, green. Intermediate martial body, green. Demonic whistle, green. Intermediate stick technique, green. Intermediate demonize, blue. Believer's mastery, green. Phantom's body, green. Spiteful roar, green. Joyu's previous attack and blood level had not been this high, but it could not hold up to this copy. And the brand new words had not only all been collected in such a short period of time, not to mention that some of them had even been promoted to blue words. He was now, under the increase of evil frenzy, simply strong and terrifying. Pust. Under the 30% increase in attack speed, Joyu did not hesitate to chop out 2 swords again. -985. -1429. 2 more damages appeared, and one of them even triggered a bludgeon. In less than a second's time, Joyu alone had exploded over 3000 points of damage, equal to more than the sum of all the previous skeleton swordsmen. However, just as Joyu swung his heavy sword to attack for the 4th time, only a dang sound was heard. His heavy sword was held up by the demon-subduing pestle. When Joyu looked up, he saw that the Zen staff above his head was coming towards him like a residual shadow, and he moved his feet. Blast Wolf Steps is activated. Swish! Joyu's figure instantly became illusory, passing through the opponent's body and appearing directly at the opponent's back. The angry head turned over, but before it could react, Joyu had already slashed out 2 swords again. Sword chi heavy chopping. 2 more terrifying attacks erupted out, directly knocking out more than 2000 of the opponent's blood. By now, the original 13,000 demonized Vajra was only left with 5,000 or so. In other words, with a maximum of 5 attacks, Joyu would be able to completely kill him. Ah, damn it! I want to live forever and no one can stop me. Before the snarl in his mouth could fall, Joyu suddenly opened his mouth wide and made a snarling gesture. Spiteful hiss is activated. Ow! A hissing roar from the soul level resounded, directly causing the furious demonized Vajra to give a slight lurch. Spiteful hissing, no other effect, just through the hissing of the soul to make the target produce a short stun. This stun for the magic resistance is good. Magic adamantine does not have much effect, just only able to linger for a moment. It was also at this instant that Joyu's strike landed once again. Sword chi heavy chopping. Pust. With only 4 strikes left, Joyu would be able to complete the decimation. However, the repeatedly traumatized demonized Vajra had already reached a state of fury, only to see its free hands violently close together and roar at Joyu. Ow! Countless black demonic patterns detached from his body as if they were living creatures, and without waiting for Joyu to react, they transformed into a massive cage that completely enveloped Joyu. Manticorpse. This was the demonized Vajra's underhanded tactic, as countless demonic patterns transformed into a prison of resentment, completely binding Joyu, and not a single block for the demonized Vajra itself. At this moment, Joyu was like a lamb to the slaughter, able to let the other party keep attacking. What to do? Lin Shiyun did not expect a sudden reversal, and the 2 supporting skills she had at her disposal were thrown at Joyu, but to no avail. And at this moment, Su Mei and Su Xiaochang, who were on the side, rushed out at almost the same time. Xiaochang, attack left and right. He only has about 4000 blood left. We can try. Yes. Demons, look at the sword. Su Xiaochang leaped up, the long sword in his hand raised, and slashed out at the demonized Vajra. However, only a dang sound could be heard as his long sword was stopped by the demon bucking pestle all at once, and no matter how much he exploded, he could not fall any further. Get out of the way. Behind him came Su Mei's shout. Su Xiaochang, who had long been waiting for this moment, seemed to have anticipated it. His body suddenly backed up and directly tumbled away towards the side, and behind him, Su Mei held her sword in both hands as a low drink erupted from her mouth. Stored power mad sword slash. Thumbs up. A silver sword light slashed in midair, heavily chopping above the demonized Vajra's arm. Pust. Dark red blood soared out, but it only brought a pitiful damage of -112. What? Su Mei also didn't expect that the skill she had exerted all her strength to perform would only be able to explode with such a small amount of damage, and at this moment, she only felt a blackness above her head as a huge Zen staff swept across with a terrifying wind sound. When her body flew out uncontrollably. And just this hit actually hit her with nearly half of her blood. Of course it also took advantage of this effort to buy Zhou a tiny bit of time. Above its head, a ghostly green fireball happened to coalesce. Chapter 25, Passing and Breaking Records. Underworld Fire Blast is activated. Boom! A ghostly green fireball exploded above the opponent's head all at once, again bringing nearly 1,000 blood damage. Zhou was not able to execute the Underworld Flame Explosion Boom right now, so he was only able to use this Underworld Flame Explosion Boom to deal a heavy blow to his opponent. Unexpectedly, this provoked the ferocity of the other party even more, and between the roars, the Zen staff was swung towards Zhou. With the demonic grievance firmly entangled, Zhou was only able to withstand this attack with a stiff upper lip. However, when the Zen staff smashed down, the expected horrific damage did not appear, and was replaced by only tens of points of damage. How is that possible? The three of them exclaimed almost simultaneously. That was a boss. And only 78 points of attack at once? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. And seeing these damages, Zhou's mouth brought up a smile. Ghost form really does work wonders when used properly. 70% damage reduction is something even bosses don't expect. And not only that, the spectral form that had reached the green word had not only 70% damage reduction, but even the 10% magic damage deepening was reduced to 0. This meant that he no longer needed to worry about the opponent's magic attacks when he turned on this state. Snap! The unbelieving demonized Vajra repeatedly went down a few Zen staffs, adding up to less than even 300 points of damage. At this time, the magic pattern prison that had been maintained for more than 10 seconds was also declared to have disintegrated, and Zhou, who had regained his freedom, swept his long sword in his hand once again. Sword chi choppin', sword chi choppin', sword chi choppin'. As the triple chop went down, one of them managed to explode into a bludgeon, and huge blood-colored numbers instantly rose above the demonized Vajra's head, and all of its blood bars were completely emptied at this moment. Ding! You have successfully killed the Demon Monk Academy Master. Experience value plus 1,120. Ding! You have randomly acquired the word, Demonic Grievance Cell, blue. Buzz! Before the three people in the back could react, they felt the light flashing above their heads and upgraded in unison. Alert! The Magic Monk Zen Garden copy has been successfully cleared. Rewards are being settled. Congratulations on your reward. Experience value plus 1,000. Devil Monk's Staff, bronze. Devil Mortar and Pestle, bronze. Devil Monk's Robe, bronze. Congratulations on breaking the record of clearing the normal difficulty of the copy. Extra reward, experience value plus 1,000. Hearing the prompt, Lin Shiyun felt her head spinning. This passes? And it's a record? Wow. Old sister. Captain. We're rich. I've got 500 more experience. Me too. The three of them had an exhilarated and incomparable look on their faces, not realizing that they had actually cleared the level, and so quickly, and it was the skeleton soldier that started it all. At this moment, the three of them could not help but look at Zhou as the other party just stood in front of the fallen demonized Vajra, just like a god of war. A blue word? Zhou looked at the acquired words and felt a bit sorry in his heart. No one would mind having more words. Not to mention, this guy has several blue words on him. He wouldn't mind brushing up a bit more if he could do it again. If it's a copy, it shouldn't be just normal difficulty, right? Zhou suddenly remembered Lin Shiyun's introduction earlier and turned his head to look at the three. Gesturing. You mean you're going to keep brushing this copy? Increase the difficulty? But, your consumption, isn't it a bit high? Do you want to take a rest? Okay, listen to you. Anything else you want, you can say. No problem. After Zhou's hand gestures, Lin Shiyun completely understood Zhou's needs. The other party not only wanted to brush this copy again, but also wanted her to find books about the language and script they were learning, as well as historical introductions and so on. The little girl kept nodding her head like a chicken eating rice, writing down all of the other party's requests. However, this would take time, and she needed to go back and collect them first, just as Zhou also needed some time to recover his state. Although he was certain, Zhou naturally wouldn't be too big for a copy with an increased difficulty. As for the Su Mei siblings, they naturally agreed in a million ways. Just like that, after the countdown ended, the three of them and Zhou disappeared together in the copy. And just outside the replica hall, Conling was sitting at the bottom of the announcement screen with his men, and he even ordered himself a drink. Sitting on a sofa, he didn't know where he got it from, like he was on vacation. My lord, are you just going to wait here? The four fighters standing by on the side couldn't help but say. If you ask me, they're afraid they won't be able to get out for a while. After all, this is a plot copy. Even if they can't resist the first wave of wild monsters, it'll take them 2 hours to start. Yeah, why don't we take the young master to the nearby wilderness to brush up first? so we don't waste time. Not bad. Young master has just completed his first turn now. With this amount of time, he might be able to reach LV11 directly. Humph, you guys are really high on her. Kong Ling, who was holding the wine cup, suddenly snorted lightly. What kind of place do you think this is? The grudge monks and the demon monk Zen center are enough to give them a pot to drink. And look at how long she can hold out with only 3 people entering and not even a single mage? With that he looked at the clock. Half an hour now. Another quarter of an hour at the most and they're going to be scared out of their woeful end copies. The 4 of them nodded their heads in agreement. Not bad. Your Excellency is really wise. Even guessing this. Ha ha, when that Lin Shiyun is scared and runs out, she will definitely kneel in front of Gongzi and beg him to take her to upgrade. At that time, the Gongzi can ravage as much as he wants. Ha 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 ha. While the crowd was laughing, suddenly on top of the screen, the Sequence 38 squad belonging to Lin Shiyun suddenly had its copy record time terminated. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the copy, a teleportation glow lit up, signaling that someone had come out. A little association and I knew they were coming out. Look at that. Is this gentleman right? Kong Ling lazily turned around to face the entrance as he tilted his head back and took a large gulp of the liquid. He wanted to see how miserable Lin Shiyun, who had been tortured by the copies and fled out, would look. However, just as the light of the duplicate entrance flashed, a sound that resounded through the duplicate hall suddenly came from above the overhead announcement. Congratulations to Sequence Team 38 for breaking the record for clearing the Demon Monks Zen Center on normal difficulty with a time of 42 minutes and 16 seconds. Congratulations to Sequence Team 38 for breaking the record for clearing the Demon Monks Zen Center on normal difficulty with a time of 42 minutes and 16 seconds. Congratulations to Sequence Team 38 for breaking the record for clearing the Demon Monks Zen Center on normal difficulty with a time of 42 minutes and 16 seconds. Put. The announcement 3 times in a row caused the originally smug and incomparable Kong Ling's face to change drastically, and the wine that he had not yet swallowed was even sprayed out in one gulp. He stood up violently and looked at the big screen with incredulity, and his mouth even lost its voice in shock. What? Chapter 26, Breaking Kong Ling. Changes at home. Passing? That's impossible. It wasn't just him. The 4 fighters who had seconded him just now were all looking at each other at the moment, looking towards the top of the hall's announcement. They couldn't believe how the other guy did it and got through. At the same time, the entire crowd roaming the replica halls were completely shocked by the announcement. What? 40 minutes or so? That's all it took to clear the level? Which team is this? Number 38? That wouldn't be the 3 young men who just went in, would it? Impossible. Didn't she clash with the city lord's son? A newbie who just transferred yesterday. Humph. The announcement won't be faked. You have to believe it even if you don't. No way. Is it possible that she's really a hidden bigot? Hidden or not I don't know, but it's definitely a biggie. 40-odd minutes of clearance. Can you believe it? What was the last pass record again? I think I remember it being 1 day and 7 hours. Hiss. So far ahead? There were many bystanders who had disdained Lin Shiyun and the girls just now who had changed their faces. If the copy passes don't tell the story, then setting a new copy record will tell the story. What's more, Lin Shiyun and the girls took such a short time. Buzz. As the light flickered, the 3 figures completely solidified in front of the replica entrance. Sensing their surroundings, the 3 of them had a feeling of relief. But just as they raised their heads, they found a pair of eyes all staring at them. Unlike the snickering, mocking, and even insouciant gazes from before, this time, they all had a strong vibration and even ingratiation in their eyes. This kind of strong person who was able to pass so quickly, no matter what the method, deserved to leave a good impression, even if it was just a passerby. They, Su Xiaochang was a bit unresponsive, but just as he opened his mouth, Lin Shiyun next to him reminded him, look at the announcement. As soon as Su Xiaochang looked up, he saw the bolded and enlarged announcement in the first row, displaying the very news of his squad's record-breaking clearance. We broke the record, and according to the rules, there is an announcement to be made in the replica hall. Su Mei's words explained in an aside. Sister Su, why don't we just follow the previous plan and take a 2-hour break before we gather here? Lin Shiyun said. Those pieces of equipment, please help me with them. No problem. Shiyun, if you need some life one, I can totally supply it ahead of time. Before she could finish, she was interrupted by Lin Shiyun. No need Sister Su, you've already helped me a lot. I'll think of my own way for the money. Good. See you in 2 hours then. Su Mei knows what it means to get to the point, and did not continue but signaled everyone to get on the car. Soon, under the gazes of the crowd, Lin Shiyun's trio directly got into the limousine and proceeded to quickly leave. From start to finish, the 3 of them didn't even look at Kong Ling. Click! The wine glass in Kong Ling's hand slammed heavily on the ground. His face constantly changing between green and red, This was the first time he felt so humiliated by someone. No words, no taunts, not even exchanges. The fact that the other party had simply ignored him alone had become the greatest humiliation for him. He, Kong Ling, the second son of the city lord's mansion. Who else would dare to ignore him? Even the 4 fighters beside him were silenced at the moment, not daring to speak. After a long time, Kong Ling almost gritted her teeth and said, "Go! Where are we going, my lord?" "Nonsense. Of course it's into the copy." Kong Ling's eyes were filled with gloominess as he said, "What's a normal level pass? I want a dangerous level clearance. So let's see what she can still pretend in front of me at that time." "Humph, dangerous level?" The 4 fighters all changed their faces when they heard it. This difficulty has risen. And the danger has likewise risen. This, male enhancement, the danger level is afraid. Someone had just opened their mouth when Kong Ling blared and scolded them back. "What does my father want with you guys? A dry meal? If any of you dare to quit, do you believe I'll make you have no place to hang out in Cold City? No, don't dare." Being told by him, each of the 4 could only bow their heads. They were only second-turn professionals. They couldn't do anything to make the city lord give his face. Knowing the dangers, you have to go on. Besides, Lin Shiyun and the others were escorted by the limousine, and soon returned home. She also did not expect that Sister Sumei's efficiency was so high. People were still in the car. The 3 pieces of bronze equipment had already been exchanged for money, and even directly exchanged for 3 life won after consulting her opinion. Lin Shiyun had just gotten off the bus when someone from the Chamber of Commerce was waiting at the door to deliver life won. "Sister Su, how come it's 5? Lin Shiyun was surprised at the amount of safekeeping inside the suitcase. "Oops, those 2 count as me lending them to you in advance. When you explode your equipment again later, just sell them to me." Sumei waved her hand and quickly drove off. Looking at the other party's distant figure, Lin Shiyun whispered a thank you. She clutched the suitcase tightly and ran up the stairs with light steps. With these life ones, her sister should be able to ease her condition for a while and not be in so much pain. She even kind of couldn't wait to share the good news with the other woman. Ta-da! Lin Shiyun jumped like a small rabbit after the last set of steps, and her figure stopped violently when she saw the already open door of her house. Snap! The suitcase she was holding tightly in her hands fell with a sound and hit the ground heavily, but Lin Shiyun was unaware of it. "Grandma, Foamy!" Lin Shiyun rushed into the room and yelled, but there was no half-hearted response. For a moment, she panicked. For many years, Grandma had taken care of Foamy, never leaving the door unlocked, and her sister had not left that bedroom for several years. But now, both were gone. "Grandma, Foamy!" Lin Shiyun searched all the rooms like crazy, but did not see the 2 in the slightest. Just on the verge of its imminent collapse, Lin Shiyun suddenly saw a note pressed just below the cup on the living room coffee table. As she grabbed it, she realized that there was a line written on it, "Abandoned Factory No. 048 on the southern outskirts of the city." The handwriting was new and not that of Grandma and Foamy, and no other words had been left on it. But this was Lin Shiyun's last straw, and she rushed out of her room almost without thinking, heading straight to the location on the note. And just as her figure disappeared into the street, a figure hiding in the corner lowered its voice. "The target has departed and is separated from Sumei." Lin Shiyun just ran wildly all the way to the south of the city in less than half an hour, where rows and rows of once bustling factories had all been abandoned. With only her sister and grandmother on her mind, she searched all the way and finally found Factory 048 hidden very deep. The factory gates were closed, leaving only a small square door for people to pass through. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Shiyun pushed open the small door and walked in, but as soon as she entered, she saw a scene that caused her incomparable heartache. Chapter 27 Seconds. "I'm not you." Inside the warehouse, the grandmother was suspended high in midair by a rope, her entire hair disheveled, her face pale, and her condition extremely poor. That wasn't the most disturbing thing for Lin Shiyun. The most heartbreaking thing was that the sister below was just left on the wet and cold ground. She let out a pained whimper from her mouth and tried to struggle several times. Even her fingers were gouged and bleeding, but she couldn't move a single bit. Right next to them, 2 figures, as if they were watching a play, stared at the 2 from the side, even letting out laughter from time to time from their mouths. The bright laughter in the dark and cold plant contrasted sharply with the mournful screams from his sister's mouth. "What are you doing?" Lin Shiyun only felt pain as if her heart was being plucked out by a knife and screamed as she rushed towards her sister. "Let go of my grandmother." As soon as Lin Shiyun rushed to her sister, she said in a trembling tone, "Sister, are you alright?" "Ah, sis, I didn't, things don't, hurt." Seeing Lin Shiyun's appearance, the 2 figures did not have much surprise on their faces, and one of the bearded middle-aged men merely clapped his hands. Surely this is a good way for the male to take the bait at once. The other one-eyed man was hemming and hawing. It's a shame to die like this with such a pretty face. It would be a shame to. The bespectacled bearded man glared at him, his tone serious. Don't make a fuss. This is someone the Lord needs. I know. Just saying. One eye skimmed. You? Who the hell are you guys? Lin Shiyun instantly discovered the problem from the two men's conversation and asked with a grave expression. Who are we? Don't you know that in your heart? One eye snorted. Come with us, and you'd better behave, so I'll leave them with a whole body. What? You're going to kill Grandma and your sister? Boom! Lin Shiyun only felt like a thunderbolt exploding in her head. What are you thinking? The bearded man snorted coldly. Your family was doomed from the moment you stepped into this factory. Saying that, the two men approached towards Lin Shiyun in unison. The powerful aura of a second-turn professional made Lin Shiyun unable to resist palpitations, but she looked at her agonized sister in her arms, and her grandmother, who was hanging in a near coma in mid-air, and forced herself to calm down. Kong Ling just separated from us, so if she really wants to do this, she won't let me go. From the state of the two, Lin Shiyun instantly thought of Kong Ling, but then she quickly felt that something wasn't right. Kong Ling, even though he was a playboy, it was herself that she had always wanted, and the other side was clearly here for their lives, and more than that, the lives of their own family. It is impossible to do such things without deep hatred. I am usually careful and discreet and never make enemies with other people. Who would want to put me to death? At the mention of death, Lin Shiyun's mind suddenly thought of Wu Lina and Zhuang Hutu who had died in the middle of the wasteland earlier. You are seeking revenge for Lina Wu? Lin Shiyun remembered Su Mei's reminder and immediately blurted out. Ha! Looks like you're not stupid yet. It's really her. Lina Wu and the girls broke away from the group on their own and were targeted by the wolves. You? Why are you taking revenge on me? And my family? For the first time, Lin Shiyun felt so unjust. Why? Why do I need to kill you? One Eye snorted with laughter. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Sister, you, go. Although Fomi was in pain, she still heard the other party's words from the beginning to the end, and at this moment, she was gripping Lin Shiyun's arm tightly, begging, you, alone, can, live. No, sis, oh, I won't leave you. The pain from the blood spilling under her red lips kept Lin Shiyun from bursting into tears, and without hesitation, she unleashed her summoning spell. A spell began to spread from beneath her feet, and the familiar summoning gate coalesced out of thin air in a matter of moments. The two of them were slightly stunned, and then they saw a 2-meter-tall morose white skeleton frame appear. Zhou Yu had thought that the other party had finished resting and was ready to enter the copy, but unexpectedly, when he looked around, he realized that this place was actually a dilapidated factory building. Click! Zhou Yu's head turned 180 degrees, ready to spray a meal on Lin Shiyun. However, after he saw Lin Shiyun and the little girl she was holding, his eyes jumped slightly. Is this a copy? Or an accident? For some reason, the moment Lin Shiyun saw Zhou Yu, her heart seemed to have found something to rely on, and tears flowed out uncontrollably. Lina Wu, who died in the middle of the wasteland before. Her family sent people over to kill me and my family. Help me, please. Click, click, click. Zhou Yu didn't say anything, but turned his head around and drew the long sword at his waist and pointed it at the two men. Skeleton soldiers? Seeing that a skeletal soldier actually dared to draw his sword towards him, both of them were stunned, followed by a burst of laughter. Ha ha ha. One Eye walked ahead holding his stomach, unconcerned. You're counting on a skeleton soldier to help you? Ha ha. It's a larger skeleton soldier. The bearded man followed suit with a rare chorus. Don't delay. Settle it and take her on the road. Ha ha ha. No need for you to make a move. This skeleton soldier, I can do it with one hand. Pust. After a muffled sound, One Eye could only feel a coldness in his neck, and all of his words came to an abrupt end in an instant. He found his entire body floating, his vision constantly lifting and spinning under inertia. He suddenly saw that his body below him seemed to be standing still, and the skeleton frame that he had snickered at just a moment ago was skimming past him with a long sword. Oh, I'm dead or beheaded. The moment this thought was born, all of One Eye's consciousness completely dissipated. Poof! The out-of-control body planted itself heavily backward on the ground, and the neck wound happened to be facing toward the bearded man. How? The bearded man's eyes were wide open, and before he could finish the exclamation of shock from his mouth, he saw Zhou use extremely fast sword slash. He rolled on the ground, and with a thud, the long sword slashed into the ground where he stood before, leaving a deep sword mark. Guardian Holy Shield. The bearded man climbed up and let out a low roar. A layer of armor equipment immediately surfaced on his body, and at the same time, a thick shield directly appeared in his hand. The bearded man had no intention of fighting, but instead used his shield as protection and retreated quickly towards the outside of the factory. Even if Zhou Yu only struck out once, he clearly knew that he was not the opponent's match. Therefore, the bearded man directly wanted to escape. As long as he could escape from here, he could send a message to Wu Xiong, and at that time, he would be able to get support. Damn it, didn't she just turn 2 days ago? How could she have such a terrifying summoning beast? While retreating, the bearded man cursed in his heart. Luckily, my guardian's sacred shield has a strong defense that can withstand all attacks below level 30, so as long as I can exit this place, I'll be able to survive. But as soon as his thoughts fell, he saw Zhou Yu coming towards him in quick steps. Top me. The bearded man let out a low gulp and heavily poked his shield into the ground. However, not only did Zhou Yu's speed not diminish in the slightest, it instead increased more and more. Swish! The bearded man only felt a tremor in his body, and the expected shock did not appear. When he looked up, he suddenly realized that Zhou Yu, who had rushed in front of him, had disappeared. Where did it go? Pust! The long sword tore through the armor and flew up along with his head, spinning a few times in midair before falling to the ground. Even to his death, the bearded man could not understand how exactly Zhou Yu appeared behind him. With an expressionless glance at the two corpses, Zhou Yu didn't even bother to look at the system's prompts as he turned his head and lifted the longsword in his hand, following which he violently flew into midair. With just a snort, the ropes that bound the grandmother were chopped off stiffly. By the time Grandma fell, a pair of morose white arms appeared just below her, catching her firmly. Alive! Zhou Yu probed his nose and handed it over to Lin Shiyun. Thank you, Grandma, are you okay? Lin Shiyun threw Zhou Yu a grateful look and helped her grandmother up. Ahem! Grandma coughed heavily and seemed about to awaken. Shiyun, where are we? Grandma, I'm here. Don't be afraid. We're going home. Going home? Hearing those two words, Zhou Yu's soul fire throbbed for an instant, and in the next moment, the long sword in his hand shook, pointing directly at Lin Shiyun. This sudden move startled Lin Shiyun. You? What are you doing? Humph! Zhou Yu snorted coldly. Back to what home? He pointed the long sword in his hand at the two fallen bodies. I am not you, and have never been in the habit of putting danger in the cradle. Chapter 28. The world fears authority rather than virtue. In fact, for Lin Shiyun's thoughts at this time, Zhou Yu can be understood. The other party is benign. The first encounter with such things, only thinking of early to bring the grandchildren home. But he wasn't the other side. And while Lin Shiyun certainly wasn't considered important, she was the only way he could come to this world and acquire other words. He could care less about other things, but this kind of thing, he had to. You're going to go to Lina Wu's family? After Lin Shiyun took a moment to understand Zhou Yu's intentions, an incredulous look appeared in her eyes. It wasn't that she didn't understand the other party's behavior, but she didn't expect that the skeleton was actually smart enough to know about revenge. It's not me, it's us. Zhou Yu decided to teach Lin Shiyun a good lesson. If you cut the grass, it will grow again in the spring, and you can never expect mercy from your enemies. Zhou Yu tried his best to make the other party understand the significance. Every kindness you show could lead to your loved ones being hurt again. The world fears authority more than virtue. Understand? Lin Shiyun, who understood Zhou Yu's meaning, was silent for a moment, and when she raised her head again, a touch of coldness gradually expanded in her eyes. She stood up and bowed to Zhou Yu. I get it. My kindness is reserved only for loved ones and friends. When it comes to my enemies, I have to be cold enough so that my loved ones are safe from harm. I know where her house is. Please help me send my grandmother and sister back first. I can take you there. Compared to before, Lin Shiyun had a trace of more determination in her voice. Yes, Zhou Yu nodded his head, and with one hand, he picked up his grandmother and Lin Mo, and just after taking 2 steps, he saw Lin Shiyun following behind him. Come up here. He nodded his chin over his shoulder. You, going to carry me? Cut the crap and hurry up. Lin Shiyun hesitated for a moment, and finally saw Zhou Yu crouch down, before she carefully climbed onto the other party's back and wrapped her hands around the eerie white bones. Just after lying down on it, a cold touch from the skeleton's bones surfaced with it, and then Lin Shiyun felt her body shaking, followed by a huge increase in speed, and quickly rushed out of the plant. The scenery on both sides flew backward in her eyes, which was faster than she could have imagined. Luckily, this is the age of the professional, and there are not a few people on the street who use a variety of thousands of strange seats. Lin Shiyun just rested her head on Zhou Yu's shoulder, the cold touch from the abyssal undead, but it made her feel a warmth that she hadn't felt in a long time. Zhou Yu, who was running wildly down the road, quickly returned to Lin Shiyun's residence, where he placed Lin Mo and his grandmother on separate beds. Grandma opened her eyes in a haze, and after seeing Zhou Yu's tall and sturdy figure, her face did not have the slightest bit of fear, but instead revealed a pleased smile. Nanner, Luo Ya, did you see that? Your daughters, how outstanding. Lin Momo drank 3 bottles of life one in a row with Lin Shiryun's help, after which the pain in her body seemed to diminish slightly and her face looked better. Sister, is it your summon? Fomi looked at Joyu standing there and said with some envy. That's awesome. Joyu glanced at Lin Momo who was lying on the bed, the runes twisting and writhing at the other party's neck, for some reason, but it gave him a familiar feeling, as if, a kind of necromantic power. It's called the Heavenly Execution Death Seal, passed down to my sister when my parents fell earlier. As if she could see Joyu's doubts, Lin Shiryun subconsciously explained. Because of this, my sister suffers countless agonizing pains every day, and only life one can ease her pain. She rarely found anyone other than her grandmother to confide in, and at the moment took Joyu as an object to confide in. I will work hard, make a lot of money, find the best priest and cure my sister. You, very short of money? Joyu asked as he gestured. Aha! Lin Shiryun nodded. Life one is expensive, and my sister might develop resistance to it at some point, so she might need a better drug. Joyu thought for a moment, and suddenly raised his hand, and the 2 pieces of silver equipment that he had previously obtained from the ghoul lords were thrown on the ground. For me? Lin Shiryun's eyes widened in shock when she saw these 2 pieces of equipment that were glittering with silver light. Joyu didn't say anything, but turned his head to look at Lin Shiryun's bookshelf. With a book. In exchange. Thank you. Lin Shiryun did not push back. She knew that the value of these 2 pieces of silver equipment must be very expensive, and since Joyu was her summoned beast, she did not treat him as an outsider. Take any book you want. Just take it. Lin Shiryun finished speaking before she remembered that Joyu was afraid that he didn't know the words, and she walked directly to the bookshelf. This is the foundation of the common script of the Summer Kingdom. This is the general history of the Summer Kingdom, and the general history of the Blue Star, and the chronicle of the abyssal events, which should be able to be of use to you. Joyu looked at the time. It happened to be early in the day, not too suitable for killing people, so he sat down in the living room, flipped open the text base of it, and directly read it. Several hours passed in a flash. Seeing that the sky would be dark, Joyu then put away his books. Unlike what he expected, the writing of Xia actually had many similarities with the writing of his previous life. Even the pattern within the world before the entire Blue Star Abyss invasion was very similar to the previous world. Could it be that I appeared here for a reason? Joyu had to make a guess, but after thinking for a few moments, he couldn't come up with any clues, so he simply stood up and stretched. The book was almost read. It was dark, and business should be done next. The night is dark and moonless. Another villa not far from the residence of the chief of the city defense bureau. Xiang'er, those 2 guild members you sent, are they reliable or not? Chief Wu Xingchang stroked his stubble, a touch of anxiety in his tone. Didn't I say that girl had separated from Su Mei and the others? Why haven't you brought her back yet? Ha! Wu Xiong smiled lightly at his words. Father, don't worry. The Red Dragon Guild is a 5th rank guild. Those who are able to join it are all elites. These 2, a stalker who specializes in assassination and a guardian knight who specializes in defense, and they are both second turners. It's enough to deal with the district's 1 turner's maiden. If you say so, my father is relieved. Wu Xingchang nodded. In this life, I'm afraid that my father will be stuck within the 4th revolution, unable to advance an inch, and with Lina meeting an untimely end. Xiang'er, the future of my Wu family will depend on you. Don't worry, father. Wu Xiong smiled confidently. It won't be long before my son will be able to rush up to the 3rd turn, or even higher. An icy cold light flashed in his eyes. Before that, those who killed my sister must be made to pay. As soon as the words fell, a figure outside was seen running in hurriedly. Report, Your Excellency. The one you sent has returned escorting someone. Good. Ha ha ha. Wu Xiong laughed loudly, got up and walked out. Quickly bring them in through the back door. Yes. Wu Xiong was not reckless. Quite the contrary. In order not to leave any leverage on the Wu family, he even set up this execution ground in the vacant villa that he had found someone to rent. Even if something goes wrong at that time, it won't be traced to him at all. He had just stepped inside the garden outside the villa when he saw that he was being led in by a figure wearing heavy armor and carrying a shield and long sword. And in his hands, he was choking Lin Shiryun's neck, carrying it over like a small chicken. Is that the style of the Guardian Knight's outfit? Seeing the other party, Wu Xiong frowned slightly. He seemed to remember that Guardian Knights were sacred symbols. Their equipment should not be so hideous and gloomy. At that exact moment, Lin Shiryun, who was being grabbed, suddenly raised her head, her face with unwillingness and anger. Why did you kill my grandmother and sister? Why? Interrupted by her, Wu Xiong immediately turned his attention to Lin Shiryun. Why did you kill my sister? Wu Xiong asked with hatred in his eyes. I didn't get her killed. It was she who was afraid of the danger and took the initiative to break away from the group. Sister Sume and the others can testify to that. She broke away from the group in fear of danger. Can't you guys bring her back in? Wu Xiong's words caused Lin Shiyun to freeze. She's going to get us killed and we're going to drag her into it? Killed you guys? Impossible. My sister is so kind. She didn't even dare to step on an ant when she was growing up. She would harm you? Wu Xiong bellowed. It must be you guys, trying to use her as bait to hunt the wasteland wolves. Otherwise, how could you level up so fast? You ing scumbags should go down and bury my sister with you. You're talking nonsense. We didn't harm her. She harmed herself. Lin Shiyun shouted angrily. It doesn't matter. Wu Xiong smiled grimly. My sister is dead and you guys are still alive. This is just unfair. You should go down and accompany her. As he spoke, he directly raised his hand and grasped it, and a scepter inlaid with gemstones emerged in his hand. Just as he was about to kill Lin Shiyun for revenge, he suddenly saw that the knight's helmet was slightly raised, only that what flickered in it was not the pupils of his eyes, but two pulsating ghostly green soul fires. Chapter 29, Swirling Dance of the Inflaming Blade, Hand of Lava, Battle against the Fourth Turning. Soulfire? How can it be soulfire if it's not eyes in the guardian knight's helmet? Wu Xiong's mind flickered for a split second before he reacted furiously. No good. You're not. His words had just left his mouth when he saw that above his head, a huge fireball flickering with ghostly green flames was smashing down heavily. Boom! Without even giving Wu Xiong a chance to escape, the fireball came crashing down before violently erupting. Styrofoam blast. The terrifying underworld flame was at this moment like unbridled waves constantly impacting every inch of the villa. The originally luxurious villa even exploded under the impact of this fireball. At the same time, among them, Wu Xingchang, who had panicked and propped up his magic shield, rushed out from the villa with his men at once. What's going on? Xiang'er. His cries were not answered, because in midair, the second underworld flame ball had already fallen, while the third was being generated. Boom boom. After the two terrifying blasts fell, it caused the entire villa to be completely reduced to rubble. Ghostly green flames filled the air, and there were sounds of misery and cries everywhere. As for Wu Xiong, who stood at the center and took the brunt of the impact, the magic shield scroll on his body, which he didn't know when he had opened, came out with a crunching sound under this impact. Click! The carry-on defense scroll he had purchased at a cost of $300,000 had shattered just like that. Up to this point, Wu Xiong was still a bit baffled. He didn't understand why this guy in front of him, who looked like an undead, was able to cast such a terrifying skill. Zhou Yu did not intend to give him a chance to understand, and just as he froze, Zhou Yu moved. The blizzard wolf steps were executed, and his bulky body shape violently erupted with a powerful and incomparable speed. With just a flash, he dashed past his opponent. Pust! Before Wu Xiong could react, a great head was severed by Zhou Yu's horizontal chop. Blood sprayed in the air, bursting on top of Zhou Yu's steel armor, which looked particularly hideous in the night. Zhou Yu did not pay any attention to the other party who had already turned into a corpse, but his body continued to charge forward. Decapitating Wu Xiong was just an appetizer. What he really wanted to kill was that chief director of the City Defense Bureau, Wu Xingchang, who was standing behind him. Bang! Zhou Yu took a heavy step on the ground, and in the next moment, the ruins shook, and 30 skeleton swordsmen had already climbed out of the ruins. No, it's not 30, it's 40 courses. After Zhou Yu stepped into LV-25, the number of skeleton swordsmen summoned was finally boosted. 40 skeletal swordsmen appeared, indiscriminately launching attacks on all the surrounding beings, and at this moment, a strong magical wave rose up from the front. Firewall spell. Snorting. A wall entirely condensed from flames appeared in Zhou Yu's path of necessity. Zhou Yu had to stop his forward stance, his eyes looking into the distance. The anger on the face of Wu Xingchang, who was wrapped in a magic shield, could simply be described as extreme distortion. You hateful swine, the lowest of the low, the lowest of the low, how dare you plot against my son? Wu Xingchang was trembling, a sign of anger mixed with sadness. Die, and I will torture you in the most vicious ways, and make you suffer the harshest punishment in this world. As the chief director of the City Defense Bureau, Wu Xingchang was a fourth-turned professional, and his profession was a fire master of law. His son was able to become a rare profession inflammation controller by getting his genes. At this moment, with his most outstanding son dead, Wu Xingchang had completely lost his mind as he directly raised his staff and began to cast his strongest skills. A mass of blazing flames appeared out of thin air in front of him, and immediately turned into a blade-like fire edge that hovered in mid-air, turning into a flame tornado in an instant. Fourth-rank skill, Inflaming Blade Whirling Dance. Buzz! A whirlwind of inflammatory blades with a diameter of several meters swept towards Zhou Yu like a tornado. Click, click, click. Wherever they passed, The heads of the still struggling skeleton swordsmen drifted up with terrifying damage values one after another, and then they were completely scorched into nothingness. Then before Zhou Yu could react, it completely wrapped him up. Look out! Lin Shiyun wanted to warn, but unfortunately it was too late. Thumbs up! Zhou Yu could only feel a fiery blade scraping across his armor continuously as a series of damage surfaced one after another. Before the whirlwind of inflammatory blades dispersed, Zhou Yu clattered, and all of his armor, along with his bones, completely fell apart and disintegrated. Seeing this, the anger in Wu Xingchang's heart eased only slightly, and he waved his staff to make the aftermath dissipate. No! Lin Shiyun cried out and collapsed helplessly to the ground. Zhou Yu was her last resort, and now that that resort was lost, how could she fight against it? Regret? Wu Xingchang laughed back in anger, and the surviving people around him, all heavily armed, gathered towards Lin Shiyun in unison. Too late. The moment you killed my son. It was too late. Leaning on his staff, Wu Xingchang took a step in front of Lin Shiyun and lifted her chin up with the tip of his staff. I'm not going to kill you like that. I'm going to have you humiliated and then sent to the lowest brothel to be played with and taste all the pain before you die. Wu Xingchang turned his head and looked at his son, who was already in pieces, and with grief, he threw back his head and wept mournfully. Ah, my son! Only, he failed to notice that on the ground where the flaming blades swirled and swept, the originally scattered bones were actually pieced together at an unknown time, and the skeleton that was pulsating with soulfire was gnawing on an already charred and blackened corpse at an unknown time in its mouth. Intermediate corpse eater, green, Zhou Yu, who originally had less than 1,000 blood left, was now rapidly recovering his blood under the effect of the words. He knew the power of a fourth-turn professional, and even more so, he knew that it wasn't easy for him to successfully decapitate his opponent, but, can't help that he has a lot of words. Therefore, as early as when the opponent's skill came, Zhou Yu actively gave up his resistance and let his bones fall apart, creating the illusion of death. Now comes the opportunity. Click, click, click. All of the heavy equipment was combined in a matter of moments, and then Zhou Yu held a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, rushing towards Wu Xingchang as fast as he could. Blast Wolf Steps is activated. Swish! His speed exploded to the extreme, and in just an instant, he rushed to Wu Xingchang's heels. No good. It's not dead. The surviving professionals next to him reacted and did the same instantly. Knock! Zhou Yu's shield lifted, picking a warrior heavily off the ground, and his heavy sword swept across, cutting off a mage who was preparing to chant a spell. Then he used his body to take a hard blow from the distant archer before violently raising his own heavy sword and slashing out heavily towards Wu Xingchang. Sword Breath Heavy Slash is activated. Snort! A several meters of sword chi erupted, slashing heavily on top of Wu Xingchang. However, it was because of the blocking of the others that allowed Wu Xingchang to have a chance, and in an instant a magic shield erupted from him, blocking all of Zhou Yu's sword chi as much as he could. Insidious skeleton. You will never be able to match the intelligence of a human. Wu Xingchang looked at Zhou Yu and prepared to chant an incantation, but right at this moment, Zhou Yu seemed as if he hadn't heard his taunts as a flash of red suddenly swept up in his eyes. Evil Frenzy is activated. Swish swish swish. 3 sword chi heavy beheadings directly erupted in an instant. Put. 3 consecutive terrifying slashes managed to wear down the magic shield in front of Wu Xingchang. It was also at this moment that the other party's spell had finished. Hand of Lava. The ground in front of Zhou Yu suddenly cracked, and hands that looked like magma wrapped around them reached out at once, gripping heavily on top of the heavy sword he was about to slash. All of the attacks were completely contained in an instant. Wu Xingchang, who was holding his staff in his hand, sneered as he prepared his next skill, but right at this moment, his body suddenly trembled as a sharp pain struck him from his backside, completely interrupting all the chanting. He turned around in a twilight, but he saw that Lin Shiyun was holding a dagger and plunging it heavily above his back waist. Don't you dare! I would dare anything for my family. Lin Shiyun's body was still trembling at the moment, but the hands holding the dagger were unusually stable. Ho! Wu Xingchang had just said a single word when a large, white hand had already pinched above his throat, and in the next moment, suddenly exerted force. Chapter 30, Word Edit. Back to the Abyss. Dragons? Click. Wu Xingchang heard the crisp sound of his neck being pinched off coming from him. He had never imagined that he, as a fourth-turn mage, would one day die just like that. Before he died, he saw a light actually rising from Zhou Yu's body. The irony of trading one's own death for someone else's promotion is immense. Ding! You have killed a fourth-turn mage. Experience value plus 2,471. Ding! You're upgraded to LV 26. Ding! You have randomly acquired the word, Infernal Blade Spinning Dance, blue. Ding! Congratulations, you've looted enough words. The word editing function is on. Word edit, focus on any word. Freely blend different words, with probability to enhance or metamorphose into a new word. Note, once a slave fusion phrase is fused, it will disappear permanently, so please use this function with caution. New feature? Joyu did not expect that the system actually had such a change, only that he did not have the time to look into it now for the time being, seeing as how Wu Xingchang, a fourth-turn professional, had all completely fallen. The other survivors, naturally, completely lost their fighting spirit and fled in all directions. Swish, however, as they had just fled to the back door, they found a figure standing there with a serious and icy expression. Kill! Su Xiaochang had ice-cold and ruthlessness in his eyes, as if he had made some sort of determination. The long sword in his hand was raised, and he used his strongest skill to slash out with a sword. Pust! The long sword ran through the chest of the person at the very front, causing everyone at the back to be stunned. He, there guarded, escaped through the front door. In turn, he ran wildly in the other direction, but suddenly he saw that at the location of the main entrance, Su Mei, who was in full armor, was standing there, looking at all of this with an expressionless face, aiding and abetting. Damn it! As the words fell, she similarly leapt forward to join the battlefield. A few minutes later, the entire scene was completely purged by Zhou, and above his tall and morose white skeleton frame, all of them were dyed red with blood, and when he looked around, there were already corpses all over the place. Nice! Zhou looked at Su Mei and Su Xiaochang's siblings and secretly nodded. Originally, this plan would not be so perfect. After all, he himself was only one person. In case these people panicked, even if they were stronger, he simply could not kill them all. Once one escaped, today's events would be leaked, which would be a big trouble. And the addition of Su Mei and Su Xiaochang was something he didn't expect. The previously agreed upon time to continue into the Demon Monk's Zen Garden 2 hours later. Su Mei and Su Xiaochang both strolled around the replica hall for a long time and did not see Lin Shiyun appear. Only then did she personally find her way to the door. And after seeing the situation of Zhou Yu and Lin Shiyun and even Grandma and Lin Maxian, Su Mei naturally understood what kind of encounters the two had encountered. Originally, Zhou Yu thought that they would stop Lin Shiyun, but unexpectedly, the other party actually agreed to the plan and even planned to join. Whatever the purpose or idea, at least they played a role. Mr. Zhou, there has been a commotion here, and I believe someone from the sheriff's department will be here soon. Su Mei said to Zhou Yu, I think you should leave as soon as possible. I'll do the aftermath here. Aha! Zhou Yu nodded, with the chief financial officer's $1,000 to take care of the aftermath. Lin Shiyun's safety should be guaranteed. Turning his head and nodding to Lin Shiyun, Zhou Yu then directly terminated the summoning, and his own form quickly disappeared back into the abyss. Seeing Zhou Yu disappear, Su Mei hurriedly said to Su Xiaochang, quickly, set a fire, the bigger the better, and burn all the corpses here to the ground before they are completely disfigured. She said as she flew to collect the equipment that had fallen from these people and finally handed it over to Lin Shiyun. Shiyun, all of this was done by that Mr. Zhou of yours, so naturally it should all go to you, but for the time being, in this situation, it's too dangerous not to make a move, not even on the black market. No need for that, Sister Su Mei. Lin Shiyun shook her head. You have a better network of connections than I do. Just keep these at your place and wait for the right opportunity to strike. Saying that, she took out the 2 ghoul lords' equipment that Zhou Yu had given her. These 2 pieces of equipment are mine. Please help me get it out of the way first as well. I'm going to exchange it for life one. Yours? Su Mei didn't expect Lin Shiyun to actually take out 2 pieces of silver-level equipment, and was immediately a bit surprised, but then quickly reacted and hurriedly put them away. Okay, leave it to me. Boom! The 3 left, and soon the entire villa was ablaze with a raging fire. It didn't take long for a vehicle from the sheriff's department to speed by. What's going on? Why is there such a big fire here? Get in there and see if there's anyone in here. Report, it's bad. There are many corpses inside. One of them seems to be the chief of the city defense bureau, Wu Xingchang. What? Call the sheriff general. A series of hurried announcements were soon followed by a limousine speeding in from the distance. One of them, a middle-aged man with white hair and hale and hearty country face, walked down, striding towards the villa with a cigar in his mouth. This person is the chief of security, LV-49 Zheng Jigang. Hiss. Zheng Ji just stepped into it, first twitching his nose, and suddenly frowning. Undead power? Could it be those dogs from the Creation Society? In the Undead Valley, light flickered above the skeleton throne, and Zhou Yu's figure reappeared. See my lord. The Avanti soul flame pulsed and bowed respectfully to Zhou Yu. Avanti, has there been anything unusual in the time I've been away? Zhou Yu nodded slightly and asked about the situation here as usual. My lord, during the time you were away, We managed to subdue the newborn ghouls within the tundra graveyard and grew in power. There was excitement in Avanti's tone. We're trying to expand our territory beyond the tundra graveyard. Nice. Joe, you appreciated a sentence. Then can there be any gains? This. Don't stammer. Say what you have to say. When Joe saw the other party look like this, he knew something was wrong. The skeleton soldiers and ghouls that were just sent out to explore were nearly wiped out. Avanti said a little nervously. What? Joe, you raised an eyebrow. An existence that could make both the skeleton soldiers and the ghouls teams wiped out should not be a simple existence. What's beyond the tundra graveyard? Crypt demon. Crypt demons? Joe, you raised an eyebrow. He had also read about the abyssal beings today. The crypt demon was a kind of undead creature similar to a giant spider formed after its death. The piercing and spider attacks that it specialized in. Its own power, although not bad, was not so great that it would wipe out the entire team. He instantly broke off. Impossible. Say, what else? Joe, you looked at Avanti with this look of wanting to say something, and suddenly his tone became stern. Come on. There, dragon. What? Joe-Yu's face changed in an instant. Chapter 31 Frostwraith Dragon, Bone Exile. Dragons? Joe-Yu believed that Avanti didn't have the guts to lie, and he stroked his chin in deep thought. Dragons, no matter which world they were in, were the embodiment of top-level battle power, and even though he was stronger now than before, he could not possibly be a match for a dragon. If it really was a dragon appearing here, then his current territory would be in danger. Can you determine what kind of dragon it is? Joe-Yu asked. No, can't be sure. Avanti tried to explain. It came quickly, flapping its massive bony wings, but left again so quickly we don't know where it is or if it's just passing through. Joe-Yu violently stood up from above his seat in one go. The situation was urgent. He could not wait. It wasn't his style to sit back and wait. So Joe-Yu decided to check things out for himself. My lord. Where are you going? Avanti asked carefully. You don't need to worry about it. Guard the territory. Joe-Yu quickly stepped out of the Valley of the Undead and onto the top of the tundra graveyard, traveling to the edge of the area that Avanti had spoken of. He saw a stretch of hillside and woods emerge, and at this moment, Joe-Yu just took a glance and saw that the place that was harmed by the giant dragon spit, right at the location of the hillside woods, a full dozens of meters had been completely frozen by the spitting breath, which was mixed with an incomparably thick undead aura, completely destroying all the souls of everything. At the place destroyed by the spit, Joe-Yu could still clearly see several spider-like undead creatures that were over a meter in size and frozen into ice sculptures. Crypt demons? Joe-Yu recognized that these undead creatures that could dig holes in the ground and even spit silk, the lowest level would have to be over LV-15. Now, just under a mouthful of the other party's spit, he had been completely killed. Joe-Yu found a high ground and looked towards the inside of the rolling hillside, but did not find any other traces left behind by the giant dragon's spit, just passing through, perhaps? With such doubts, Joe-Yu quietly stalked towards the depths of the mountains and forests. He did not intend to start a war now, so he traveled very carefully. Together with the fact that he himself was originally an undead, the journey was uneventful. After consecutively going over several short mountain ranges, Joe-Yu did not find the shadow of the giant dragon's lair. This made him feel slightly relieved. It seemed that he shouldn't have to worry about an evil dragon being his neighbor and thus threatening his life. It's so far. It's hundreds of kilometers, isn't it? Joe-Yu muttered to himself in his heart as he prepared to return to the Undead Valley. However, just as he turned around, suddenly, in the distance, within one of the tallest peaks, a low dragon's roar was heard. Ow! Hiss! Joe-Yu sucked in cold air and violently prostrated himself under the rock. Immediately afterward, he saw the most shocking scene he had seen until he came to this world. A huge dragon with an icy blue color emanating from its body spread its wings and swooped down from its position at the top of the mountain. In addition to the coldness that seemed to be able to freeze everything, the other party's pair of eyes, however, flickered not with a ghostly green color, but with a blood-red color. Swish! The other party flew high as if letting the wind out, and before swooping down, that mouthful of spit was spewed out less than 50 meters away from Joe-Yu. Roar! After completely freezing a large area of trees and rocks to death, that giant dragon only flew back to the top of the mountain with satisfaction, roaring up to the sky as if swearing its sovereignty. And while it was flying by, Joe-Yu happened to tap the exclamation mark above its head. Frostwraith Phantom Dragon, Bone Exile. Race, Undead. Level, LV-70. Life, 70, 000. Magic, 28, 000. Attack, 9500 to 9900. Defense, 125. Physical resistance 37% / magic resistance 30%. Words, Frost Cold Spread, red. Resonance of the Dead, red. Dragon's Body, purple. Frost Wrecked Dragon's Breath, red. Frozen Realm, purple. Dragon's language deconstructed, blue. Hiss. Zhou Yu's body couldn't help but tremble. It wasn't fear, but excitement. The excitement that came from seeing the information about this huge dragon. This is the dragon? Not only was the level as high as 70, not to mention, there were actually so many words floating around on his body. What was even more terrifying was that the other party actually had purple words, and there were still 2 of them. Gray, white, green, blue, red, purple, gold. Since Zhou Yu had come to this world, the best he had seen was the blue phrase, but even so, he didn't know how many levels away from the purple phrase, let alone the higher gold phrase. Now, not only did he see it, he even saw 2 at once, and there are quite a few red words among the remaining words, not to mention the rest. These words, no matter which one was able to obtain, the increase in one's battle power could not be described in words. Longing, overwhelming longing. However, Zhou Yu was also very sensible. He knew that the current version of himself could not possibly be a match for the giant dragon. The opponent was afraid that all he needed was 1 bite of pounce and he would be directly finished. Boldly, Zhou Yu cautiously approached towards that mountain peak again. He wanted to see how the other party's lair was and if there were any other giant dragons present. If there was more than one, then he had only one option, and that was to move, and it had to be as far away as possible. Avanti waited anxiously within the Valley of the Undead, and after an unknown amount of time, he suddenly saw that a morose white figure stepped into the place. Ah, my lord, you have returned at last. Avanti rushed to meet him. If you don't come back, I'm afraid. Zhou Yu glanced at him. If this guy had flesh and blood, he would probably have to take a small gold man almost. So worried about me. Why don't I see you out looking for me? Zhou Yu said as he sat down on top of the skeleton throne. Avanti smiled sarcastically. Ahem. I remember my lord's account fondly, and guard this place for my lord's return. My lord, you saw the dragon? See, it's a LV-70 level big guy. It's hard to deal with. LV-70? My god. Avanti let out a frightened gasp. So, what do we do? Cool. Zhou Yu glanced at him. Don't expand for now. Continue to hibernate and wait for the right time. Timing? What timing? Avanti froze and subconsciously asked. That's out of your hands. Zhou Yu actually had an idea on the way back. I have to say, his exploration this time, too rewarding, especially the last location near the dragon nest. Not only found that frost skeleton phantom dragon only one, but also found. But no matter what, it wasn't something he could deal with right now. However, Zhou Yu had his own plan. He was going to try out his word editing function first, or at least wait until the end of the copy before thinking of a way to do so. With this in mind, Zhou Yu no longer thought much about it, but opened his panel with a thought. It didn't matter that he opened it, he realized that his system panel had actually changed. Everything else remains the same, mainly the word column, which is no longer a single word, but labeled with the number. For example, the spliced words that you previously acquired on your own are now labeled quantity 5 on the back. What does that mean? Meaning, he could use these base words and freely edit other words, and not have to worry about his valued words disappearing permanently after being consumed. Understanding this, Zhou Yu was instantly relieved and began to select words for editing attempts. Ding! With skeleton swordsman summoning as the main focus, the fusion of words is complete. Obtaining, skeleton swordsman summoning. Ding! With sword chi heavy slash as the main focus, the fusion of words is complete. Obtaining, sword chi super heavy slash, green. Ding! With spiteful hiss as the main focus, fusion of words is complete. Obtaining, spiteful hiss, green. After many attempts, Zhou Yu came up with several characteristics of word editing. First, the probability of successful fusion evolution or enhancement is related to the quality of the fusion word. The higher the quality of the fusion word, the higher the probability of evolution and enhancement. Second, low-quality words need to be accumulated through volume before fusion evolution can be accomplished. Third, the direction of evolution is positively correlated with the main phrase, so you don't have to worry about 1,000 different words. Fourth, once the fusion evolves a new word, it does not affect the existence of the original master word, but simply consumes the fused word. Roughly these points down, Zhou Yu looked at the various words in his system list and began to edit them continuously. In the end, after consuming all the words he had harvested from the chief of the city defense bureau, he managed to create 3 brand new words. Chapter 32, 3 mutant words. Copy difficulty, nightmare level. The 3 new phrases are, Stygian sword Chichop, blue, Inferno wolf pack royalty, blue, and, Holy Inferno bladestorm, red. These 3, as Zhou Yu consumed their own 99% of the feeling temporarily cannot use the words to the fusion of 3 brand new words. Zhou Yu called them variant words. Among them, Underworld Inflammation Sword Chi Chop, Blue, is a blue phrase born from the Sword Chi Heavy Chop fusing most of the remaining Underworld Fire Blast phrases. Joe, you tried it. And its own power. Not only is it farther than the previous Sword Chi Heavy Chop by nearly 3 times, it can even come with Underworld Inflammation Scorch effect, which is terrifying in its power. As for the phrase, Inflammatory Wolf Pack Royalty, Blue, it came from that Inflammation Controller's Wu Xiong, the unique, inflammatory spirit summoning, skill on the other party, which itself summoned 2 fire elemental guards to help him in battle. Zhou initially tried a few times without making much progress, and eventually fused the useless wolf pack unity phrase with a single heartbeat. Unexpectedly, he directly obtained the brand new, Inferno Wolfpack Royalty, Blue, phrase, which allowed him to summon 7 flame giant wolves for combat at once. Not only was it stronger than the previous fire elemental, but it could even have the effect of the previous Wolfpack Royalty at the same time. It gave Zhou a feeling of a stuffed horse knowing that it was not a blessing. As for the final, Holy Inferno Bladestorm, Red, it was the only red phrase that Zhou had obtained, and it was also the first red phrase that he had obtained. This main phrase was from Wu Xingqiang's Inferno Blade World Dance, and after fusing almost all the mage phrases he had decimated, he had managed to evolve a terrifying phrase with the dual attributes of sacredness and flame. It is also these 2 attributes that make it successful in the red word. After consuming all of his words, Zhou did not stop, but instead set his eyes on the skeleton swordsman summoning word. He thought about either continuing to fuse it, or maybe creating the next level of words, heavy armored skeleton swordsman summoning. But there were a lot of words that wanted to be fused in this case, and the current crop of skeleton mages on his territory had been killed. I'm afraid it's unrealistic to want to reach that level in a short period of time. For the rest of the ways, Zhou thought of going to the demon monk's Zen garden to fuse those words, and then he might be able to create new mutated words. Both paths he kept, depending on which was easier to realize. While Zhou side was busy, Lin Shiyun returned home and stayed with her grandmother and sister for the entire night. After this incident, her entire temperament had changed quite a bit, stronger than before, more introspective, with a cooler temperament. Shiyun, it's time to eat. The bedroom door pushed open and Grandma called out with a probe. Coming, Grandma. Lin Shiyun revealed a sweet smile, and it was only when she was facing someone close to her that she would reveal her own portion of innocence. Jingle bells. The phone rang during dinner. Lin Shiyun looked at it, her heart moved slightly, and she found a quiet place to connect. Hey, Sister Su-mei. Shiyun, did you see the news? Look. Thanks, Sister Su-mei. Lin Shiyun had seen the news early in the morning that a villa had caught fire, in which the chief of city defense and his family had died tragically. One even saw an interview with Su-mei and Su Xiaochang. It was the other 2 who took the initiative to report the incident to the police before they were interviewed, which, coupled with the identity of the other party, managed to sweep the whole incident under the carpet. Thank me for what? Su-mei smiled. What I mean is that the case is not fully characterized, but we can't just wait around. That would in turn make people suspicious. Better yet, it's time for an upgrade. Good. I have this plan too. Sister Su-mei. Then we'll meet at the replica in 2 hours? Good. Plus I'll tell you the good news. Good news? What good news? Lin Shiyun froze, thinking what good news could there be at this time? I sold those 2 pieces of equipment you handed me. The merchant bank that acquired them said that they were actually very rare out-of-print silver equipment, and acquired them at a price 3 times higher than the usual market price. 3 times higher? Lin Shiyun's voice rose. As far as she knew, an ordinary bronze equipment is more than 100,000 up and down, and silver level is even more than 500,000 to start. And the other party said triple. That is 1.5 million. Yeah. Where the hell did you get this equipment? The Chamber of Commerce boss said that he's willing to pay a high price for any more of these. Su-mei's tone in the phone was unbelievable. She didn't even think that this silver equipment would be so valuable, especially when that Chamber of Commerce boss saw the 2 runes of lords printed on it. That expression of surprise was something he had never seen in his life. Oh yeah, thank the Chamber of Commerce boss for me. Lin Shiyun also didn't know where Zhou had gotten the equipment from, so she could only choose to avoid answering. I'll take care of it. You'll be able to get a total of about $3 million in now. I meant to ask if you're going to switch to Life 1 for all of them? Recently there is said to be a newly developed Life 2. Want to try it? Try. Sister Su-mei, please help me change all the money into Life 2. Hearing this, Lin Shiyun said without the slightest hesitation. Okay, I'll be there in a bit. More than an hour later, Su-mei and Su Xiaochang both came at the same time, and also brought the newly developed Life 2 together. After Lin Mo tried it, the effect was stronger than number 1, which made the whole family exceptionally happy. At this point, Lin Shiyun became even more determined to enter the copy and left the house with Su-mei and the 2 of them, smoothly arriving at the Magic Monk Zen Garden replica hall. Sume looked at Lin Shiryun and asked, Shiryun, we're choosing the dangerous level this time? I suppose so. Lin Shiryun thought for a moment. Why don't I summon him over and ask? Good thing too. Sume nodded her head. After all, the other party was the real main force of the copy. Although the normal level copy was cleared before, it was still a bit of a struggle to rely on Joyu alone. If the other party asked to brush up on the normal level again, they would be perfectly fine with that. Aha! Nodding her head, Lin Shiryun then launched her summoning spell directly in the corner. Buzz! As the summoning gate opened, Zhou figure reappeared. When Lin Shiryun saw Zhou, she slightly bent down as a greeting, and then tentatively asked, We're going to enter the copy. You said last time that you wanted to change the difficulty. I don't know which difficulty to change. Difficulty? Zhou pondered for a moment and suddenly probed his hand to grab Lin Shiryun's small hand. Ah! The sudden scene caught Lin Shiryun a bit off guard and she let out a gasp of surprise. Zhou blankly glanced at her without any good humor, lifting his finger and starting to stroke it amongst the other party's palm. It was the first time Lin Shiryun had been grabbed by someone's palm like this, and immediately her heart jumped uncontrollably, but she soon realized that Zhou was actually writing on her palm. How many levels of difficulty? A moment later, Lin Shiryun understood what Zhou meant. Normal, dangerous and nightmare. So what's the choice? It must be a nightmare. Zhou directly wrote down the difficulty he had determined. Chapter 33, Do you want to live forever? Monks? What? Nightmare level? Both of them? Su Mei couldn't help but exclaim in shock when they heard the difficulty. This, Mr. Zhou, let's. Isn't it a bit hasty? Su Xiaoqiang carefully said. Want to think about it again? Starting at the danger level? Yes, Mr. Zhou. It said that the nightmare level is the highest difficulty for a first-turn novice. It's equivalent to a true abyssal environment. And many people even suspect that it leads directly into one of the abyss's crevices. So even if this is a plot copy, one should still be careful. Sume also said with the same gravity. In her opinion, Zhou's previous performance, entering into a nightmare level copy was no different from sending someone to their death. It was just said in a somewhat euphemistic manner. Zhou didn't say anything, but continued to raise his hand to write a few words on Lin Shiryun's palm. Lin Shiryun paused and looked at Sume and Su Xiaoqiang. He said if you were worried, you could go by yourselves. Sume and Su Xiaoqiang both froze at once. They had seen rushing. They had not seen talking so rushing. No, we're just being nice. After all, if people are in danger, it's a matter of life and death. Su Xiaoqiang was a bit aggrieved and was about to open his mouth to defend a few sentences, but before he finished his words, he was directly interrupted by Sume. We believe in Mr. Zhou. Sis, you? Su Xiaoqiang stared at this sister of his with wide eyes. We believe in Mr. Zhou's strength. Leave the tickets to us. After saying that she didn't wait for Su Xiaoqiang to react, she pulled the other party towards the direction of the replica hall. Sis, did you really promise to enter the nightmare level? That's a nightmare level, Su Xiaoqiang asked as he followed Sume. Xiaoqiang, you can't treat it like a skeleton soldier. You can treat him like a person like us, not a summon. Sume said gruffly, since we chose to befriend Lin Shiryun, we can't give up on this opportunity. The two of us are gifted professions with, frankly, average potential, and the only way to go further is to put it on him. While I don't think he'll be able to pass the nightmare level, I'm willing to bet on it. Bet? Su Xiaoqiang was incredulous. Yeah, betting that he won't drag Lin Shiryun to his death. Sume said, since you've made a bet, don't say anything to make him unhappy out of it, and don't do anything to make him resent his behavior. Understand? I got it. Sis. Su Xiaoqiang nodded seriously. You don't believe me either? Zhou wrote on Lin Shiryun's palm. Lin Shiryun saw this but shook her head. I believe you. Why? Because you saved my life. And for whatever reason, even if it means death, I'm willing to stay with you. Between the two of them exchanging words, the news of Su Mei purchasing the tickets directly triggered an uproar in the replica hall. What? Someone actually dared to buy a nightmare-class demon monk Zen garden? Crazy? How dare you go for a nightmare level when the clearance rate for the danger level is less than 20% so far? This is looking at the first pass reward for never getting through at the nightmare level, isn't it? There's a bunch of giveaways every year. No surprises there. As they spoke, the crowd had already followed Su Mei and found the three of them. Lin Shiryun. Seeing these three people, there were instantly people who reacted and exclaimed in shock. No way. Isn't this the same Squad 38 that set the record earlier? Really? I remember it seems like a few of the neighboring third-rank guilds were alarmed and came over to look for them. As the crowd was discussing, several figures appeared in front of Lin Shiryun and Su Mei one after another. Hello, I'm a member of the Third Order Guild Misty Guild. Are the three of you interested in joining our guild? You can be given the treatment of an elite member directly. A middle-aged man smiled. Hello, I'm a member of the Valor Guild, which is also a third-ranked guild, and joining our guild will only result in higher treatment than theirs. An older woman next to her laughed. What's wrong with the Valor Guild? How much higher can the treatment be than our Misty Guild? The middle-aged man next to him instantly retorted when he heard this. Tell me about it? Humph. Not only do we Valor give elite member treatment, but we can also give the three of you a direct matching set of bronze suits. Bronze set? Hiss. This set mustn't be $1 million. The crowd around him was shocked to hear this. Upon hearing this, both Su Mei and Su Xiaochang's eyes lit up. Their talent was here. If they were able to make it to the top of the Third Order Guild, they would at least be able to climb up to their father's position. But they both turned their heads to Lin Shiyun, and the decision obviously had to wait for the other to make. I'm sorry, we still have to enter the duplicate. We're not going to join the guild for now. And enter a copy? Hearing this, everyone was slightly stunned, feeling that Lin Shiyun was too crazy. The older woman who opened her mouth frowned. Little girl, let me remind you that the Nightmare class copy clearance rate is currently 0, so don't lose your head for the first pass reward. Yeah, join the guild. We can take you to brush up on dangerous levels. Passes are guaranteed and upgrades are fast. How great is that? Lin Shiyun shook her head. No, I have my own plans. Please make way. Seeing how determined she was, the two persuasive guildsmen didn't stop them, but they both shook their heads, clearly not looking favorably on the two. Nowadays, people are still young and self-righteous. Not bad. Do you really think that a mere skeleton will be able to pass the nightmare level? Pity. In the face of the crowd's comments, Lin Shiyun didn't pay the slightest attention and came directly to the entrance of the replica. Buzz. As the trio disappeared, the replica lobby screen jumped right to the first location. Sequence 01. Captain Lin Shiyun. Nightmare difficulty. 3-player book. Time starts. Buzz. Zhou similarly felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and when he regained his vision again, he realized that he was already within a desolate and dilapidated Zen garden, which was completely different from the normal difficulty of the first time. Why did you come right in? Zhou looked around and realized that the surrounding arrangement was actually much better than the normal difficulty. Enclosure walls towering, rooms intact, only the center of this towering hall because of the traces of age slightly mottled. The sky was as dim as evening. The towering trees on either side swayed in the wind like tentacles with teeth and claws, waiting for their prey. Before the crowd could react, suddenly an eerie, hoarse voice resounded throughout the entire Zen garden and beyond. The world only says that it is good to practice Buddhism, but who can become a Buddha body? Where can I get eternal life if I don't become a Buddha? Venerable masters, do you want to achieve long life? Within the incomparably dim Zen garden, this sound suddenly rang out, like hands on the neck from behind, causing one's scalp to tingle. But Su Mei's three raised their eyes and looked around, but they still did not see half a shadow of the source of the sound. Just at this moment, the originally tightly closed main door of the main hall, and even the four side doors on both sides all opened in unison from the inside out. Snap! The dark hall, the ghostly candle flame reflected a bewildering number of kneeling silhouettes. The next moment, these silhouettes turned around in unison. Countless pairs of eyes flickered with red aura, reflecting countless miserable white partial space. They grinned, and asked questions at the same time. Venerable masters, do you want to achieve long life? Chapter 34, Mind Link. Opening on a big move? Countless pairs of pupils with flashing red auras looked at the crowd, and there were still weird smiles on their faces as they kept asking questions. Just this scene alone makes one's scalp tingle. Is this the real Devil Monk Zen Garden? Why are there so many people? No, so many ghosts. Before the words fell, the echoes from before grew louder and louder, and a figure with a face full of demonic lines suddenly stood up, and one by one, they rushed out of the great hall, with a weird smile on their mouths, and frantically moved towards Zhou and the others. Snap! The door of the Zen garden, which was originally still open, was even directly closed at this time. Oh no! The gate is closed and we can't even get out of the battlefield now, which leaves no way to terminate the copy. Su Mei exclaimed when she saw this scene, and at the same time, the densely packed demonized monks had already surrounded the crowd. Sis, what's with the numbers? Su Xiaochang's face showed a look of horror. More than that, did you see that the lowest level is over 18? And level 20s abound. Su Mei frowned, but Lin Shiyun, who was on the side, suddenly looked at Zhou, who was standing there motionless. Don't worry, just trust him. Su Mei and Su Xiaochang looked at Lin Shiyun with some surprise, feeling that the other party seemed different from before. And at this moment, Lin Shiyun took out her staff and was preparing to cast a skill. Wait! Su Mei raised her hand and waved it, handing the staff that Wu Xiong controlled to the other party. This is a silver staff. Much better than the one you have. There's no one else here. Use it first. Yes. Lin Shuryun didn't push back and took the staff, and immediately felt a strong wave of magic power feeding back from it. Swish! She raised her hand and a ray of light fell, directly hitting Zhou. Summoning skill, Blessed Light. Immediately after Lin Shuryun waved her staff again, Zhou only felt a coolness sweep through his mind. Somewhat comfortable. Psychic Link boosts one's mental attributes by 10% for a short period of time, strengthening the link between the summoner and the summoned object. It was the first time that Zhou felt the skills that Lin Shuryun had cast, and he subconsciously looked back at the other party, realizing for the first time that the other party was not a useless face either. Seeing his familiar old friend getting closer and closer, Zhou did not hesitate and similarly summoned his old friend. Skeleton Swordsman Summoning. 40 channels? That's a larger number than before. Su Xiaochang was relieved to see these familiar figures. Not enough. Not enough at all. Su Mei was fully armed with silver equipment, her long sword held tightly in her hand, ready to fight at any time. The number of nightmare-level wild monsters is more than 3 times more than our normal level, and there are only 10 more skeleton swordsmen, so it's definitely not enough. What then? Su Xiaoqiang inquired. We both need to join in. We can't just watch, Su Mei said in a deep voice. But right at this moment, Zhou Yu, who was on the side, swept his long sword and suddenly patted her. You too, protect her. Zhou Yu pointed at Lin Shuryun. Okay, Mr. Zhou, we'll listen to your arrangement. Hearing this, Su Mei nodded heavily as if she had found a leader, and Su Xiaochang stood on both sides of Lin Shuryun, shielding her. At the same time, completely different from before, the 40 skeleton swordsmen summoned by Zhou Yu did not directly charge, but instead surrounded the 3 of them, forming another layer of protection. To this point, he raised the long sword in his hand and held it aloft. Buzz! Above his head. In an instant, a ghostly green flame began to coalesce, turning into a huge fireball falling through the air in an instant. Styrofoam Blast is activated. Boom boom boom. Against this dense distribution of wild monsters, Stygian Blast was nothing short of a godly skill. Large swathes of bloody damage erupted directly from all the demonized monks. Terrifying damage values. Even those who had reached LV20 could not withstand the triple strike outburst. In just this short moment, upgraded rays of light rose one after another on the 3 people, including Su Mei. Su Mei LV19, Su Xiaoqiang LV15, Lin Shuryun LV17. As the captain of the team, Lin Shuryun became the biggest beneficiary of this harvest, wildly soaring 2 levels, has already surpassed Su Xiaoqiang, even if Su Mei is not far away. Even though the 3 of them upgraded in unison, there wasn't much elation on their faces, quite the contrary. They showed unprecedented worry. Sis, what's going to happen back there if you put this trick to use so early? Su Xiaochang said sharply, unable to stop the worry rising within him. There are still spiteful monk souls and cursed believers behind us, and judging by the situation, the number must be even greater than this one. What are we going to do without the magical attacks? Hopefully, Mr. Zhou has his own arrangements, right? Su Mei said and looked at Lin Shuryun. That nervousness about the unknown surfaced on the other's face once again. I don't know. No, I believe in him, it's going to be okay, Lin Shuryun subconsciously said, but suddenly remembering all of Zhou Yu's previous behavior, she regained her firmness. Watch out, there's a leak. Her reminder caused Su Mei to react, sweeping out the long sword in her hand in one swift motion. Pust. Thumbs up. Su Mei's siblings cooperated with each other, and soon the leakage was completely solved. A sense of fulfillment in battle washed over me, and at this moment, the hall that suffered from the Stygian flame explosion boom was directly hit and destroyed in half, and only then did Zhou Yu see that inside. A big-bellied Buddha statue was smiling and sitting on a plate, and right underneath the statue, an old monk in a surplice was sitting on a plate there. Even though what Zhou Yu had seen was only the back, he instantly recognized that the other party was that final boss, the Demon Monk Academy Master. Zhou Yu did not move, but allowed the remaining demonized monks to be taken care of by the skeletal swordsman. Instead, he opened his system panel with his free time and moved to use the word editing function to start editing. Anyway, so many words were enough for him to splurge on. Maybe he could get a whole new one out of it. Not waiting for these demonized monks to be completely removed, Zhou Yu suddenly discovered that countless grievous monks drifted out from them, and at the same time, the compartments on both sides were all opened, and countless dead souls of cursed believers similarly drifted in. Only those who believe in my demon ancestor will have eternal life. What is the use of mercy? What's the use of saving suffering? If you don't believe in the devil ancestor, you and others, all must die. Ha ha ha, all must die. Buzz. As this bizarre loud laughter came, all the spiteful monks actually roared directly as if they were instantly energized by the evil frenzy, and their surrounding battle strength soared even more drastically. How come I haven't encountered this skill before? Zhou was slightly stunned. Did the nightmare level copy have an unexpected surprise? A brand new phrase? He had originally thought that this was simply brushing monsters, but he had never expected that it would actually add skills that had not appeared before. Fresh! Countless shrill whistles sounded simultaneously from the mouths of the spiteful monks, and in the next moment, Zhou only felt that his soul had been shaken, and he actually experienced a brief moment of dizziness. By the time he came back to his senses from the dizziness, the countless cursed believers actually rushed forward and lunged towards Zhou's body. Zhou looked at the cursed believer lying on his body and tearing himself apart, revealing surprise. I didn't think these guys would actually know how to cooperate. Good thing I'm better prepared. As he muttered to himself, Zhou looked at the dead souls that were tearing at him, and his thoughts moved. Magic Shield, green, is activated. Chapter 35, Yen Wolfpack Royalty. Taking the boss straight to the boss. Zhou had killed more people in the villa than he could count himself before. There had to be at least dozens of them, and the words he had acquired were naturally quite a few. Other than editing for consumption, he kept one of the rest that he found useful. Just in time. Now it comes in handy. As a translucent shield of magical energy rose from within, it took on an oval shape wrapping around the entire body and spreading outward. The cursed believer who was still on top of him was directly pushed away by this power. The cursed believers who were ejected from the shield at once were not harmed, and they only paused before charging up again like mad dogs. Luckily, Zhou would not suffer any real damage until the shield was depleted. He slightly inclined his head to look behind him. Not far away, Lin Shiyun was being protected by Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang, and was under siege from several cursed believers. Even due to the stun effect of the spiteful hiss just now, all three of them took nearly 2 seconds of attack. In just 2 seconds, a third of the blood was declared gone. This much, sis. I can't hold it much longer. Su Xiaoqiang reacted, and after being hit with several attacks in a row, his blood level even dropped directly to half blood. Drop and get high. Su Mei slashed a cursed believer with her sword and reminded him sharply. Where's the time? The first time Su Xiaoqiang was faced with such a large number of attacks, he had already lost his temper, not to mention the fact that more and more cursed believers had already surrounded towards them. Hang in there even if you don't have time. As Su Mei said on her lips, her heart similarly began to sink. She felt that Zhou had still underestimated the difficulty of the nightmare level copy too much. The vertigo alone was enough to overwhelm them. Ho ho! Seeing that several figures of cursed believers had already rushed in, together with the 6 they were now fending off, they had already reached a life-threatening juncture. Wrapped in demonic tattoos, hissing with a face full of dullness and a gait that was like the soul of a maddened cursed believer, he rushed forward. Su Mei's heart sank, and a touch of despair couldn't help but rise up. But right at this moment, a fire suddenly flashed past her eyes, and in the next moment, the cursed believer who was still charging forward let out a painful scream from his mouth, followed by a blazing fire burning up and down his body. -289, -301, -216. After a quick jump of a series of numbers, the cursed believer that had made her despair just a moment ago disappeared completely. This is settled? Seconds? Incredulity flashed through Su Mei's mind. Where did this flame come from? Her eyes looked towards the front, and she saw a giant wolf that was nearly 2 meters long and whose body was made entirely of flames hissing as it charged into the group of cursed believers in front of her. Flaming giant wolves? Su Mei exclaimed in shock. She remembered that Lin Shiyun had only just completed her first turn. Even if a summoner, she would have to wait for the second turn to be able to open the second summoning position. Since it's not Lin Shiyun, it can only be. When Su Mei subconsciously turned around, she saw a scene that she would never forget. Right beside Zhou, a series of 6 giant wolves with the same flames as just now were hissing and charging into the army of cursed believers, passing through like nobody's business, with nothing but screams. He actually summoned 7 more flame giant wolves? Su Mei's shocked words caused Su Xiaoqiang and Lin Shiyun to react in the same way, and the expressions on their faces when they saw the scene were the same as hers. Just how many skills does he know? Su Xiaoqiang was already numb. It looks like a fire magician's fire elemental summoning, but it's a wolf? Lin Shiyun said, but her plump chest rose and fell violently for a moment. How did he know fire magic? The undead. That's an undead skeleton. Fire magic was a natural nemesis to it. But now, the other party had cast fire magic, and it was so powerful. This is simply outrageous. His mom to outrageous opened the door. Outrageous to the home. All 3 wanted answers, but the answer could only be silence. While the 3 were silent, Zhou had already watched the 7 flaming giant wolves fight recklessly among them. Their own physical damage was amazing. On the contrary, their bodies were full of flames. They were simply a dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. Originally, that fire elemental summoning should only be considered a skill obtained by a second-turn professional, but now after the mutation, it had directly morphed to a third-turn level. Zhou was even able to feel that as his strength increased, both the damage of the flame giant wolf and the number of summons would increase. Eyeing the steady stream of ghosts being exterminated around him, Zhou even had the presence of mind to stop and observe his surroundings. Within that great hall, the boss courtyard master remained impassive, chanting continuously there. The inexplicable hooting and hollering continued to resonate around them. Strange. Zhou couldn't help but look at the hall with some doubt. How is it that the number of resentful monk souls is much more than the demonized monks? The demonized monks he had previously exterminated were at most 300 to 500 up and down, and these monk souls he saw in front of him were already more than that, and there were even monk souls that kept pouring out of the great hall. If you add in the cursed believers in the side compartments, this number is almost the same, not to mention over 2,000. According to reason, with so many ghosts dying, the entire Zen garden should be littered with corpses and bones. But now, the entire Zen garden was clean. Where was the scene of white bones? Is it just a copy bug? Can't the logic close the loop? Shaking his head, Zhou decided not to think about it anymore. Since the boss was right in front of him, this place could be completely handed over to the Inferno Wolves to clear out, and in order to save time, he could completely take the initiative to enter it and finish the boss off directly. You stay here and don't move. Zhou turned his head and gave Lin Shiyun a hand gesture. You, where are you going? Lin Shiyun's face changed slightly and she said with a bit of worry, the situation inside the hall is a little different from our first entry. You rush into it, I'm afraid. Hey, listen to me finish Without waiting for her to finish speaking, Zhou had already turned his head, striding towards the middle of the hall. Bang! With every step he took, armor began to emerge around and above his body, and in an instant, he had transformed into a heavily armored skeletal swordsman. Ow! When the surrounding crowded resentful monk souls saw Zhou appear, they subconsciously opened their mouths and were about to let out a resentful hiss. However, before they could speak, Zhou took the initiative to open his mouth. Spiteful hiss is activated. Roar! Invisible fluctuations of resentment spread out, stiffly interrupting the other party's hiss of resentment. Before the other party could react, the large sword in Zhou's hand had already swung out. Bright sword chi chop is activated. Snort! A nearly 10-meter-long blazing sword light swung out violently from above his sword blade. Wherever it passed, it carried a horrifying flame burn, and a resentful monk soul that hadn't yet had time to move was hard evaporated and killed in seconds under the sword. And at this moment, Zhou's footsteps suddenly accelerated, his feet stepping on the blistering wind wolf steps, like a phantom passing through the spiteful monk souls, and arriving directly in front of the Demon Monk Academy master. It's time to end this. Indifferently muttering to himself, the large sword in Zhou's hand suddenly chopped out. Chapter 36, The Shock of the Swirling Dance of the Inflaming Blade. Is it really over? Styrofoam sword Chicho. Swish! The blazing sword light with flames chopped out from Zhou's hand at once, tearing apart all the resentful monk souls in its way in just a flash, and landing directly on the Demon Monk Institution master who was cross-legged on the ground. Thumbs up! In an instant, the Demon Monk Academy master was completely engulfed by the flames, and his entire person was transformed into a flaming man. Unlike the last time, this time the Demon Monk Academy master burned and slowly stood up from the ground, his mouth whispering like a maniac. I have chanted all my life, but not as much as the evil of human nature. I have been compassionate all my life, but I cannot universalize the square inch. In the midst of the roaring flames, a Vajra figure that was even larger than before gradually solidified. When the flames burned out, the two-headed, four-armed body of over 4 meters reappeared. Fix it? The tone above the humanoid head was filled with mockery. Humph! Believe in my demon ancestor to live forever. Roar! Between the angry roars, the blackthorn magic pattern on his body actually came out of his body, like tentacles attacking towards Zhou. Dang! The giant shield in Zhou's hand heavily crashed through the two tentacles, but there were no ripples in his eyes. Demon Monk Master, second form, demonized Vajra boss, race, demon, level, LV 30, life, 20,000. Magic, 7,800. Attack, 750 to 850. Defense, 35 / magic resistance 15%. Words, intermediate martial body, green. Magic whistle, green. Group magicalization, blue. Advanced stick technique, blue. Intermediate magicalization, blue. Magical grievance prison, blue. Magical touch, blue. Good guy. After checking the other party's information, Zhou found that the original demonized Vajra form had actually improved again. And not only did the blood volume skyrocket to the point of 20,000, and 2 more blue words, The group demonization from before had already been seen, and this black demonic tentacle that kept extending out in front of him should be a brand new phrase. Thumbs up. Joyu raised his hand and chopped out with a sword, directly cutting off one of the flying magic tattoo tentacles. However, before he could be happy, the broken magic tattoo twisted and grew like a worm, and in an instant, it was as good as new. Snap! A demonic tentacle lashed at Joyu's body, directly surfacing a -300 damage value above his head. Knowing that Joyu was now over 32 points of defense value, how strong would an attack that could inflict such damage on him have to be? These magical tentacles were like the black form of venom, striking one after another, constantly consuming Joyu from a distance. And if Joyu rushed closer, the other party still had both fists and the Zen staff. The demon surrender mortar and pestle to strike. As a whole, it can be described as neither long-range nor melee. On the contrary, the resentful monk souls outside that had already been almost purged appeared to be under much less pressure. And both Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang, Lin Shiyun glanced their eyes here from time to time. This boss is actually this strong? It has means from near and far? Su Xiaoqiang exclaimed. This is a nightmare level copy, likely close to the most realistic abyssal scene. Of course it's strong. Su Mei looked at Joyu being restrained. I wonder if I can block it. Hold on tight until this place is cleared and those wolves can help continue the cleanup. Lin Shiyun saw the flaming giant wolves rushing left and right around him. I'm afraid not. Su Mei raised her hand and pointed. Look, they're almost consumed. Lin Shiyun looked carefully and immediately realized that the flames around those giant wolves seemed to be dimmer than before, and could go out at any time if they got it wrong. What then? No way. Su Mei slashed through an onrushing cursed believer with her sword. From the moment we stepped into this place, there was no way back. Nightmare level copies. There is no possibility of early exit. Either we kill all the monsters here or get killed. Hearing this, Lin Shiyun's heart sank as she looked towards Joyu. At this moment, Joyu has already been consumed by the tentacle's attack, nearly half of his blood, and the Stygian sword she chop in his hand only made the boss's blood level drop to 16,000. Why are copies hard to beat? Here was the reason. The blood volume of the bosses within the copy had an extra bonus, and even in the case of a simple blood exchange, it was not something that one or two professionals could withstand. In other words, even if Joyu emptied his own blood, at most, he would only be able to replace a third of his opponent's blood. Maybe if that big move he started with had stayed in the present. Su Mei's words rang out from the side, implying that it would be difficult for Joyu to hold on without the underworld flame burst. But right at this moment, Su Xiaoqiang, who was on the side, suddenly let out a cry of alarm. You see, the two of them looked at the same time, only to see that Joyu, who had been continuously resisting, was suddenly entangled left and right by two tentacles, giving them a hard restriction in place. At this time, Joyu suddenly gave up struggling and didn't move a muscle. I didn't realize that your stick's words and tentacles were paired together, but it's just a shame. Joyu suddenly raised his head, and the soul fire under his helmet seemed to brighten up. It ends here. Boom boom. The ground within the entire hall suddenly shook, and in the next moment, a crack surfaced, followed by a pair of large hands flowing with magma suddenly rushing out from the ground in one go, gripping the legs of the demonized Vajra. Hand of lava? He even knows that? Seeing this familiar skill, Su Xiaoqiang almost stared his eyes out. That night in the villa, he had clearly seen Wu Xingqiang cast it. However, before his exclamation of shock could fall, an even more shocking scene appeared. In the void, a blazing flame began to coalesce, turning instantly into a blade-like coil. A terrifying tornado of flames was formed in an instant. Inferno Blade Spinning Dance is activated. Roar! The demonized Vajra that was grabbed sensed the danger, and an uneasy agitation came out of his mouth, wanting to struggle, but the lava hand under his feet was meant for this moment, and in the end, at the moment when the lava hand shattered, the inflammatory blades swirled around and wrapped up the demonized Vajra completely. Snicker! -2105. -1892. -2134. A series of terrifying values erupted from the opponent's body one after another, and his blood level was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Su Xiaoqiang trembled as he pointed at Joyu. His mouth had completely stuttered. He can devour other people's skills? Su Mei uttered an unbelievable possibility. Out of the corner of her eye she looked at Lin Shiyun on the side. What kind of great fortune and luck did this girl have? To actually meet such a summoned beast? How far could a skeleton soldier that could devour other people's skills grow in the future? Not waiting for her to come back to her senses, that huge boss blood had already been completely emptied, only to hear the sound of a boom. The body collapsed, and the two heads above the head were even chopped off by Joyu's sword and rolled down to the ground. Great! We're through! Su Xiaoqiang was so replaced by this great joy that he was almost about to dance with his hands. However, Lin Shuyun's pretty face did not have the slightest excitement, but instead looked around with an incomparable gravity. No, it's not that simple. As soon as her words fell, the entire Zen garden shook violently. Chapter 37, Death. Skeletons can do sacred magic. Click, click, click. The remaining halls seemed to be unable to withstand it, emitting creaking and crunching sounds, and some even collapsed outright. The entire Zen garden was like coming to life, constantly vibrating. What the hell is going on? Sis, it's not possible that the Zen garden is full of monsters, is it? How do I know? This vibration. It must not be the entire Zen garden, or else it would have directly killed us in seconds at the beginning. So, from where? There. Sume and Su Xiaochang looked at Lin Shuyun at the same time and realized that Lin Shuyun was pointing in the direction of the main hall. When they turned their heads to look, they saw a scene of incomparable horror. That 10-meter-high seated Buddha statue, which originally had a kind brow with a smiling expression, began to tremble at this moment, and with just a click, that eyeball suddenly shattered, and a pitch-black tentacle probed out from it all at once. And this, it seems, is just the beginning. The moment the tentacle appeared, the other eye shattered at the same time, followed by the brain, the neck, the 2 ears, the mouth, the chest, the belly. This Buddha statue looked like it was hosting some kind of terrifying demon inside, finally revealing its own claws and teeth at this moment. Swish swish swish, these black demonic patterns composed of tentacles popped out one after another, causing the originally benevolent Buddha statue to become exceptionally hideous and gruesome. Offhand, at this very moment, the ejected tentacle suddenly flipped over, and a bloodshot eyeball opened up at once, covering the entire tentacle. At the same time, bits and pieces of mouths, ears, palms, toes, and even skin and flesh suddenly flipped over from within the magic pattern. It was as if they were stitched together by silk threads without any rules, and now all of them were revealed when the magic pattern turned. Ah! Believe in the demon ancestor and gain eternal life. The simultaneous shouts from all mouths finally let everyone know just who it was that haunted the entire Zen garden. Boom click. Between the tentacles dancing, the entire Buddha statue also seemed to reach a critical point. In a moment completely collapsed. This time, the crowd only saw, by the countless tentacles attached, actually a huge piece of meat. These pieces of meat has long been rotting, which has more 5 senses, flesh and blood, combined with each other. This was not a Buddha statue. It was clearly a demonic creature pieced together from countless corpses. No wonder we never saw the slightest corpse appear. So it's all here. Su Xiaochang's scalp tingled as he spoke, and he couldn't help but roll over in his stomach and almost vomit at the thought of the countless corpses pieced together. No good. At that moment Lin Shuyun's exclamation interrupted his thoughts and he looked up to see. Countless horrifyingly strange tentacles popped out and wrapped Zhou Yu tightly before he could react. Zhou Yu subconsciously tried to struggle, but no matter how powerful the heavy armor on his body was, it was of no use. One could only watch as more and more tentacles entwined him. On top of the tentacles, the countless hideous mouths opened up, desperately gnawing on Zhou Yu's armor, and even ear-piercing friction could be heard. -8, -10, -7. Countless damage values began to continuously rise from Zhou Yu's body, and his blood bar was rapidly disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Golem! The originally severed head of the housemaster was once again pressed against the top of the meat block, spinning with a bizarre madness and hiss. Believe in the devil ancestor and gain eternal life. Ha ha ha. Screw his merits. Screw his compassion. I want eternal life, ha ha ha. Between the tentacles wrapped around him, Zhou Yu looked at this indescribable lump of flesh through the gap in his helmet. Demon Golem Boss. Race, Magic. Level, LV 35. Life, 50, 000. Magic, 15, 000. Attack, 189, 1890. Defense, 50 / magic resistance 30%. Words, Deadly Grievance Pupil, blue. Grievance Devouring, blue. Magic Tattoo Touch, blue. Flesh and Blood Repair, blue. Grievance Hissing, blue. Magic Grievance Prison, blue. Terrifying amount of blood. Amazing defense and magic resistance. Plus countless blue words. Zhou Yu, who saw the message, instantly attributed it to a collection of all the monsters in the entire Demon Monk Zen Academy. Or perhaps the monks, the monastic souls, the believers, are all just derivatives of it. If there are no other means, it is indeed going to be planted. Zhou Yu said in a low voice, but it's okay. The soul fire in the eye sockets pulsed slightly for an instant at this moment, and in the next moment, Zhou Yu's body directly transformed into a state of nothingness. Ghostly body is activated. 70% physical immunity reduces his original damage instantly. But this was only the beginning. Deep within his mind, the silent red words began to tremble at this moment, even to the extent that Zhou Yu felt his spirit draining away at a rapid pace. Launching such a phrase was placing a great load on him, but he had no choice. Holy Inferno Blade Storm, red, activate. Thumbs up. A tiny spark began to emerge from the surface of the armor, and then, like a starburst, it rapidly extended and burned. Even if the pitch-black tentacles and the five senses kept gnawing, there was no way to stop it, and could only let this point of sparks keep burning, burning more and more, from pale yellow to crimson, and, finally, to pure white. Twisting white flames formed a blade at this moment, and the sinuous body of the blade, as if it was being held by a divine hand behind it, began to swing vigorously towards the surroundings. Snort! The tentacles that were previously terrifyingly incomparable were like encountering the world's most terrifying nemesis, screaming as if they had gone up in smoke. This is. The three people whose hearts had originally sunk to the bottom of the valley were deeply shocked by this scene and were incomparably stunned. This flame? How come it has a divine aura? Su-mei had incredulity in her eyes. How could an undead skeleton soldier give birth to a divine aura? How is that possible? I don't know. Lin Shiryun looked at the tall figure wrapped in pure white holy flames, and unexpectedly fell into a bit of a trance. A trance where the other party was no longer an undead, but a war god in control of the sacred. It was well known that once a skill tainted with the divine attribute, it would completely ignore any defense and magic resistance and deal 100% damage. And for this kind of demonic thought, the damage will even reach 200% and even higher. Thumbs up. Ah! The sounds of burning and screaming resounded continuously from it, and the crowd watched as the blazing white flames transformed into a revolving storm as tall as a building, carrying the sacredness and pure whiteness as it completely engulfed the huge demonic thought puppet. Minus 5,132. Minus 7,828. Minus 4,663. Terrifyingly incomparable damage numbers kept pulsing, causing that huge body to be dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Eventually, the moment all the screams disappeared and the blood bar emptied, the holy flame went out. All that was left of the original demonic thought golem was a charred, half-human ball of flesh. Not over? Su Xiaochang asked somewhat tentatively. Not. Lin Shiryun had just opened her mouth, but she found that the charred black meatball suddenly exploded, and inside, there were suddenly several shadows that flickered up at once, and then fled madly in all directions. Looking at this appearance, the other party was actually not dead yet and wanted to escape? However, before they could escape far, they saw Zhou Yu raise his hand and grab it. Demon Tattoo Prison is activated. Thumbs up. Several magic patterns strangely appeared out of nowhere in the void. They intertwined with each other and instantly blocked off all the space within a 10-meter radius. Bang bang! The fleeing shadow crashed into the magic pattern and stopped, and the head in it was actually identical to the Demon Monk Academy master. No! Let me go! I want them dead. I want to live forever. Zhou Yu lifted his hand expressionlessly to make a point, and a pure white flame flew out from his fingertips before drifting down onto it, completely igniting everything on the other side. Congratulations to the Magic Monk Zen Garden copy nightmare level difficulty to complete the first pass. Reward settlement in progress. The copy of the plot has been opened. Whether to browse? Chapter 38. You don't want to see this either. Zen Master White Cloud. This prompt was one that resounded throughout the entire Demon Monk Zen Center, and the one responsible for the selection was the captain, Lin Shiryun. The plot? Haven't we already seen the plot? Lin Shiryun looked at Su-mei with a bit of doubt. It said that at nightmare level and above difficulty copies, once you pass the level you have the chance to watch the plot of the birth of the copy, and I'm not sure if it's useful for professionals, so you can choose to watch it or not. Su-mei explained. Then watch. Lin Shiryun nodded down to confirm. I also want to see just how this Devil Monk Zen Academy was born. Buzz. With Lin Shiryun's confirming nod, the surrounding Zen garden began to disappear in a matter of moments, and in an instant, the dimness and dilapidation of the surrounding area was hidden without a trace, replaced by a clean compound with white clouds and curling incense smoke. The Zen garden is still the same Zen garden, only no longer dark, spooky, but the incense is flourishing, and there is a constant flow of incense. Lin Shiryun's trio watched as countless incense burners passed over their bodies in a single pass, before reverently kneeling down and continuously offering incense. Is this the Zen garden it once was? It looks peaceful. While the three were talking, suddenly a low cry came from outside the courtyard. Master Baiyun, it's bad. Old Manly fell and broke his leg chopping wood under the mountain. When the crowd inclined their heads, they saw a middle-aged monk in white monk's robes and surplice inside the main hall walking out quickly. It was none other than the Demon Monk Academy master. Where are the people? Positively lifting up. Quickly, take the poor monk to him. Soon, arriving outside the courtyard, he saw an old man carried on a stretcher at the doorway, his calf so broken that he could even see the stubble of the bone piercing out from under his skin. Quick, cut the bamboo and boil the medicine. Bayun master commanded, leaned over and pinched the broken leg. In the old man screamed in a hand will be righted to connect, followed by medicine, bandage, all in one go. It went on for half a day until the old man's face improved. Thank you, master. The old man's family was grateful and kowtowed. Amat Ba Buddha. Monks are compassionate. Don't be so. The scene shifts to another day, and the figure protrudes from the mountain. Master Bayun. It's not good. The daughter-in-law from the Nyo family village had a difficult labor, and the midwife couldn't do anything about it. Quickly lead the way for the poor monk. Woohoo! Master Bayun stepped out from the bedroom holding the newly born infant with a smile on his face. Fortunately, mother and child are safe. Thank you, master. Master. A pair of old men in Lee's village lost their son and are now bedridden. The poor monk will take a load of grain and send it down the mountain. Thank you, master. Because of Master Bayun's excellent medical skills and compassionate heart, Bayun Zen Temple became famous far and wide, and became the most prosperous incense place in 10 miles and 8 villages. How did such a thriving Zen center end up in such a state? Su Xiaoqiang didn't understand. Seeing the wheel of time turn, more than 10 years had passed. The White Cloud Zen Center remained the same, and so did Master White Cloud. However, since that day when the sun was blazing, the land has been in drought. The rivers have dried up, and there has been no harvest. There was a great drought and famine, and people ate each other. All the world is suffering. The grass and trees are about to be cut off, and the place where the White Cloud Zen Center is located is not spared. There are hungry people come to the Zen garden begging. White Cloud masters cannot bear. Opened the door of convenience, throwing rice to give porridge. Those who received the porridge were grateful, and as word spread, more and more hungry villagers defected. The master accepted them all. The three of them who saw this, all revealed puzzled looks. Why would such a kind and compassionate master Bayun turn into a demon? Until one day, the monks in charge of cooking porridge realized that there was a problem. There was not much food left in the temple. Knowing this, Master Bayun could only reduce the amount of rice used for the kanji and then go to the mountains to search for food to feed the villagers. As time went by, discontent rose among the villagers, who were plagued by hunger all the time. Why is the porridge getting thinner every day? That's right, the rice is gone? How is that possible? We take so many incense offerings on weekdays. How could we run out so quickly? Who's fooling? I'll go check it out. Don't stop me. Off. In spite of the obstruction, the villagers poured into the rice barn and indeed found numerous leftover rice grains. See, I told you that you were hiding, and there's so much food. Why don't you eat it? Scholar, the master said that this is the food for all of you to survive the winter. Ah, if you eat it all now, how will you survive the harsh winter cold? Get up for me. Where's winter when you can't even eat now? The rice barn was robbed. The villagers rejoiced, but only Master Bayun sighed softly and could only go to the mountains to think of another way. In just a few days, the food ran out completely. Master, we're hungry. Do something. Yes, master. You're a high priest. Surely you have a solution? Master, you've eaten all you can. Do something. Sume and the others shook their heads when they saw this scene. With the food gone and the mountains dug up, what could the master come up with? Sure enough, it wasn't long before some villagers who couldn't support themselves were actually starved to death. Seeing this, Master Bayun was overwhelmed with grief, and after performing a puja, he buried him in the hillside at the back of the Zen garden. I thought it would end here, but unexpectedly, on only the second day, a monk told Master Bayun a shocking news. What? Master Bayun came to the back of the mountain, and was surprised to find that the earth grave where he had just been buried had actually been dug up, and the body inside had disappeared. Master Bayun seemed to have thought of something, and tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. However, he did not pursue the matter, but did his best to go to the mountains to find more food and help the villagers. Gradually, more and more people died, and each new grave that was buried was almost always dug up at night. At the end of the day, no one even backfills the new graves that are dug. Sis, what's he? What are they digging up graves for? Su Xiaoqiang asked somewhat nervously. Do you think it's a joke when the aged and the hungry eat each other? Sume's heart was heavy in her mind. She didn't know if it was right or if it was good, until the picture turned. Zen Master Bayun, who hadn't eaten any water or rice for many days, couldn't bear it even if his kung fu was superb, and his body was thin and his breath was weak. That night, he was sitting cross-legged in the Zen courtyard chanting sutras, when suddenly there was a knock at the door. Zen Master Bayun got up and opened the door, only to see several villagers standing in the doorway. What is the matter with the monks? Zen Master White Cloud folded his hands and asked, Master, we have found a solution for food. A villager's eyes glowed with excitement as he said, Oh, great, come on in. Zen Master Baiyun let the few people into the house and sat down on his knees before hastily asking questions. Dare I ask, what is the approach of all the monks? His words fell, but it caused the three of them, Lin Shiyun, to see a scene they would never forget. Only to see the villager who did not know when he had circled around behind Zen Master Baiyun raise the wooden stick in his hand and heavily smashed it on top of the opponent's head. Meanwhile, a villager had a hideous grin on his face. Wei, it's you! After saying that, a few people lit up the steel knife that had been prepared long ago, and actually tore open the monk's robe of the White Cloud Zen Master straightly, and inserted the steel knife into the calf of the White Cloud expounders, and with just a single cut down a large chunk of blood-drenched calf meat. A few villagers looked at the bloody flesh and almost drooled. Vomit. Su Xiaoqian couldn't bear it on the spot and started vomiting. Are they crazy? To actually eat the living? But the next words of one of the villagers creeped them out even more. Don't get it dead. The meat won't taste good if it's dead. Not getting killed? Then when he wakes up and the monks find out, will they beat us to death? Just hide it, as long as they can't find it. No? Hide where? By the way, I know where to hide it. The three watched as several villagers carried Zen Master Baiyun to the main hall late at night, stuffed him inside the Buddha statues and tied him up, and then cut off the meat from both of his calves. All of it, and roasted it for dinner. It was even briefly bandaged for fear that the other would die. Next, every day, someone would come into the statue of Buddha in the dark of night and cut off a piece of flesh and blood from Zen Master Baiyun's body. The three of them simply had their scalps tingling as they watched the scene. They couldn't imagine that someone could actually do such a twist. Cannibalism isn't even enough, but to have to keep the living fresh and keep the other person alive to watch their flesh and blood being cut off piece by piece is just heartless. Zhou watched this in silence. He knew that when the critical mass was reached, the evil of human nature would be the most terrifying demon in the world. With his own will, Zen Master Baiyun held on for 30 days. These 30 days, he saw more and more people joining the ranks of the cutters. The old man whose bones he picked up, the pregnant woman who delivered her baby, the old man who gave up his rice, the villagers who helped. Master, don't you say you're a monk and compassionate? It's not too much to give some meat, right? Master, you've helped us so much. What's a little more? In what was left of Zen Master White Cloud's intention, he suddenly felt all of his beliefs collapsing. Being kind and compassionate to people and saving them from suffering? In the moment before he died, he used his last strength to issue a hoarse question. Rescue? Who's going to save me then? If he was given another chance, he swore that he wouldn't save any more people. Zen Master Baiyun died and was found by villagers who entered later to be cut. In order not to be discovered, they did not give the other man a burial, but instead left him untouched in the Buddha statue. Only, that very night, the dead Zen Master White Cloud's eyes suddenly opened. From that night on, villagers began to disappear without warning. Some say that the Buddha statue opened its eyes. Others say that it fled to the desert. In any case, those who stayed began to recite the Buddha's name. And while there were fewer and fewer people, the sound of reciting the Buddha's name grew louder and louder. The image disappeared and was replaced by silence from the crowd. Golem, a crystalline stone like an eyeball left behind by the scorching, rolled out and came to Joyu's feet. Pupil of Devil's thought, the eyeball that gathers the resentment of the master of the institution is the root cause of the entire Devil's Monk's Zen Center. Step on it and the Zen Center will disappear permanently. Stomping? Joyu sneered and suddenly reached out to pick up the other party. Then with a flick of his fingers, he threw it into the ruins of the shattered hall in the distance. Wouldn't it be a relief to erase this place? Those ungrateful things? You don't want to see this either. Zen Master White Cloud. Ding! You have killed the demonic thought puppet. Experience value plus 2,850. Ding! You have randomly acquired the word, Spike Devouring, Blue. Ding! You triggered the hidden reward to gain the feed phrase, Deadly Grievance Demon Pupil, Blue. Ding! You have gained the allegiance of Zen Master White Cloud and have been branded with the system logo. Chapter 39, Devouring Grievance. Deadly Grievance Demon Pupil. Chief Minister's Meeting. Grievance Devouring, Blue devour all the negative energy following the accumulation of the body. After reaching a certain level, can be a one-time burst of grievance deadly light, resulting in a high amount of damage only for the soul. The value of the damage is positively correlated with the devoured grievances and the strength of one's own soul. Against necromantic creatures, during the accumulation of grudges, one can permanently and slowly increase one's mental power attribute. Deadly Grievance Demon Pupils, Blue see through grudges and illusions, piercing through everything, as well as being the only link to the Demon Monk's Zen Center. Once opened, the Zen Center's demonic thoughts can be projected across the sky, descending for a short period of time. Joyu only felt a slight quiver in his brow. A little itchy, as if he was going to grow a brain. No, an eye. That's right, it was growing eyes, and he clearly felt an eyeball, entirely coalesced from the grudges of the dead. growing in it and opening whenever he thought along with his own thoughts. But you can't. Once you open it, it links to the Zen garden of the demonic monks, as if opening the door to evil spirits. Ding! Copy rewards settlement complete. First pass rewards being issued. Countdown to leave copy in 5 minutes. As the copy prompt rang out, Sumei's trio almost simultaneously flashed a golden light of upgrading, and Lin Shiyun herself alone even sprouted several golden lights one after another. Looking at the levels of the three again, Sumei LV20, Su Xiaochang LV16, and Lin Shiyun LV19. That's the beauty of the copy, the horror of being able to see the boost in experience alone. It was only a few days of work. Lin Shiyun had already reached LV19, and was only one level away from LV20. As long as she put in more effort, completing the second turn would be an easy task. In addition to leveling, there were equipment rewards, a silver quality Zen staff and a demon subduing mortar and pestle, which were obviously way better than the bronze ones from before. There was also a defense robe rewarded for the first pass, which was even of gold quality. It was considered to be the topmost extreme amongst the entire first-turn professionals. All the rewards were naturally obtained by Lin Shiyun, to which Sumei and Su Xiaochang, naturally, did not have the slightest opinion. They couldn't help but be secretly sure at this moment how right their father's decision had been earlier. Just before their emotions and settlements, the chief of the Cold City Security Department, Zhang Jigang, was sitting in the back of his office receiving a document given to him from his subordinates. Chief, all the information and evidence about the case is here. Tell me, what's the catch? 2 days ago, the chief of city defense, Wu Xingchang, sent someone to rent this place, seemingly to use it for something, and on that day, the two of them, Wu Xingchang and Wu Xiong, were seen coming here, as well as quite a few of his privately hired servants, members of the Red Dragon Guild, coming here. It didn't take long for 3 Red Dragon Guild members to leave and disappear without a trace. After a pause, the subordinate said, "We discovered from the surveillance that 2 of them headed to wait outside a residential building in the civilian area in the north of the city, and shortly afterward the 2 of them entered it and disappeared without a trace afterward. I guess they avoided the surveillance. Where did they go?" Zhang Jigang knocked on the table and asked without raising his head. "Abandoned factory number 48 on the outskirts of the south side of the city, but of course that's just a guess on my part, as there was no surveillance that caught them going here. Get to the point." A few hours later, surveillance caught a skeleton soldier carrying a grandmother and little girl and a teenage girl out of there while a fire broke out throughout the abandoned plant. The grandmother and the little girl's address is the same building they were squatting in. Your presumption? All the evidence at the crime scene was damaged by the flames, but we found 3 figures that appeared near the villa that happened to be captured on camera around the time of the crime, one of which was none other than this young girl named Lin Shiyun, and the other 2, Sumei and Su Xiaochang, who reported the crime. Go on, Chief. Wu Xingchang's daughter, Wu Lina, happened to die accidentally 3 days ago in the wasteland wolf zone of the novice leveling area, and the information about the team that she broke away from before she died was the very squad that these 3 people were in. My guess is that they're probably there because... Enough. Will the city lord know? Definitely no. Alright, help me get the car ready. Where to? To find So Young-ho, the office of the chief financial officer. The noisy noise outside came, only to hear a bang. The office door was kicked open. A rigid-faced Zhang Jigang angrily walked in and saw Su Young-ho teasing the birds. Su Young-ho, you did this. Chief, I'm sorry, I couldn't stop. The male secretary looked at Zhang Jigang with an apologetic face. You go down. Su Young-ho did not raise his head, but continued to tease the bird while saying. The male secretary nodded slightly, then exited the room, and brought the door with both hands, then stood at the door, forbidding anyone to enter. Tea is made for you. It's still hot. Sit down first. Su Young-ho continued to tease the bird without looking back. Su Young-ho, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation when Zhang Jigang is saying, suddenly saw a side of the coffee table is smoking hot teacups, and the side has been wet tea set. Froze to mouth word stopped. He walked over and sat down, draining his tea in one gulp and tasting it. Well, it's the right puer that he loves. You knew I was coming? Zhang Jigang leaned back in his chair and looked at Su Young-ho. With that fiery temper of yours? How will you stop until you ask something? Su Young-ho didn't answer, and then seemed to answer. Su Young-ho, when we graduated from the guild together, I always thought that you were a promising person who aspired to be able to change the Xia kingdom, but I never thought that you would actually be able to kill for your own selfish desires as well. Oh, who did I kill? And which mouth did I exterminate? My Grand Chief Shang. Tell me instead. Su Young-ho suddenly laughed softly. The toy in his hand teasing the parrot did not stop. You exterminated Wu Xingchang's daughter, Wu Lina, so that Wu Xingchang would be motivated to kill. then used Lin Shiyun as bait to get them to fall for it, then secretly sent someone to assassinate Wu Xingchang and the others, and then used the aura of the undead to confuse the world, so that it would be attributed to the Creation Society's actions. Didn't you? Said Zheng Jigang, slapped the coffee table and stood up angrily. Surname Su, don't think that just because you are my old acquaintance, you will be able to let it go. You must go back with me today to investigate properly. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning the other cheek. At ease. The smile on Su Yongha's face remained the same. What do you think of this person, Lord Kong City? Instead of answering, he asked Zheng Jigang rhetorically. Kong Chengshan? Zheng Jigang raised an eyebrow. What does it have to do with him? Su Yongha, don't look around. It doesn't make sense. Ha! Su Yongha laughed, enriching his own pockets. Favoritism, corruption and bribery, dictatorship, and killing people. Chief Cheng, which of these would you say is not related to him? You? No nonsense. Su Yongha, without evidence, it is possible to sue you for slander. I'm talking about you. Why are you talking about Lord City Lord? Click. The toy in Su Yongha's hand broke with a sound, while his face, which was always smiling, faded at this moment, because he is not a competent city lord. The world has suffered from the Creation Society for a long time, but in Cold City, he, Kong Qingshan, is even more than the Creation Society. He is a tumor, a moth. Su Yongha's voice suddenly rose. He is the vampire of the entire Cold City. He deserves to die. Zheng Jigang was silent. He had to admit that Su Yongha was right, although he had no evidence. But Su Yongha, who was the chief financial officer, and also a friend he once considered to be the most upright, would not talk nonsense. Injustice has its roots. A moment later, Zheng Jigang said, you could have gone to Kong Qingshan to settle the score and bring him down. Bring him down? Su Yongha snorted. Wu Xingchang is in cahoots with Kong Qingshan. By killing him, am I not cutting off Kong Qingshan's wings? Su Yongha, you can cut it out, but why drag your own son and daughter, and that ordinary child along with you? Zheng Jigang shouted angrily. Do you think Kong Qingshan is blind? If he finds out, will he let them go? Ho ho ho. Su Yongha smiled decisively. Those who achieve great things don't bother with small details. The 9 guilds have suffered from Xia for a long time. Since they want to do it, they have to make sacrifices. Not to mention my sons and daughters. Even if it's me, I don't have any hesitation. After a pause, he said something that made Zheng Jigang's face change. As for the girl you mentioned, you don't really think she's just any girl, do you? Chapter 40 R&D Supervisor 4th Chair. Knitting Butcher. Zheng Jigang frowned. What do you mean by that? An ordinary girl, able to rank first in the 2nd grade? Ordinary girl, able to be mentally superior on a professional? An ordinary girl, able to awaken the hidden profession. Contract summoner? Su Yongha's 3 consecutive sentences made Zheng Jigang's face change color. Right. Where in the world are there so many geniuses? There must be a reason for true genius. Who is she? Humph. At this point, you still can't guess? Su Yongha sneered. Let me give you another reminder. Her father. His name is Lin Nan. Lin Nan? Lin Nan? Zheng Jigang chewed it twice, then steeply changed his face and blurted out. 8 years ago, that Lin Nan of the Lin clan who had heavily damaged the 7th turn after breaking into the southern state lair of the Creation Society? There's also the Lin family that annihilated the southern state nest of the Southern State Creation Society. Su Yongha added. Impossible. Didn't all 13 members of the Lin family fall? I had gone to check the archives, and they're all dead. All dead. Zheng Jigang shook his head, feeling somewhat incredulous. What you see is only what can be seen. Su Yongha said. You don't know that the only remaining senior, Li Qianjie, brought her 2 granddaughters here 8 years ago. If I hadn't been in that fight as well, I wouldn't have known that she was deliberately hiding everything about herself. Then why did she come to this bitter cold place in hiding? Zheng Jigang's pupils suddenly shrunk. For the Creation Society? That's right. The Creation Society suffered a heavy blow in the first place, but it wasn't cut off. So she probably just wants her granddaughter to live a peaceful life. Su Yongha calmly stated his arrangement. From the moment I found her, I knew that she was here. And her granddaughter went to a normal 2nd grade school to hide her face, but she was so good that she still shone even in 2nd grade. Since then, I've been preparing a plan that could bring down Kong Chengshan, or even kill him. So, from the beginning, when you had Su Mei team up with Lina Wu and then went to Lin Shiyun, it was all on purpose? Of course. How else would it be possible for someone to go and team up with Lin Shiyun just after she arrived and happened to be missing a spot? Are you crazy? Do you know how terrible the consequences of angering Li Qianjie are? Zheng Jigang angrily shouted. She had personally killed several 7th turn 8th turn powerhouses back then. The name of the 1000 extreme poison master. Do you think it's called in vain? If she knew that you dared to utilize her daughter, she would not hesitate to kill you. In the face of Zhang Jigang's questioning, Su Yonghe didn't flinch at all, but instead met his gaze and said, "If I can pull out this tumor of Kong Qingshan, what's the harm in killing me? So your original plan was to use your own children to get into the game, assassinate Lina Wu, and then pull that one into it, and in a fit of rage, kill the city lord?" Zhang Jigang was shivering with anger. "I originally had this kind of intention, but to protect that person's granddaughter from harm, in the end, even if the other party wants me to accompany them to pay back, I'm willing to do so." Su Yonma's words changed. But what? From the very beginning, the plan was a little off the mark for me. Deviation? I had originally planned to get my hands dirty, in the wasteland, which is after all an area rarely covered by newbies, so that it would make it easier to move later, only to be disrupted by a skeleton soldier. Skeleton soldiers? You mean the summoned beasts the kid contracted? Right. It showed unimaginable battle power and intelligence, and even in the end, without using my hands, it killed both Wu Lina and Zhuang Hutu with the help of the wasteland wolves. How is it possible? A skeleton soldier. How could it do that? Zhang Jigang frowned. I didn't believe it at first either, but until the abandoned factory, when my people saw Senpai Qianjie and her granddaughter being captured, I thought she would just step in and exterminate the other party, and then find the person behind the scenes and eliminate them all together. But as a result, she didn't do anything out of my expectation. And then the skeleton soldier summoned by that child even killed the second-turn professional in seconds. And from that time I knew that that child was the bloodline of the Lin family. And the Lin family? How could it come out of mediocrity? Su Yonhe let out a bitter smile. I was wrong. From the very beginning, I was wrong. All of my plans were actually pierced through by her old man a long time ago, and the other party was merely going along with what I wanted to do, making the plan work. What does she, Senpai, intend to do? Zheng Ji just said the word she, then felt that it was wrong, and hurriedly changed it to senior. Practice, Su Yonhe solemnly said. Senior must have borrowed my hand to hammer her granddaughter, even going so far as to hitch a ride with Wu Xingchang, at the cost of the chief of city defense, a fourth turn plus many professionals, just to hammer the juniors. This, rather, is like her tactics. Zhang Jigang nodded. He had read about this one more than once in the archives. 1000 Jedi Poison Master, has poisoned countless demons in the abyss with poison skills, and at the time, one person even killed the 3 major 7 turns of the Creation Society. Ruthless and vicious, incomparably ferocious. A mere 4th turn chief minister was indeed no more than a mole cricket in her eyes. Both of them did not believe that it was Zhou who had decimated the 4th revolutions, but rather that the 1000 Jedi Poison Master behind them who was as high as 8 revolutions had made a move. So, what now? Zhang Jigang asked. Things had come to such a pass that they were already out of their original intention. The original plan doesn't work anymore. Since that person has saved his heart for practicing, we must fulfill it. Now that Wu Xingchang is dead, Kong Qingshan will definitely not let it go. It was only a matter of time before he met up with his predecessor, and all we have to do is keep her granddaughter out of harm's way while practicing. I hope that when the time comes, that one will look at our intentions and not wreak havoc on the people of Cold City. What are you telling me this for? Since you understand it all? Zhang Jigang looked at Su Yonghe. You're the chief of security. You're naturally in charge of the case report. And I'm telling you this so you can help me delay Kong Qingshan, or at least not let him secretly lay his hands on the boy. You're asking me to lie about the case? That's deception. No. Zhang Jigang shook his head. Zhang Jigang. Su Yonghe slapped his hand on the table, his tone much more ferocious than just now. Wake up. Xia is already terminally ill. Why are you still guarding your little professional ethics? That's stupidity. He fiercely grabbed Zhang Jigang by the collar of his shirt and glared with a low growl. If you want to fight a traitor, you have to be more traitorous than he is. Zhang Jigang was silent and did not answer, but Su Yonghe knew that he had already answered. All right, go back, and pretend you weren't here today. Su Yonghe sat down and waved his hand. Zhang Jigang turned his head towards the front door, but the moment he was about to open the door, he suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at the other party. On a side note, 3 months ago, the nest of the Creation Society in the Central State was discovered, and although many were strangled, there were still a few stragglers that escaped from the Central State by turning into pieces. Some of them fled in the direction of the northeastern states and broke away from the trail. Hearing this, Su Yonghe's face changed drastically. Not even the change of heart just now had caused him to lose his temper so much. Who? R&D Supervisor Seat 4, Knitting Butcher. Chapter 41, Shuntong shakes the halls. 2 chiefs come in person. How is that possible? How could the Creation Society's 1 principal, 3 deputies, 5 supervisors, and 7 turn establishment butchers look at a cool place like this? Zhang Jigang left, leaving only Su Yongha's mumbling. No one knew better than he did what the lunatics in the Creation Society would do to get what they wanted. The climate that Cold City was located in had always been bitterly cold, and even lunatics like the Creation Society were rarely involved. But unexpectedly, they had set their sights on it. A thick wave of uneasiness surged into Su Yongha's heart. At this exact moment, the closed door of the room actually opened again, and when Su Yongha looked up, he happened to see Zhang Jigang going and returning. "What are you doing back here again? Ask him." Zhang Jigang glanced at the male secretary next to him. "My lord, an hour ago, news came from the Magic Monk Zen Academy replica hall that Miss Young Master and Lin Shiyun entered the replica together." "The Devil's Monk Zen Center?" Su Yongha raised an eyebrow. "Didn't they go in there? And broke the clearance record. So what are they doing there again? They didn't choose normal level difficulty. Dangerous level? According to the intelligence, that skeleton might have a way to pass the danger level. And with the life preservation props I gave to Su Mei, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. My lord, the difficulty they chose is nightmare level." "What?" Su Yongha's eyes widened violently and froze in place for less than 3 seconds. Then he scurried out in an arrow step and grabbed the male secretary's shoulders. "What did you say? Say it again?" "Ahem. My lord," the male secretary said with difficulty. "They entered the nightmare level copy of the Demon Monk Zen Garden an hour ago." "Asshole, why didn't you tell me this kind of news earlier?" Su Yongha wanted to slap his opponent. "You happened to be with Lord Zhang at the time, so I didn't inform you." "Alas, how are things now?" "Timing is still going on at the moment. They're not coming out. Prepare the car and go." Su Yongha pushed the secretary away and rushed out of the office in a hurry. Zhang Jigang was close behind. "What the hell did you tell Su Mei? How could she choose the nightmare level? That's the Demon Monk Zen Academy. And no one has been able to complete the pass at turn 1 in so many years." "How do I know?" Su Yongha stormed out. "You'd better take out that thing of yours. We're going in now. We might still have a chance to get them out. If that child really falls in the copy, and Lai Qianjie finds out about it to relent his anger against the entire Cold City, it will be troublesome." This time Zhang Jigang didn't open his mouth to retort, but followed and quickened his pace. The scroll of breaking the realm, a consumable scroll, was expensive, and its function was simple. It was to forcibly break open a designated secret realm or replica, allowing one to briefly enter it. Once this was utilized, not only would the team entering the copy's passage be declared a failure, even the user themselves would suffer a backlash. But there is no other way out of this situation. Lin Shiyun couldn't die, with Zhang Jigang's understanding of her. Even though her skeleton soldier was somewhat strong, it was impossible for her to resist the siege of the nightmare-level Demon Monk Zen Academy. As for Su Mei and Su Xiaochang, I'm afraid they won't last more than 5 minutes, and this time it's indeed a disaster. Once that child fell, whether it was intentional or unintentional, it would make Li Qianjie furious, and at that time, when the Thousand Jedi Poison Master was furious, it wasn't impossible to make the entire Cold City buried with him. Thousand Jedi Poison Master. Poison traveling thousands of miles. This is not just talk. Soon, a black business was driven out of the Finance Bureau parking lot in a hurry, heading straight to the Magic Monk Zen Academy replica hall. After the driver stepped on the gas pedal almost to the point of sparking, it wasn't long before Su Yongha and Zhang Jigang arrived outside the replica hall. Getting out of the car, both of them couldn't help but change their faces when they saw the crowded scene outside the replica hall. Oh no! Something must have happened. Su Yongha let out a low cry and rushed over, pushing through the crowd while squeezing in the direction of the replica's entrance. The entrance to the replica and the replica hall are in 2 directions, and at the moment, the direction that Su Yongha is squeezing in is exactly the opposite of the direction that the crowd is crowding in. Unable to resist the fact that his attributes as a 4th-turn powerhouse were high enough, he was still able to squeeze through a passageway even if he went against the current, but it drew the displeasure of the surrounding crowd. Why are you squeezing? Are you in a hurry to get reincarnated? That's right, Mud. I want to see the shout on Big Brother. Don't crowd. Let me pass. Asterisk. Don't you know when the direction is reversed? Don't talk about it. Maybe people are going to enter the nightmare level copy to surpass the record. Come on. At his age, his chi and blood are decaying and his level has fallen. Right? And still ing pass. Can you compare to someone else's 18-year-old girl? Ha ha ha. If you ask me, he's not even worthy of lifting someone's shoes. First pass nightmare level TSK. It's really a small knife stabbing his ass and opening his eyes. Desperately squeezing Su Yongha was suddenly pulled by a hand. He turned back in anger, but found that it was Zhang Jigang. What are you doing? Wait, didn't you hear the chatter around you? Zhang Jigang pulled him back and turned his head to grab a nearby professional who was still trying to crowd the room. Say, what happened here? Zhang Jigang was a genuine 5th revolver. And the aura brought out by just one sentence made the other party's heart and soul tremble. Seeing the other party's majesty again, he immediately subconsciously said, "Just a moment ago, 3 heroes entered the nightmare-level demon monk Zen garden and completed the pass. This is a record for the first pass, and everyone is busy wanting to see these 3 geniuses. First pass? 3 bits? Genius?" Zhang Jigang's mind turned, and he pursued, "What are their names? I don't know. All I know is that the captain seems to be called, well, Lin Shiyun." What? Click. Zhang Jigang and Su Youngha both froze in place as if they had suffered a bolt from the blue. 3? Passing a nightmare-level copy? Or in such a short time? How is that possible? The first reaction of the two of them felt that it was impossible. This was a nightmare-level copy of the demon monk's Zen garden that no one had ever managed to clear. How could the 3 of them have gotten through? And, from the time we entered to the time we came out, full stop, it was just over an hour. That kind of record. Absolutely impossible. Reacting, the 2 men immediately turned around and continued squeezing in the direction of the hall. This time, they suffered more curses, but the 2 were oblivious. Instead, they squeezed straight to the very front, and with just a glance, they saw the copy lobby announcement that floated high on the first line. Announcement: warmly congratulate Team 001, Captain Lin Shiyun, team members Su Mei, Su Xiaoqiang, successfully completed the first time to pass the 3-member nightmare-level magic monk's Zen garden copy. Time, 1 hour 16 minutes. Really? Really pass? Zhang Jigang blinked and even wondered if he had misread the situation. Su Youngha, who was on the side, even pushed Zhang Jigang away and rushed to the replica hall's heel, shouting, "Su Mei, Su Xiaoqiang." As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw 2 people in the crowd turn back to him and make a surprised sound. "Dad, what are you doing here?" Chapter 42 Joker. Kong Ling who breaks defense for the second time. Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang squeezed over together with Lin Shiyun, and without waiting for them to open their mouths, they heard Su Youngha ask, You guys got through?" Even if it had been confirmed, Su Youngha always felt that it was like an illusion if he didn't hear it himself. "Nah, didn't you see that?" Su Xiaoqiang dejectedly nudged his mouth towards the announcement, but once he thought of his father's teachings, he hastened to collect himself. All of this, is mainly due to Captain Lin. We and our sister are just soy sauce." Su Mei on the side seemed to have thought of something, and somewhat apprehensively whispered an explanation to Su Youngha. "Dad, we didn't want to pick the nightmare class either. It's just, hey, don't say anything, it's good to be back safely. It's good to be back safely." Su Youngha touched his daughter's head, and then looked at Lin Shiyun, who was next to him, who was stunningly beautiful and had an outstanding temperament. "This is our captain, Lin Shiyun." Su Mei took the initiative to introduce herself. "Shiyun, this is my dad." Lin Shiyun suddenly remembered Su Mei's father's identity upon hearing this, and immediately bowed slightly and nodded her head. "I have seen General. Hey, since you're Su Mei's friend, don't address these, just call me uncle." Su Youngha sized up Lin Shiyun, vaguely able to see Lin Nan's shadow in it. "Not bad. Since ancient times heroes come out of youths. It's really extraordinary." He turned his head to look at Zhang Jigang next to him. "Let me introduce you guys. This is the Chief Commissioner of the Public Security Department. His surname is Zhang. Just call him Uncle Zhang." "Hello Uncle Zhang." X3. "Hello guys." Zhang Jigang nodded slightly and looked at Lin Shiyun. "May I ask how you guys got through?" "Of course we're relying on Chao." Su Xiaoqiang was just halfway through his sentence when he was poked by his sister, and immediately reacted by snorting and looking at Lin Shiyun. "It's nothing. It's just that my summon is stronger." Lin Shiyun laughed, and passed it off with a single sentence. After these few times, she was no longer that simple little girl, much less one who would reveal all her secrets to someone she had just met. Although Zhou Yu hadn't explained that she couldn't say anything, Lin Shiyun still didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble for him. "That's not stronger." Zhang Jigang laughed. "Very good. Cold City will definitely have a brighter future with talents like you." "Nonsense. This child is obviously material to join the Ninth Order Guild. How could he stoop to this place?" Su Youngha smiled and said to Lin Shiyun, "Child, your talent is very good. Make an effort. Maybe you can be able to hit the top of the general list in the college entrance examination." At that time, the Ninth Order Guilds, take your pick. General list? Lin Shiyun was slightly stunned. Cold City is part of the Northeast state. The results of the college entrance exams are usually counted in the state, and the state's top student, even if it's top-notch, and the general list, is the entire summer country. All state capitals are all included. At that time, the impact of the general list of the first prize, that is not generally difficult. She didn't even think that she could be rated so highly. A little embarrassed for a moment, he shook his head. "I'm not even close." Everything is due to it. Him. Su Youngha froze for a moment, and Su Mei on the side explained. It's Shiryun's summon. Oh. Su Youngha drifted off. Oh. Summoner is originally your profession, and the summoned object is naturally under your control, and its merit is your merit. Really? Lin Shiryun couldn't help but think of that tall Mori white figure. She didn't really feel like she could steal his credit. Come on. This is no place to talk. Let's get out of here. Under the escort of Zhang Jigang and Su Youngha, the three of them finally got into the car and quickly left the place. As the three disappeared, the crowd around them gradually dispersed, and the only thing that was left was the highly placed announcement that told of a miracle. Soon after, fluctuations surfaced at the entrance once again, and then, two rather wretched figures slowly coalesced from it. Announcement, Squad 005, Captain Kong Ling, team members Zhu Qing, Li Hao, cleared the dangerous level copy of the Devil Monk's Zen Garden in 1 day, 8 hours and 27, above the danger level, but any team that passes will get a broadcast, only the record-breaking, or the first pass, will be 3 times in a row, and the top of the day. Normally, an announcement like this would have caused an uproar amongst the crowd, with many people casting incomparably envious gazes. However, as Kong Ling raised his eyes to look around, he realized that everyone was indifferent to the announcement as if they hadn't heard it. Mud, didn't you guys hear me? Danger level passed. With his heart on fire, Kong Ling hissed at his surroundings, his heart aching at the thought of this pass. Not only old dad left himself a variety of life-saving equipment and props are used in all kinds of not to mention, even brought in the 4 hitters, and ultimately only came out alive one. Now, he was suffering from a multitude of disregard, so how could he, as the second son of the city lord, withstand it? Gongzi, forget it, the injury is important. It's better to go back and heal first. Shu Qing, the only survivor, couldn't help but remind him. However, Kong Ling turned her hand and threw a slap on his face. Shut up. Since when is it your turn to lecture this Gongzi? If it weren't for you bunch of losers, how would it be if you even struggled so much to pass the dangerous level? Shu Qing didn't say anything, only secretly clenching his fists. It's a good thing you guys are through, or else go back and see if I won't let my dad skin you. Kong Ling sneered. Don't freeze. There will definitely be a record of this news on the duplicate hall bulletin board. Give me a good shot of it. I'm going to find Lin Shiryun and show her how stupid it is to give up the chance to brush up on duplicates with this young master. Put. A person passing by, hearing his words, suddenly couldn't help but burst out laughing. Kong Ling instantly broke his defense, gritting his teeth and yelling, "What are you laughing at? You're smart. I'm stupid." But nothing. The man apologized profusely and turned his head to run, but before Kong Ling could return to his senses, he realized that more and more passers-by were looking at him with mocking smiles in their eyes. The feeling that one has a vestigial sense of watching a clown. Laugh. I'll make you laugh. Kong Ling limped towards the replica hall, cursing angrily as he ran. I'll see if you can still laugh when you see the announcement. Laugh, and I'll rip your mouths off when the time comes. He came to the bottom of the bulletin, brutally bumped through the others, and tilted his head to see. Announcement, warmly congratulate Team 001, Captain Lin Shiryun, team members Su Mei, Su Xiaoqiang, successfully completed the first time to pass the 3-member Nightmare level Magic Monk's Zen Garden copy. Time, 1 hour 16 minutes. Kong Ling blinked hard and looked again. Second time. Third time. He violently grabbed Zhu Qing's collar aside and questioned. What did you see? Hot. Warm congratulations to Squad 001, Captain Lin, Nightmare level, pass. Snap. Kong Ling slapped Zhu Qing in the face. Stop it. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and practically shrunk his head into the ground. At this moment, he finally realized that he was really that clown. After a long time, he suddenly looked up and wailed in agony at the sky. No. Chapter 43, Fusion and Editing, Word Promotion Madness. At this moment, Kong Ling felt like the whole world was targeting him, and a deep sense of frustration surged through his heart, causing his eyes to go black and he directly fainted. By the time Zhu Qing, the only remaining fighter, carried him back to the city lord's mansion, neither had awakened. Outside the inner study of the city lord's mansion, Zhu Qing came here carrying Kong Ling. He knew that his master, Kong Qingshan, although he was in control of the entire cold city, was extraordinarily distressed about this second son. Therefore, he did not directly send the male son to his bedroom, but came here to report to the city lord, and more than likely, he would not fight for the 3 dead brothers, but instead, he would be reprimanded for his dereliction of duty. The butler had already gone in to report, and Zhu Qing knelt on the ground, feeling that punishment should come soon. The door to the room opened with a creak, and Zhu Qing shrunk his neck as his body produced instinctive fear. However, when he raised his head, He did not see Kong Qingshan's furious face, but rather the butler standing there expressionlessly. His lordship has an important meeting with a guest. He is already aware of this, and has asked you to return the young master to his room. I will arrange for someone to go over and treat him. And you, who can collect the pension for the other three and your own healing money, will retire for now. Chu Qing looked up, his eyes filled with doubt and shock. He didn't understand why there was such a huge shift in what should have been the result of a harsh punishment. Can it be that you want to be buried with yourself? Sensing Zhu Qing's gaze, the butler frowned. What are you gawking at? Hurry up and get up and do something. Don't delay the guests from arriving. Yes, thank you for your lordship's enlightenment. Zhu Qing kowtowed and hurriedly got up to carry the unconscious Kong Ling on his back, turned his head and was about to leave. Just at the moment he turned around, he happened to see a tall figure clad in a black cloak, being led from the living room to the study in quick steps, and the butler's face changed at the sight of this figure's arrival, and he hurriedly greeted him with a smile, saying respectfully in low words, "Sir, my master has been waiting for a long time. I'm looking forward to this one too." Zhu Qing listened to the voice and felt that the other party was unusually gentle, like a well-read scholar, but his footsteps did not stop, but quickly walked towards the stairs. Only at the same time when the two brushed past, he was able to see out of the corner of his eye that the other party's sleeve cuffs revealed a pale to bloodless slender palm, and in the palm of his hand, he was grasping a ball of dark red threads that he was constantly playing with. Threadbare? Does anyone really play this? This thought flashed through Zhu Qing's mind and he took Kong Ling upstairs. Go to sleep. Foamy, grandma's here. Looking at her granddaughter Muo Muo, who fell into a deep sleep after drinking Life One, a touch of relief appeared on her grandmother's aged face. She got up and slowly stepped out of the bedroom, only looking like there was a slight tremor in the palm of that closed door. Now that the weather was warming up in the cold city, it was the time of the year when the whole wilderness flourished, and even the old people were dressed coolly under the dry heat. Only the grandmother, still covered with a layer of gray tunic, she held the wall to the living room, stopped in front of her son's tablet, lit an incense burner, worshipped and inserted it. Only, while worshipping, one was able to see that her bare arms under her sleeves were actually densely covered with small and large green dots. Nanner, Luo Ya, this child, Shi Yun, has made a fortune. Life One was able to help delay Fomi's condition, and it also allowed my wife, me, to live some more days. She had a smile on her face. I wonder how far that child can grow. Oh, don't worry, my wife will try to live and see for you the day when Shi Yun's light blooms. At that time, Fomi's heavenly execution death seal might also be resolved. At that exact moment, a knock on the door came, followed by the familiar sound of Lin Shiyun's shout from outside. Grandma, open the door. I'm home. Grandma's face changed slightly, and after instinctively tugging at both sleeves, she put her smile back on and walked quickly toward the door. Zhou heavy skeleton swordsman. Race, undead. Rank, LV 27, 851 /2700. Life, 5100. Magic, 2350. Attack, 452 to 496. Defense, 35 / magic resistance 15%. Words, Holy Inferno Bladestorm, red. Inferno Wolfpack Royalty, blue. Grievance Devouring, blue. Deadly Grievance Demon Pupil, blue. Abyssal World. Undead Valley. Zhou sat on top of the white bone throne, looking at the many words he had brought back from his copy. Now that he had reached LV 27, he might be able to reach the point of LV 30 if he were to make another copy. At that stage, one can continue to morph into a whole new career. But even so, Zhou Yu's heart did not relax in the slightest, because the threat posed by the giant dragon was not something that could be resolved by LV 30 at all. Avanti! The old servant is here. Avanti bowed and knelt against the Soulfire skull head. Zhou Yu glanced at him, always feeling that the other party seemed to have grown a little stronger during his absence, and the decoration on his neck seemed to be wider than before. That dragon. Any movement? Back to master. That dragon did not affect our territory here again. It seems to be asleep. As for the rest, the old servant does not dare to approach. Still do not know. Where are the crypt demons? According to Zhou Yu's conjecture, if that dragon really didn't leave, the biggest threat should be them. By instinct, they might choose to move, and then it would definitely be their own territory that would be affected. No movement? No movement? Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow. Indeed there is no movement, my lord, Avanti explained. There has been no sign of the crypt demons appearing on the side of the tundra graveyard I oversee. They seem to have all burrowed into their holes. Drill holes? Zhou Yu stroked his chin and instead revealed a dazed look. He had forgotten that the crypt demons looked like big ugly spiders, but they were good at burrowing and digging. With the threat of the giant dragon, it was conversely safest for them to hide underground. After understanding the situation, Zhou Yu's heart was slightly relieved. It looked like for the time being, the other party should not threaten his territory. That gave him a chance to catch his breath. You stand down. Yes, sir. As Avanti left, Zhou Yu began to continue focusing on his system panel, and after brushing through the demon monk's Zen garden for the second time, because of the general leveling up of the wild monsters, the number of words he gained was also very impressive. Whether it's same-type fusion or editing variant words, it's well stocked. It's time to start consuming. Ding! You have successfully fused the words and gained Advanced Martial Body, Blue. Ding! You've successfully fused words and gained Advanced Stick Technique, Blue. Ding! You've successfully fused words and gained Grudge Roar, Blue. Ding! You've successfully fused words and gained Body of Nothingness, Blue. Ding! You have successfully fused the words and gained Believer Mastery, Blue, together with the touch of magic tattoo, Blue, that was previously looted from the Demon Monk Academy Master. It basically counts as a fusion to these Advanced Martial Body and Advanced Stick Technique. The latter is nothing to write home about. After advanced not only for stick-type weapons to reach master level, for other weapons in general, also able to be proficient. As for the former's Advanced Martial Body, it allowed Zhou Yu's blood volume to increase by a large amount once again, and along with it, his attack also increased by a large amount, which was a renewed increase in Zhou Yu's power following the giant strength phrase. Spiteful Roar, on the other hand, is a fusion from Spiteful Hiss, incarnated as a blue phrase that brings a longer stun after the same roar and simultaneously bursts out range-type damage that is enough to shake the soul, while the Body of Nothingness was a metamorphosis from the Body of the Spectre. Zhou Yu in this form had a physical damage evasion of up to 80%, an increase of as much as 10% from before, and was likewise unaffected by the cuts in magic resistance. The last, Believer Control, changed from green to blue. The name didn't change, but the change was that he could easily control the spirits of the grumbling monks and their believers in the demon monk's Zen garden. The advantage of this is that it doesn't take much effort to be able to control these large armies. The next remaining words were when Zhou Yu edited the mutation words. Ding! Editing complete. Getting a brand new phrase. Chapter 44, High-Speed Ghost Wolf Steps. Skeleton Stick Monk. Skinning Woodland. Ding! Editing complete. Obtaining a new phrase, Blistering Wind and Spectral Wolf Steps, Blue. Ding! Edit complete. Get new phrase, Skeleton Stick Monk Summoning, Blue. That's right, Zhou Yu only had 2. It wasn't that he had consumed all the words, but after trying many times, he was only satisfied with these 2. The rest, he could have just as well saved up and waited for the right words to try and edit. Among them, Blistering Wind Spectral Wolf Steps, was born from the Blistering Wind Wolf Steps fused with the Spectral Soul's body. The effect, apart from being faster, could achieve the effect of reducing physical damage by 50% during the process of traveling, and the body was nearly illusory. Like stealth, although it was improved a bit, it did not make it cross the blue word category, and remained unchanged. As for the Skeleton Stick Monk Summoning, it was born after Zhou Yu had piled up a large number of primary demonization and primary stick technique phrases. It's also the case that these 2 words are plentiful, otherwise you really wouldn't be able to stack them to the point of blue words. Zhou Yu didn't try it, but from the introduction of the words, it was that the Skeleton Stick Monk was strong. Temporarily combing through the entire phrase, Zhou Yu stood up, his eyes looking towards the dark and vast undead valley. Since Grievance Devouring can condense a base card, I wonder if there are any grievances in this land of the undead? The 2 latest words that he had acquired, Grudge Devouring, and Deadly Grudge Demon Pupil. The latter he understood, but the former required devouring enough grudges to form a grudge deadly light within his body. If one were to talk about the gathering of grievances, Zhou Yu felt that there was no place that was richer in grievances than the abyssal land full of undead. Thus, he stood on the edge of the throne and opened his mouth wide while unleashing Grudge Devouring. Buzz! A dark aura of grievances rose up from within the undead valley, turning into wisps of grievances that were swallowed into Zhou Yu's mouth. These grievances did not enter Zhou Yu's body, but were hosted in the middle of his mind. Grievance energy, not the energy of the dead, but there is a fall in death. There is bound to be resentment breeding, and there is no shortage of resentment naturally. What's more, this place had existed for an unknown number of years, and the accumulated grievances were naturally very large. Zhou Yu only felt that he had swallowed for a few moments before his mind was in vague pain, as if there were countless hissing voices of pain that were constantly clamoring and echoing in his head. He stopped in a hurry, knowing that this was a case of taking it to the limit. Next, he only needed to stabilize this ever-present resentment energy, and he would be able to keep hammering away at his spirit, allowing his spiritual power to continue to rise. And a direct response to the increase in mental strength is an increase in blue volume. Please report to the master. The young master is only suffering from excessive mental exhaustion, coupled with some superficial wounds. Rest for a few days and he will be able to recover. Shu Qing returned to the main door of the study and bowed to report to the butler. Well, go for it. The butler faded. Yes. Shu Qing turned his head and was just about to leave when he suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but ask in a low voice again. Butler, the person the master is seeing is. Don't ask what you're not supposed to ask. The butler's eyes stared, and an aura that sent chills throughout his body rose. I'm sorry, but my subordinate will leave now. Shu Qing broke out in a cold sweat, and hurriedly told off and left without looking back. He was merely curious as to what the man's origin was that could make the master take it so seriously. He just didn't expect that the butler's reaction would be so drastic. Death Seeker. The butler looked at the distant Shu Qing and was about to order something when suddenly a voice came from inside the door, causing him to turn around and push the door open. Dr. Lin is going to be my personal medical advisor. Have someone arrange a guest room for him? An upper room. The city lord with a bald head, Kong Qingshan, instructed the butler. Yes, master. Oh, and please prepare a basement for me. I need somewhere to arrange some of my medical equipment and R&D materials. The other man spoke in a strange voice, disjointed in its hoarseness, as if he were struggling with a difficult throat. The butler glanced at his lordship, and when he saw the other nod, he smiled similarly. Don't worry, I'll make the arrangements. Thanks a lot. The door to the room closed, and an icy light flashed in the eyes of City Lord Kong Qingshan, who was sitting on the main seat. Su Youngha, I can't imagine that you've been hibernating for so long. But you actually dared to make a move on Wu Xingchang, and you even dragged in this stubborn donkey Zhang Jigang. Kong Qingshan's voice could not be heard as joy or sorrow. Want to force me, Kong Qingshan, to give in? Then don't blame me. It wasn't long before, right inside the basement of the city lord's mansion, under the dim blue light, the pale figure clad in a cloak was standing in front of the operating table, constantly waving something, and a moment later, his gesture stopped, and a raspy, strange laugh followed. Oh, go on babies, make this remote city come alive. In the midst of the laughter, another gray-furred rat on the operating table suddenly squawked and then leapt down from it, seeking the entrance to the sewer. In front of the grate, stretching its body out and squeezing hard through the gap. Only, in the moment when the body was elongated, it was able to clearly see that connecting the flesh and blood was a thread of scarlet wool. Sister Shiyun, where are we going this time? Su Xiaochang and Su Mei stood and saw each other downstairs at Lin Shiyun's house and took the initiative to welcome them. He said, to scalp the woodlands. Lin Shiyun opened the door. She remembered that Zhou Yu, who had been separated in the duplicate, had explained to her that when they had finished repairing, they would be ready to head to the next duplicate, the skinning woodland. She went home to see her sister and grandmother, and almost a couple hours later, she contacted Su Mei, Su Xiaochang and the girls. Before, if Su Youngha didn't say anything, she probably wouldn't have been able to experience it. Now that she was actually able to reach the opportunity where she could impact the National Scholar, if she was able to grasp it, she would be able to gain the favor of the Ninth Order Guild, and by that time, there must be a way to cure her sister's illness. So, as soon as she was rested, she rushed to gather everyone. Scalping the woodlands? Su Mei froze for a moment. Although this place isn't like a plot copy like the Demon Monk's Zen Garden, there are a large number of wild monsters in it and it's hard to break through. I'm not worried about blaming me, but I'm afraid we can't protect you with just the two of us. Su Mei was worried from the bottom of her heart. The last time they had gotten lucky but they had lost a lot of blood. If she wasn't alright this time, in case Lin Shiyun had a slip-up, not only would she herself be very self-conscious, but perhaps that Mr. Zhou of the Skull and Bones would destroy herself and her brother on the spot. So, Sister Su Mei, you mean to increase the number of people? Lin Shiyun heard the meaning in her words. Aha! It's best to find two thick-blooded tank professions, druids, milk riders, martial monks, and so on, or if not, punishment knights will do. Su Mei plays a defensive role, mainly to protect Lin Shiyun. Lin Shiyun pondered. She felt that what the other party said made some sense. Okay, but when we get to the place, I'll ask his opinion first. Lin Shiyun would not make her own decisions without authorization. So far, all of her outputs had relied on Zhou Yu. As her own summon, she subconsciously regarded the other party as the most trustworthy person, and it was better to let him take the decisions. No problem. After discussing the matter, the group got into their cars and headed in the direction of the flayed woodlands. This copy was a bit farther away than the Demon Monk's Zen Garden, but it was only about half an hour before the group stopped in front of a forest, where a huge, towering building, constructed entirely as a tangle of twisted bark, was none other than the replica hall of the flayed woodlands. Chapter 45, Boredom, Conception of the Five. Title Rituals. Sure Hyun, did the gentleman say what difficulty he was going to choose? When they reached the place, Su-mei took the initiative to ask. Nightmare level. Lin Shiyun's answer was very dry. But this time, unlike the last time, Su-mei and Su Xiaochang, who heard this difficulty, were actually not too surprised. In that case, the 5-man team is even more necessary. Su-mei explained. The number of teams in a general copy is categorized into 3, 5 and more than 5. More than 5 people. That is, the difficulty and number of multi-person book to undertake a substantial increase in the difficulty and number of people, generally have to 10 people or even the upper limit of 20 people to enter, known as the group book, while the 5-player book is slightly more difficult than the 3-player book. In turn, the experience value grants a higher bonus. Even the burst rate of some treasures will increase. Therefore, most guilds' low number of copies will choose the majority of 5-person book, 1 to constitute a complete offense and defense. Secondly, everyone's share of experience, equipment, treasures, etc. won't be small. In fact, Su-mei's words were the truth. At this stage, the difficulty of several people's copies was limited to first-turn copies, but when it comes to turn 2, turn 3, and even higher turn copies, the 3-person composition is clearly insufficient, and at the very least, it's a 5-person book. Someone resists damage, someone pulls monsters, someone outputs, someone controls, someone heals, and so on. Okay, I'll ask him. Lin Shiyun also admitted that Su-mei had a point, but the candidate has to be careful. I don't want him to have to brush the monsters and worry about someone stabbing him in the back while he's in the copy. Lin Shiyun spoke seriously. The last incident with Wu Lina and Zhuang Hutu had shown her that not every teammate could be relied upon. She wasn't looking to find teammates who could help, but at the very least could be trusted. Definitely. Su-mei nodded her head, naturally understanding what Lin Shiyun was talking about. After the 3 of them had finished conferring, Lin Shiyun cast a summoning technique and directly summoned Zhou. After she briefly introduced Su-mei's statement, Zhou nodded with a slight thought. You can add people, but remember, if anyone dares to lay a hand on you, I won't save you. If this girl couldn't even do that, Zhou felt that there was no need for him to contract with such a summoner, even if he could never come to this world. I'll do it, please don't worry. Lin Shiyun curtsied slightly and said very seriously. Okay, nothing else, just wait until you get into your copy and call me. Zhou was about to end the summoning and return to the abyss after he finished speaking. Wait. Lin Shiyun suddenly opened her mouth to call out to him. Something? Zhou looked at her, soul fire dancing in his eyes. I have something for you. Send me? Zhou froze for a moment, then coldly waved his hand. No need. He's an undead. What could he possibly need? Even if it's equipment. I'm afraid that this girl's strength is such that she can't get a good one. But Lin Shiyun didn't pay any attention to it and instead took out a neatly folded black cloak for herself. This is a black cloak I sewed myself. Although you are not afraid of the cold, if you have this cloak, it might be easier to move around in this world in the future? Boring. When Zhou heard her finish, he only said 2 words before his body was swallowed up by the twisted black gate. Seeing this scene, Lin Shiyun couldn't help but feel a bit lost on her face. But just at the moment when Zhou's last palm was about to be devoured, he suddenly raised his hand and grabbed it smoothly, and the black cloak actually disappeared directly from Lin Shiyun's hand. Put! A childlike smile blossomed from Lin Shiyun's face. Looking at Su Xiaochang was dumbfounded. Ouch! He suddenly let out a cry of pain and turned his head to see Su-mei next to him glaring at him. What are you looking at? Why don't you go and post the announcement? Oh! Su Xiaochang hurriedly ran to the replica hall to send out an announcement. Because of the time and difficulty, the silhouettes gathered in the replica hall. Very few of them were able to see the new students who had just transferred. Most of them are 20+ years old. With the release of the recruitment announcement, the eye-catching title of Recruitment of Nightmare Difficulty Copy 5-member teammates instantly attracted attention. However, when they saw the team members and the content, they were almost unanimously dissuaded. What? A level 20 who wants to lead people through the nightmare level? Crazy? Looks like a rookie who doesn't know any better. What level was the last team that cleared the nightmare level Flayed Woodland? LV 30. What else is there to say? Without a thigh to bring lie. Nightmare level isn't a death sentence? What an insouciance. The overall picture is one of a lot of watching, a lot of talking, a lot of connecting, but little, if any, joining. Sister Shiyun, why don't the 3 of us go in? It's been more than half an hour and it's dark, so I guess no one will be willing to join. Su Xiaoqian was a bit despondent, putting 2 big beauties here without guarding. What do these people think in their heads? Of course it's a normal thought. What professional have you ever seen who would fight to the death for a woman? Su-mei glared at him. I guess the nightmare level difficulty scared me. It is indeed a bit difficult. Other people have not seen Zhou's strength, and naturally do not believe that they can pass this kind of deadly copy. As long as the mind is clear, they will not go to do it. What then? Su Xiaoqiang spread his hands. It's natural to be able to put together a proper team. Lin Shiyun pondered. But if there's really no way out, then we'll have to forget about it. Su Mei sniffed and thought for a moment. Sure Yun, why don't you? I'll give my dad a call and see if he can help think of a way? Like this? Lin Shiyun pondered. Compared to recruiting here, Su Youngha was obviously a bit more reliable than the others. Well, please ask. Sister Su Mei. Su Mei nodded and stepped aside to make contact. Hey, Dad, weren't you guys going to make copies? Why didn't you go? Short of 2 reliable players, do you have any? Any requests? Neat tank-type occupation. Anti-damage. Protect Lin Shiyun's. The most important. Trustworthy. Can't be wrong. Mei Tan. Yes there is. Trustworthy is a bit hard to say. What difficulty do you guys have? Nightmare level. Hiss. Good guts. That didn't. You're still the chief administrator. And you can't even find a reliable teammate? Daughter, you don't understand. The hardest thing in the world is not being a teammate. It's being dependable. Then the 3 of us are in. Hang on. Hey, wait a minute. Is another career okay? What occupation? A rare profession. Title ritual. LV 25. Thighs. Really? That's a done deal. Tell her to hurry up and get over here. On the other end, Su Youngha, who hung up the phone, turned his head to look at Zheng Jigang, who was holding the phone on the side. Are you really going to let your daughter get involved? What? Your daughter and son came in, but not me to let my daughter in? Zheng Jigang retorted. No. The kid is only 19, he's much better than my daughter, and he's still in the 6th Order Guild. Would that be? The Lin family didn't even hesitate when they fought to the death with the Creation Society in the first place. Why should I? Zheng Jigang said seriously. I don't have the chance to fight alongside those seniors. Let my daughter go in. Even if she dies, I'll still preserve the Lin family's bloodline. Humph, don't come with me this way. If you don't die, you know she will have higher heights. Su Youngha bristled. I know and I'm asking. Hello? I'm not talking. It's me. It's me. It's a good thing here. Lin Shiyun and Su Xiaoqiang watched Su Mei talk there for half a day, and then came over with gusto. Found it. It's not a meat tank, but it's a rare profession. Tied ritual. And it's also a LV 25 second turn professional. Second turn? Su Xiaoqiang froze for a moment. Turn 2 can brush a turn 1 copy? The duplicate code. A duplicate with less than 5 people allows 1 high turn professional to enter it, even if it's with a lie. Lin Shiyun recalled the knowledge of copies from class. Only the maximum can only exceed within 1 turn. So there's 1 now. And 1 less? Su Xiaoqiang raised a new query. It doesn't matter. We can't even if there is 1 less. No, by then 4 in will be fine. Anyway, more than 3 people, the share of experience will be added. Not enough is not enough. Su Mei explained. That's okay. That should be enough. Suddenly, Lin Shiyun spoke up and interrupted her. Enough? Su Mei was surprised. Where? As the words fell, Lin Shiyun was seen heading towards the replica hall, where some people seemed to have gathered. Chapter 46, Master. Lu Ro. Watch this. It's nightmare level. Seeing Lin Shiyun go, Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang both naturally followed, only to see that in the direction Lin Shiyun had gone, there were several silhouettes gathered there, where a man and a woman were pulling and tugging, seemingly having an argument. Zhang Ho, give it to me. That's the ticket I saved up a year's worth of income for. Why don't you give it to me? Zoe, listen to my explanation. I'm just letting the powerful go in first, and then I'll give you a return when I've cleared the level and gotten the equipment materials. And I'll take you in then. The girl, who was not tall and wore an ordinary vestment, pulled at the man's collar with a resigned face. No, Zheng Hao, didn't you agree to take me into the copy? Why have you changed your mind now? What change of heart? You're only LV13. There's not much use in taking you in. Might as well get a stronger one so the chances of passing are high. The mustachioed man pushed and shoved while the look on his face grew more and more impatient. Nonsense. Are you trying to get Wei Qianqian to join? Are you with her? What gives her the right? By virtue of the fact that I'm a higher rank than you. Suddenly, a voluptuous woman wearing a fiery red vestment came out of the crowd on the side, and she took a few steps to walk in front of Zhong Hao and took the other party's arm, squeezing her exaggerated curves on top of the other party's arm. With my big apparatus and lots of water. You, didn't I tell you not to come out? Zhong Hao obviously did not expect Wei Qianqian to appear. His face changed slightly and said, Can she let you into the copy if I don't come out? Wei Qianqian was unimpressed. I really don't get it. She's a little chick who doesn't know anything. What are you wasting your words with her? Zhong Hao, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You want to be in 2 boats? Dream on. You have to come to an end today or I'll make you look good. At those words, Zhong Hao's face revealed a struggling color. And then he grabbed the soft young girl's hand and pulled it away heavily. Lu Ro, from today onwards, I don't have any relationship with you, and when I pass the level, the money for the copy ticket will be returned to you. Give it back. My ass. Wei Qianqian laughed shrilly. Don't even look at your own virtues, and you still want to brush copies? What can a stinking boundary master do? I poo. You shut up. Lu Ro cried out. 2 lines of tears flowed out of her eyes uncontrollably. Zhang Hao, 2 years ah. I've been with you for 2 years. You said you would take me down to the copy. We'll upgrade together, and we'll become powerful professionals together in the future. Have you forgotten all this? For you, I scrimped and saved to buy tickets. Even went as far as flipping off my parents and insisting on being with you. And now you're abandoning me? Are you still human? Enough. Zhang Ho let out an annoyed, angry cry. For me? Why didn't you let me touch it for 2 years? For me? Don't you have to enter the copy to upgrade too? If you're really doing this for me, why don't you take the money out of your house and buy my tickets for me? Why don't you have your parents sell the house and help me out? Do you know how late I am? A year. Zhong Hao pointed at Lu Ro and exclaimed. You say for me? I see you're doing it for yourself. You. Lu Ro tears fell like rain, her heart paralyzed like a knife. She did not expect that Zhong Hao, who vowed to be eternally united with himself, would become so ugly. Maybe mom was right and she should have settled for being a teacher like her instead of trying to become a powerful professional. Seeing Lu Ro in such a state, Zhang Hao knew that he had one, and he let Wei Qianqian hold his arm, wanting to leave the crowd. Just at this moment, a cold shout rang out. Stop! The crowd parted and Lin Shiyun and Su Mei and Su Xiaochang all walked over. Lin Shiyun trotted over to Lu Ro and helped her up. Sister Zoe, are you okay? Shiyun. Lu Ro looked up and saw Lin Shiyun, and immediately her face became even more aggrieved, and she directly fell into the other party's arms and cried loudly and painfully. Oh, I was wrong. Wrong. You're right. Zoe-chan. Lin Shiyun patted Lu Ro's back and raised her eyes to Zhong Hao, her voice suddenly cold. The one in the wrong is him. Beauty, I advise you better mind your own business, or else. Zhong Hao was stunned by Lin Shiyun's appearance, but with Wei Qianqian on the side, he let out a cold snort, wanting to give the other party a warning. But before the words were finished, he saw a flash of light in front of his eyes, and Su Mei didn't know when she had already come close. Snap! A slap hit him hard on his face, and a fiery pain immediately caused it to completely scream out. You? Who are you? Dare to hit me? It's you ungrateful dog that's being beaten. Su Mei kicked out, heavily kicking the other party between his legs, instantly causing him to fall to his knees, covering his bottom and letting out a goose call. Can't control yourself, so I'll do it for you. Who are you? Dare to hit someone? On the side, Wei Qianqian didn't expect the Xingqi beauty to actually come up and dare to make a move, and immediately screamed in shock and questioned Su Mei. But Su Mei backhanded her and slapped her in the face, hitting the other party in pain and bleeding from the corner of her mouth. I'm not ashamed to be a woman like you. I'm ashamed to be a woman. Su Mei once again kicked Zhong Hao in the chest, flipping him over, her leather boots stepping on top of the other's chest as she coldly said, Hand it over. What? Tickets. Here you go. Zhong Hao raised his hand with difficulty, and a seal-like ticket emerged in his palm. Su Mei took one in her hand and said once again, No, I'm talking about you. Ouch. There. Su Mei, who had gotten the 2 seals, kicked again and turned her head back to Lin Shiyun, handing them to the other party. Lin Shiyun nodded slightly and took the seal, sending it to Lu Ro. Sister Zoe, look, all your tickets are here. Seeing her ticket come back, Lu Ro stopped crying even though she was still heartbroken. Zhang Hao, from now on, you and I, we are done. With that, she handed 2 tickets to Lin Shiyun. Shiyun, thank you for getting them back for me. These tickets, they're for you. Why give it to me? You're going to keep it to get into your copy. Zhang Hao was right about one thing. I'm just a useless boundary master. No one would want to team up. Might as well give it to you. Who said no? Lin Shiyun smiled. I happen to be missing a spot on my team. Want to join? Just like that, with Lin Shiyun's help, Lu Ro cleaned up her mood and joined the squad. Lin Shiyun pulled this Lu Ro, who clearly looked younger than herself but was actually 2 years older than herself, and introduced the 2 to Su Mei. This is Su Mei, Su Xiaochang, 2 warriors, and a teammate on the way. Coming later, this is Lu Ro, also from 2nd middle school. Her mom is my homeroom teacher. So it is. The 2 of them, Su Mei and Su Xiaochang, had a look of dawning realization on their faces, as she had previously thought why Lin Shiyun had pulled the other party into the team, and even had a very trusting look. Just that one sentence makes sense. For Lu Ro, Lin Shiyun is not the first day to recognize. From the beginning of her schooling in middle school, she was often called by the homeroom teacher to the home tutoring homework, and even rubbed rice. The two have long been old acquaintances. Moreover, the homeroom teacher was able to slip her card after she failed her contract, a favor that Lin Shiyun would never forget. Seeing that he had even lost his tickets, Zhong Hao immediately felt that he had lost both his money and his people, and was directly annoyed. Lu Ro, who do you think these are? They're all liars, cheating you out of your tickets and just trying to get into the replica. Give me the tickets and I can promise to come out and give you enough. We're liars? Su Xiaochang was furious when he heard this, pulling out his own ticket crest that he had already finished buying and shaking it at Zhong Hao. Open your dog's eyes and see clearly. We're nightmare level tickets. Who cares about your normal tickets? Chapter 47 Skinned Woodland. Skinless Lord. Nightmare level? Su Xiaochang's words caused the surrounding crowd to slam their eyes wide open, and after a few moments, an outcry was triggered. Crazy? A nightmare level flayed woodland? With just these guys? What beautiful, great beauties, and each with their own style. I didn't expect that. Unfortunately. Unfortunately what? Entering a nightmare level copy and still want to come out alive? That's not dead. Between the crowd's comments, Zhong Hao suddenly reacted and immediately burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, nightmare level. Lu Ro, I'm just cheating you out of your money while they're cheating you out of your life. Ha ha, all of his original gloominess was swept away, and he looked at Lu Ro with his chest puffed out. If you don't want to die, break away from the group and give me the tickets. At least I'll give you something. No, rather, this is saving your life. Hearing him say this, the surrounding crowd nodded their heads in succession, feeling that the other party had a point. Lin Shiyun and Su Mei and the others similarly looked at Lu Ro. Sister Zoe, you can quit my team, but don't believe his bull ********. Lin Shiyun grabbed Lu Ro's hand and said, no. Lu Ro shook her head slightly. From the moment he revealed his true colors, my life didn't matter. She placed the 2 tickets in her hand in Lin Shiyun's palm. Promise me that if I do die, I'll give them to my mom, tell her that my daughter was wrong, and leave the savings from the past 2 years as a way to make it up to the 2 old men. Lu Ro didn't hold any hope that she would be able to survive in the nightmare level copy. On the contrary, she believed that since Lin Shiyun dared to enter, she must have a surefire way or means to save her life, which was why she entrusted her ticket to the other party. In response, Lin Shiyun didn't say anything more but nodded her head and accepted it. She knew that it was useless to explain how she was doing it now, and everything would have to wait until she entered the replica, so it would naturally be clear. Seeing that Lu Ro was actually persistent, Zhong Hao immediately snorted. Fine, jump in all the fire pits. Right, then save it for your own coffin. Next to her, Wei Chanxian even laughed coldly in agreement. Right, my lady is here to watch how long it takes for you to die. She had been slapped by Su Mei and had already held a grudge against the other party in her heart. But she wasn't stupid. In a place like this where professionals gathered, the person who dared to make a direct move wasn't simple. But this breath can't be swallowed, and can only be transferred to Lu Ro. There's no point in talking more. Let's go. Lin Shiyun helped Lu Ro to leave, but the surrounding crowd's discussion did not stop. It just went from the topic of Lu Ro to them. After all, nightmare level copies are far more talked about than third-party meddling. That tied ritual Phi. When is it arriving, sis? Su Xiaochang was still most concerned about the situation of his own copy. Should be soon? Su Mei thought for a moment. Dad said she's an acquaintance. Half an hour at most. Acquaintances? We know any more reliable ones? Su Xiaochang was slapped by Su Mei just as he finished speaking. If you can't talk, shut up. No one is. It wouldn't be her, would it? Halfway through Su Mei's sentence, the crowd suddenly heard a sound of a luxury car roaring in the distance, and then they saw a stretch limousine suddenly stop. A chauffeur and bodyguard came down from the car, opened the door, and at once a slender thigh in cut-out aqua blue high heels emerged from underneath its door. Immediately following, an aquamarine long dress, aquamarine long hair, aquamarine staff, like Athena's cool princess figure got out of the car. Young Bu? Su Xiaochang exclaimed. Isn't she in the 6th Order Guild? How come she's back? You know each other? Lin Shiyun looked at him. Aha! It's the daughter of the sheriff's chief, and when we were kids we were neighbors and used to play together. She's the same age as me. Su Mei interjected from the side, but the talent is much higher than me. It is said that it is now LV25, and it is still a rare profession. It was accepted by the 6th Order Guild early. I didn't think it would be her. She, seems a little high-strung? I'm not sure. I remember when I was a kid, she just wasn't very talkative and hid in a corner when people came over. A luxury car with a beautiful woman easily attracted the attention of the entire audience. But after seeing the iceberg-like temperament on Zhang Bai, All the professionals present didn't even dare to look at it more and took the initiative to get out of the way. And after the other party scanned the crowd slightly, she walked towards Su-mei and the others with her long legs dragging her long skirt. Obviously, she was about the same height as Su-mei, but standing in front of the crowd, she gave people a sense of suffocation from the mountains. Her eyes quickly swept over a few people before finally looking aside. Pull me into line. Su Xiaoqiang, Su-mei, and even Lin Shiyun and Lu Rou all looked at each other, a bit stunned. Do goddesses talk like this nowadays? I'll pull you. It was Lin Shiyun who eventually reacted and pulled her opponent into the group. Zhang Bai, let me introduce you to our teammate. She, as an old acquaintance, Su-mei took the initiative to walk out to introduce Zhang Baio, but before he could finish, Zhang Baio extended his hand. Tickets, go! Su-mei, Lin Shiyun and others, go in first. There's plenty of time for introductions. Lin Shiyun rounded off the conversation. Su-mei nodded her head and handed the tickets in her hand to the crowd one by one. Zhang Bai stepped out first and walked straight towards the entrance of the tickets. Buzz. As the fluctuations surfaced, the figures of the 5 people disappeared. Team 001, Captain Lin Shiyun, team member Zhang Bai, has entered the nightmare level flayed woodland copy. Timing starts. A damp, stuffy sensation wrapped around his body, and a strong fishy odor mixed with the smell of decay filled his nostrils. When the crowd opened their eyes, they realized that they were already within a forest. As for Zhang Bai, who stood at the front of the group, a flash of disbelief flickered within his dark blue pupils. Nightmare level? What do they want? Do you really expect me, a second turn tidal wave sacrifice, to be able to clear this kind of copy? Dad, are you going to get me killed? Or are you going to get me killed? No. Am I going to question them now? Will they find me insensitive? This is a matter of life and death. How can it be unkind? But I clearly promised so dryly before. If I refuse now, will it seem like I'm going back on my word and reneging on my word? After many thoughts were tossed around in his mind one after another, Zhang Bai finally just took the staff in his hand and violently gave it a thump on top of the ground. Tidal shield. Buzz. Already from the dense water vapor from her feet for the extension. Turn instantly towards the surrounding expansion. And then the 5 people completely wrapped in it, forming a ball-shaped water flow shield. Entering a copy and defending first. From this alone, it was enough to see that Zhang Baio's experience was far richer than that of the rookies like them. At the same time, a voice with a grim tone in its hoarseness rang out abruptly in the minds of the crowd. Requirements: find and destroy the skinless lord, or stay alive in the forest within 24 hours. Obviously it was just a notice of the past conditions, but that creepy laugh at the end gave the crowd the creeps. Sasha. Without waiting for them to savor it, the sound of friction rang out from beneath the ground where dead leaves were piled up under their feet. In the next moment, several of the nearest large trees suddenly came to life, and an entangled twisted vine rose up from the ground, jerking towards the crowd at once. Snap! All the lime green vines had drawn on top of the tidal shield, only bringing up a ripple, leaving the crowd undamaged. However, when the crowd viewed these large trees around them, they couldn't help but change their faces. Chapter 48, Flaying Tree Spirit, Tidal Blade. In the forest lined with trees, a circle of lime green vines was entwined on top of each tree trunk, and between the waving of these vines, a painfully twisted human face could be clearly seen on the tree trunk. Hiss! Sis, the whole forest is full of these faces? Su Xiaoqiang felt his teeth chattering. How many faces are there in this forest? These are flayed tree spirits. Starting at LV-15, with a low attack power but thick blood, Su-mei protected Lin Shiyun behind her and looked through the shield towards the outside. The cheat we purchased, the way we cleared it before, was to wait in place for 24 hours, so as long as we can defend it, we won't have much of a problem. The shock from the nightmare level copy made Lu Rou forget her grief for a while as well. With this amount, I'm afraid the shield won't be able to support it for long, right? When she saw that Zhang Bai's level was LV-25, she assumed that the other party was the only thigh in the entire group. It's okay to wait for the captain to put. Su Xiaoqiang's words were just half spoken when he saw Zhang Bai suddenly holding his staff and actively stepping out of the shield. You, what are you doing? Get back here. Zhang Bai didn't reply. She naturally knew that if she went on like this, she definitely wouldn't be able to hold out for long. But what if she cleared the air? As the staff was waved, a tiny stream of water quickly coalesced in the air, and then transformed into 3 blades of water that spun like blades. Tidal blade, cut, swish. The 3 blades flew out at the same time and landed on top of the tree trunk, and the water flow blades that constantly flowed like jagged teeth directly erupted with amazing power. Thumbs up, the tough bark of the tree was cut right through as if it had met a lumberjack. Ah! The twisted human face on the tree trunk let out an agonizing wail, urging the entangled vines to start continuously thrashing the other party. However, The staff in Zhang Bai's hand once again lurched. Tidal bind is activated. Several streams of water rose up and entangled all the besieging vines, even tying a few of them into knots. So silky smooth was the operation that the others watched for a while. Boy, is this the person the Sixth Order Guild values? Awesome. Restriction. Output. Protection. From the time Zhang Bai made his move until now, the other party could be said to have interpreted offense and defense to the fullest. While the crowd was still marveling, the three peeling tree spirits collapsed with a bang. And up to this point, Zhang Bai didn't stop in the slightest. And as he did, it didn't take long to clear an open space beyond the shield. This time, the vines in the near distance were completely cleared out, and the vines in the far distance couldn't be reached, so all the threats disappeared without a trace in an instant. Up to this point, Zhang Bai's pretty face was slightly relieved above, and she turned around and walked back within the shield. And then she saw 4 pairs of eyes all falling on her body, and for a split second, her heart followed her with a poof. After a full 3 seconds of silence, a single word was spat out. Wait, sister unspeakable, this is too powerful for you, isn't it? Su Xiaochang unknowingly changed his address. If we just stay here, won't we be able to pass the level easily? Su Mei similarly gave a thumbs up. Title sacrifice. It lives up to its name. If it's just that simple, then it shouldn't be nightmare level. Lin Shiyun mused. I'd better call someone. After saying that, she similarly stood her staff on the ground and directly activated her summoning skill. A huge summoning spell formation emerged, and then a huge summoning gate appeared. When the summoning gate ended, a tall figure with a wide black cloak emerged. Under the strong wind hunting, a morose white skeleton face was revealed, and the soul fire dancing in his eyes seemed to be able to scorch the heart. Shiyun, this is your summon? Lu Ro had a look of surprise on her face as she looked at the tall skeleton. Aha! Lin Shiyun nodded slightly, but her eyes lingered on the cloak on Zhou Yu's body, and the corner of her mouth involuntarily raised a smile. Looks pretty cool. Skeleton soldiers? Zhang Bai also showed a touch of surprise when she saw Zhou Yu's eyes. She had never seen such a tall skeleton soldier before, but as soon as the words came out of her mouth, she panicked a little. Was it not too good for her to say that? Isn't that a bit rude? What can be done to salvage the moment? Zhang Bai, who was struggling internally, had yet to think of how to explain, and as a result, he saw Zhou Yu's soul flame looking towards him. She was startled and subconsciously took a step back. An iceberg beauty? And a milk-fierce lowly? Soulfire danced in Zhou Yu's eyes. He had to admit that the other party's strength in finding a teammate was not good, but the face value was considered top-notch, especially the iceberg-looking beauty in front of him. Zhou Yu could tell at a glance that she was nothing more than a social terrorist. After just a glance, Zhou Yu withdrew his gaze and surveyed the surrounding environment of the replica. Twisted vines, hideous human faces, and a forest with no end in sight. This was very much in keeping with the style of the flayed woodlands. It looks as if someone made a move. The pass is to find and destroy the skinless lord or survive here for 24 hours. Lin Shiyun took the initiative to move a little closer to Zhou Yu and introduced him. No good. As soon as the words fell, Su Xiaoqiang next to him suddenly pointed at the distance and exclaimed in shock. The crowd followed the sound and immediately realized that above the originally cleared open space, it looked like there were countless vines snaking underground, and in an instant, the vines broke out of the ground and climbed up to the broken part of the already collapsed tree, and a sharp thorn with barbs surfaced and pierced into the tree trunk, and then forcefully pulled it up. In just a few moments of work, the 3 peeled tree spirits that had been severed were just repaired. Ow! Terrifying wailing sounds came from within the human faces on the tree trunks, and in the next moment, all the vines shot out once again, heading straight for the crowd. Damn it! Su Xiaochang shouted angrily and took a step out, ready to strike. Zhang Bai, who was reliably in front of him, obviously moved faster and more skillfully than him. Leave it to me. She waved her staff in her hand, and once again, the tidal blade coalesced out, cutting off the vines that drew in with a few strokes, and then she even counterattacked towards the other party. Snicker, put, boom. A few moments later, the 3 large trees once again fell to the ground with a loud bang, but right at this moment, the familiar vines reappeared, and at the same time, the peeling tree spirit that had originally remained motionless actually shook, and a tree root was pulled out from under the ground, and then dragged itself towards Zhou Yu and the others as they approached. It seemed to move slowly, but with each step that fell, it was able to move forward by as much as a few meters. They actually move? Su Xiaochang was in a hurry, but was pulled over by Su Mei. Stand still and do what you have to do. Oh hoo! Su Xiaochang reacted and did not continue to rush, but removed his long sword and stood not far from Lin Shiyun. He naturally knew that he was not really the main force to pass the copy. All he could do was to protect Lin Shiyun. Su Xiaoqiang so, Lu Ro also subconsciously towards Lin Shiyun close over. just she cannot figure out. Everyone should not be towards the Thai Zhang Bai close? Why are they all close to Shi Yun? Leave it to me. Only Zhang Bai left behind a sentence and took the initiative to walk towards the outside of the shield. She swung her staff in her hand one after another, and 3 tidal blades surfaced as she wanted to continue emptying the peeling tree spirits in front of her as she had done. However, she didn't expect that before she could cut down the 3 tree spirits, the other vines would come directly entangled. If this was dragged back, what awaited her would be having her entire body ripped alive by the vines, complete with skinning. Tidal blade. 3 paths, 6 paths, 9 paths. A full 9 tidal blades was already the limit of Zhang Bai's second turn, but even so, almost as soon as this batch of vines broke, another batch of vines followed. Finally, right in the gap between his spell casting chance, several vines directly broke through the blockade and twined towards Zhang Bai at once. Crap! Zhang Bai's heart was in a state of shock. Even her chanting was interrupted alive. She had never entered a nightmare level copy before, and she didn't expect to die here the first time she entered. In the nick of time, seeing the vines approaching, Zhang Bai, who subconsciously waved her staff to resist, suddenly felt that there was a shadow looming behind her, and she instinctively inclined her head to see Zhou, who was shrouded in a black cloak, appearing behind her at an unknown time. A large hand lifted up and grabbed towards Zhang Bai. In the next moment, Zhang Bai felt a coldness in her jade neck, and before she could experience it, she was lifted up by Zhou like a chicken in one go, and then violently thrown backward. Swish! When she fell, she happened to be caught by the combined efforts of both Su Mei and Su Xiaochang, and when she looked up again, she suddenly saw that Zhou had taken over her previous position and was completely entangled by the vines.